My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. Here's the Ontario Police flying over my head again. Remember, they're doing this at the Ontario Town Square, flying over my head. They're doing it for an hour. They're doing it for 20 minutes. They're doing it repeatedly, like I captured yesterday morning, September 13th, and they're doing it at 12 o'clock in the morning while the people of the state are gang stalking at 434 North Euclid Avenue. That's a white male with a Georgia plate stalking a woman, just like this demon is, and they're doing so as patrons at a third-party facility in a venue where the fake sun is rising and setting right here. That's the entity. A. Morris and Corporal Robledo were gang stalking this morning, and so was the Ontario Police at the Ontario Town Square under the fake sun, like I documented in the evening. They are going to federal prison, and the people of the state that are gang stalking with the police like they are now with impunity, monitoring the podcast as I'm uploading it, as I'm documenting it, this is impunity while they're conspiring your murder, engaging in conspicuous stalking. And they do so as a population. They do so as psychopaths. Here's my shadow here. All they're doing is monitoring with this impossible light activity. You can look around, you can talk to each other all you want. It's all activity creation and engineered light. And they do the same thing under the fake sun that's over me. While they cheese from ear to ear, you're looking at psychopaths. Again, that's license 70 VP008. And the Ontario Police and Mike LORENZ are establishing to you, further demonstrating to you, while I've already established it by evidence, that the people of the state are murderers, okay? They're engaging in gang stalking, Title 18 federal stalking. Okay, this conversation is presence in the path, and they get out while the entity starts flying by helicopter under the fake moon. This is the entity that, these are psychopaths. They are obsessed in monitoring they're males that are engaged in stalking a woman in the middle of the night, doing so in the specific environment while they're engaged in gang stalking, and this is impunity and psychopathic conduct, all right? Wanting to look at the opposite direction, talking about anything and everything like nothing has happened, while you're looking at the specific environment, shadows on both sides of myself, the fake moon, the entity stalking by helicopter. Again, that's P.O.C. I want to be clear, this is federal prison. This is how terrorism and murders are accomplished by the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. It's currently 12:33 a.m. Like I stated, this is relevant to what the Ontario Police are doing at the Ontario Town Square with a population of psychopaths just like this who are all stalking and calling it a festival. That's a demon stalking in the path, engaged in surveillance stalking with light. That's what this demon was doing in the middle of this parking lot, all right, for like 30 minutes. And then he goes to the gas stall, and the entity is following me across the street. They were flying over my head across the street over there, flying over my head over here. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct together. The entity doesn't have to discuss anything with you, but while you're looking at them engaging in conversation, you're looking at psychopaths that are engaged in sexual violence, psychological torture, harassment, and terrorism. Okay, that's P.O.C. It's currently 12:33 a.m. This is federal group stalking and monitoring. The people of the state are going to federal prison for gang stalking with the corrupt law enforcement agencies. Together they conspire murder. Together they engage in sexual violence. Together they engage in corporate invasion of privacy. And you're looking at the ways in which they do so, which is a matter of public corruption. Being a customer at the facilitating venue while the entity is stalking by planes and helicopters and engaging in psychotic and in the middle of the night. This is what they're doing while I'm sleeping. They stalk all around me and maintain light. 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm showing you what are demons. And this is my show of the parking lot over here. You see that? That's a demon, and he's stalking me. He's stalking me with the Ontario Police that are stalking. This is the entity that's going to be disbanded, Ontario Police. These are enemies of the United States. They're terrorists. They engage in murdering American citizens, setting them up, and sexually violating them in ways in which they are learning about now. But they've been engaged in this for decades. This is P.O.C. And the immigrants are getting deported because they're engaged in terrorism. This is murder committed by immigrants, engaging in the same conduct. This is P.O.C. It is Sunday, September 14, 2025, and it's 3:01 a.m. License 6YOX838. This is the entity that's stalking me with light as I walk around the corner, and a demon is stalking in a vehicle where headlights are not reaching around the corner and not causing light projecting all over the houses and creating those dynamic shadows. I've captured the engineer light. This is what they're doing at nightfall, stalking me while they are on the roads and the highways, monitoring as an entity. And they're doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning, just like they were at, again, 12 o'clock in the morning, stalking at the gas station with the police, who are using a helicopter to stalk and terrorize a woman in the middle of the night. 8 VBF 601. And the entity is doing at what is 401 West G. No, excuse me. This is 325 West G Street, and the entity is stalking by helicopter. Take a listen. As soon as I start documenting that, the entity is flying right over where I am located at 325 West G Street. That is the third-party license plate. She's engaged in stalking and harassment while the entity is threatening my life, and the entity stalks with helicopter. That's what they did at Wells Fargo yesterday morning, as I documented all those demons that are employed at a facilitating venue engaging in terrorism. And then the entity engages on video, which I documented in order to prove the people of the state are not only gang stalkers conspiring my murder, but they are gang stalking and conspiring my murder with the Ontario Police, who are engaged in that criminal pattern of conduct. And that entity engaged in a pattern of threatening me more so in helicopters, following me around the city and engaging in psychopathic psychopathic behaviors such as pacing over me and around me in helicopters, and they do this as demons who do it in engineered light and also under the fake sun. This is a mentally unstable entity that is conspiring murder, and that is relevant to the entity's mental illness. While they're stalking me, they're engaged in psychological torture. These sick people are together targeting me, and their mental illness is causing what is psychological harm. Okay, and you're going to prosecute for that. License 6YOX838, 8VBF601, and it is currently 3:03 a.m. This is P.O.C. License 7NVP169. The entity is stalking with noise. So as I'm walking on Palm and turning onto E Street, walking east, the entity maintains a sound that is ordinarily associated with the demon stalking by planes. And that's coexisting with the demon that's driving behind me on Palm. This is the entity providing, it's totally demonic, and that's a stalker. And the government is stalking while maintaining a whole environment for a bunch of demons to pace all around you. And they're also doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning. A demon is parked off of Gloria's Cochinas at the back parking lot where I was at documenting, stalking with light at 3 o'clock in the morning, while the entity is sounding plane engines so that demons can pace around. And while pacing, meaning they're driving by on the streets, they're stalking as I'm going back and forth throughout the city. And the entity is stalking with the sound of plane engines. That's audible activity while I have multiple shadows. That's monitoring conduct by those who are not strangers. They're demons stalking a woman together in the middle of the night. 9EGS770 is a part of that. Okay? It's P.O.C. and it's they're monitoring with this sex offender that's lurking off on Laurel at 3:10 a.m. Stalking with the method of light, just like I captured on video at the ARCO gasoline, that demon in the big black truck sitting in the dark with their headlights on at 12 o'clock in the morning, sitting on that street. They're maintaining light. They're stalking in the path with the method of light. This is what they're doing on Euclid Avenue, where I am at 415 North Euclid Avenue. They are remaining on the east and west side of my person, stalking with the method of light. Those are demons. That's why I take the picture of it and I show you a big label, because that's what they are. They're demons. And what they're doing is criminal. They're engaged in gang stalking, but those are demon-possessed people. They're demons. All right, it is currently 3:11 a.m. That's a threat to your life, while psychopaths are so obsessively stalking that they're stalking in the middle of the night. Like, they're getting up out of their house, wherever they live, to go around the streets and follow me around and sit around surveilling, listening to me breathe, keeping me under surveillance, and sitting around aiming light like a psycho. Aiming light. Those are demons. All right, it's currently 3:11 a.m. P.O.C. (9MAH987), and that is a third-party group stalker at 407 C Street. Let me see where. Gang stalking at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and then gang stalking where he lives. He's very much engaged and interested. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I note that. Excuse me, that's 9MAH897. And looking at what is the address is 405, 407. Okay. This is a 417 C Street, 405. I'm going to document all three of them since they're monitoring with him. He's sitting outside stalking. This is, again, fully exposed to a raid as well. Fully exposed. That to come right on in and bust those doors down. This is the government engaging in surveillance where they live. 9BQM904. And remember, this is surveillance committed by a government where you live, and the government's hiding amongst the population, and the government has been found. License 8GZR771, 9UCU343. The entity has been following by planes as I walk down from the Euclid Avenue, taking the route of what is D Street to Laurel to C Street, and the entity is following with planes as I walk west on E Street, which is where Gloria's Cochinas and the U.S. Bank is at 333 North Euclid Avenue, 401 North Euclid Avenue. The entity is flying over by plane, commercial plane. And as I proceed walking on C Street, which is the street I'm on now, this is going toward the Ontario Village Shopping Center, the entity maintaining plane activity. And I've documented this for years, by the way, but I've documented this before. Well, I will say Southwest, but it's not just Southwest. The entity maintains planes hovering in alignment to me while I'm walking up and down these streets through the neighborhood. And that's also letting you know that everybody in their homes, they're facilitating venues, they're not private properties. The government is present through them and is engaging in criminal surveillance. They are third parties. They are not private individuals. And the entity is engaging in stalking me while I'm walking through the neighborhood, and so is the neighborhood stalking. And so I want to document that. And that third party, 9MAH897, is gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square. It's a Latino male driving a black SUV and is also hanging outside of the facilitating venue, and is doing so while the entity is maintaining audible activity outside while he's crossing path while he just stands where he lives, or assuming where he lives. He's at a third-party facilitating venue, whether he lives there, whether his mistress lives there, his gay lover lives there, whatever. He's standing outside and crossing path as I walk by. Gang stalking where you live. So that's both the residents, and so this is why I say people go to that extent. You go that far to engage in surveillance, I'm going to document you. And the pattern of conduct, by the way, dictates that you're monitoring where you live. The entity has fully exposed itself in the way that it's targeting American citizens, and now they're finding out exactly that you are literally subject to the feds busting down your door. Since the entire neighborhood is gang stalking, the feds have jurisdiction to raid the neighborhood. And there is nothing, well, like, what are you going to, the police are subject to raiding as well. Okay, and they might do it at the same time with regard to breaking apart and imploding that system, because that's the entity acting directly and the entity acting vicariously, as you understand that system. But like I said, that's the pattern of conduct. Is currently 7:31 a.m. I just want to document that because I'm seeing this third party going to such a far extent. This is what's so weird about well, it's not weird because they're demons. So in that it's not weird, I mean, for a demon-possessed person who is a psychopath and a sex offender, and is obsessed with my breathing pattern, all right, and the frequency of my blinking every minute, that's not weird. But it is weird for someone to be up this early in the morning, to be up late in the middle of the night, as a population interested in me, including while I am sleeping outside. So these are the things that are reconciling the things that you found. Why would you be stalking a homeless person? Because they're demons. Because it's state action, because the entity's committed egregious criminal activity against me, because the entity tried to steal from me, and the entity has tried to steal my identity. That's why. License 4JEP321. That's why. But I do want to state, on behalf of the ordinary target individual, no American citizen has to stand up in court and give a reason as to why the government is targeting you. And that's the type of thing that I have been insulted with. And it's bias, and it's entirely improper. The entities engaging in stalking with any other stalker, you are giving information, providing documentation about a pattern of conduct. And with traditional stalking, it may be somebody that you know, it may be somebody that you don't know. Since when do you have to give an explanation for somebody else engaging in criminal activity against you, inflicting harms against you? You know, whether you have that relevant contextual information, documentation, or not. Okay, sick people, predators exist, and that's what the demon-possessed are. And the entity uses that, by the way, to criminally defame the targeted individual. This is something, again, that this predator, this criminal, this demon, Thomas Garza, engaged in. And the entity is engaging in what is, first of all, Thomas Garza, who is a demon, who's obsessed with my vagina, who is monitoring me, and is also hostile while I had the audacity to initiate suit against the state of California and asking me this bombastic comment regarding why do I think, or why would the government be following you or stalking you? Paraphrasing it. It is documented in the case initiated by myself against the state of California, where Thomas Garza was engaging in what is evading service of process in the role as a corrupt judge That's the state of California. All right, so that's an improper question. But this is the entity that's engaging in, and by the way, that's a psychopath that knows very well that it is targeting you and wants you to give an explanation, which you don't know. All you have to do is prove it. Okay, and by the way, you're not in the mind of a psychopath. You're not monitoring their genitalia. Okay, you're not sitting there obsessed with the way they breathe and their heart pattern and sitting there slobbering over them in the spirit like an obsessed stalker, a weirdo. Psychopaths. Demented beings. You don't give an explanation for their sickness. They're obsessed, okay? Period. And that's a matter of what is documentation. It's proof. And the fake son over me at that courthouse and that audible activity in that courtroom, while you're monitoring me, all right, that's the entity that evaded service of process, and justice is not going to be forgetful of that. Justice is not going to be, not incorporating that, not mindful of that. Okay, so those are the types of things that I've been subject to that I've documented. And you address it, but it's a type of thing that is designed for the ordinary target individual to be disincentivized, to be intimidated by the system, to make you feel like that's what they want to do. At the same time, on one hand, you're obsessed. You are obsessed. And on the other hand, you would like it to be because the system is supposed to create the illusion of mental illness of that target individual when it is actually proving the reality, not an illusion, the reality of mental illness of an entity of psychos who stalk strangers. Because they are strangers to me, but I am not a stranger to them. They all know my name. They all know my frequency, my cycle. They know when what's going on when I'm going to start my cycle. They're aware of whether I use pads or tampons. They're aware of the type of underwear that I like to wear. They're aware of my favorite color. They're aware of the type of brands that I buy. They're aware of what it is that I will, type of foods that I eat. They're aware of all of that. They sit around studying you. They're demons and they're stalkers. But they're strangers to you, the target individual. And that psychopath will ask you what they already know the answer to. Okay, and that's a form of harassment. And it's an act of obstruction of justice. And in a courtroom, especially where you're engaged in the P.O.C., which Thomas Garza is, that's improper and it's biased under all circumstances. You don't have to give an explanation regarding a predator, regarding a criminal. Oh, why do you think they wanted to rob you of your $30,000 on the street? Why do you think they wanted to blow your head off? Why do you think they wanted to kidnap your kids? Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that type of criminal activity while engaging in the criminal activity. That improper and biased question is audible activity while you're monitoring in the courtroom, making a mockery of the court system. All right. Anyway, it's currently 7:37 a.m. and it's Sunday, September 14, 2025. This is upon my return from the Ontario Village Shopping Center, the Stater Brothers. It's at San Antonio where I documented the sunrise at the Coin Laundry, and the entity again stalking. You see the ongoing pattern of conduct, stalking, which is proven by the fake son. You see the fake son? Okay, we're understanding this is stalking. The entity's engaging in what is maintaining that ongoing concerted conduct. The demons with the engineer light flying all around, the demons with the planes hovering miles away from the Ontario Town Square. When are you ever going to elevate and take off when you're flying miles and miles west of the city of Ontario, always hovering over the buildings throughout the city of Ontario? This is what the entity's doing, and that's identifying the stalking system as I've shown you their pattern of conduct. That's that same Ontario Village Shopping Plaza where I've been documenting the entity targeting me at the Ontario Village Shopping Center, which is merely an example of what is a pattern of conduct happening everywhere. And as I've shown it in more than one occasion, as I've done that for a prolonged period of time, a term of years, it is the evidence that is establishing what is indeed an unmistakable and ceaseless pattern of conduct without exception. All right, it is currently again 7:38 a.m. This is P.O.C. You're going to look at the elevation and be mindful of the direction that they're flying, and also be aware of the elevation and also the audible activity, and also what's above my head and the time of day. and who's a part of what is that's impossible light on the ground. 6UXJ087 is not only a demon, but they're stalking with the city of Ontario. 7JXN818 is the same entity, same condition, and they're all targeting one person. Okay, this is a third sex offender, and this is again the entity that's monitoring my vagina in the same way that the entity is deviating from flying anywhere near what is 2500 Airport Road at that elevation with that audible noise coming from right here, and this is where the target is identified. It is myself. This is the same parking lot where the fake sun is rising at 6:38 in the morning. That's 415 North Euclid Avenue over there where I'm documenting the sunrise. It is currently 12:35 p.m. The sun is never going to be over the same parking lot. The sun that I'm documenting from right over here, unless you can see, that's the venue where the demons who are stalking in the 12:35 p.m. fake sun are crossing past. They are now not an ignorant population. They are stalkers, and they are the demon-possessed population who are stalking me with impossible light across that venue in the morning where the fake sun that's over my head 6 hours later from the documented sunrise, which is in alignment to that venue when I wake up in the morning. I documented that already. That's somebody that's a demon-possessed person that's stalking. And stalking by population includes those whose name you don't know, and they're surrounding all of them are surrounding you. And the proof that's a demon stalking with light, that's stalking a person, that's a psychopath. And the government is represented by that demon. And that's the conspiracy to commit murder. Alan D. WAPNER has no business maintaining any flight, and I'm documenting this day and night as well. Not only are you flying miles away from 2500 at that elevation with the noise level, all of that's being analyzed. You're flying miles away from the airport regarding a landing or a takeoff, and then you're clearly just flying in alignment to me. That's stalking. That's a demon gang stalking, and then engaging in what is that U-turn conduct, as you saw. And you're looking at the fake sun that's over me, and you're mindful of the environment. And the entity has the fake sun over me in Fontana, California, which I captured at 8437 Sierra Avenue. This is the entity that's gang stalking. And this is the demon-possessed population, engaging in what is monitoring at all places, stalking, that is. In order to monitor, you are stalking. The state of California is monitoring, and this is a population of demons who are stalking one person. And this is the exposed conspiracy of the government to commit murder and get away with it, okay? They're not getting away with it, and it's also not going to be maintained as a secret. What you also need to know is that the government that's monitoring is a violent sex offender and a thief, and engaged in what is criminal defamation, which they're going to prosecute the government for. This is P.O.C. It's 12:37 p.m. Don't forget where A. Casada, the demon-possessed lesbian of the Ontario Police, is under the fake sun at 12:13 p.m. That fake sun is not over that library, which is showing her stalking me and monitoring my vagina inside of the venue that's across this parking lot, the OVITT Family Community Library, with regard to documenting that agency that was stalking me all night long at this ARCO. It's on X, it's on YouTube, and this is the same population stalking as one. The entity that's using planes and helicopters is doing so pursuant to psychological torture before they murder someone, and they're still engaging in it as enemies of the United States when their criminal system is exposed, and it's terrorism. And this is going to be the prosecution speaking for what is laying precedent to targeting domestic terrorist enemies of this country. This is P.O.C. Is there something wrong with her? Why is she threatening me?
I believe so. Starlet, that woman that just left, she was...
He heard it. He heard her. I guess I'm glad you heard it. She was yelling. She was like, I'm gonna... Yeah.
At her and...
I'm sorry.
No, I don't need an apology. Like, why is she in the bathroom? She was also yelling in the stall. And so when I come out, wash my hands, she's like, I'm gonna F you up. And I'm like, what are you doing? I said, who are you talking to? That's what I said. I said, who are you talking to? But I want to tell you that she's threatening to physically harm me. And now, if I put my hands on her, though, you know, and if I would have said that to her. So I just want to let you guys know about that. It's 3:59 p.m. I published some very damning evidence on YouTube. And this is, again, relevant to those who are going to federal prison, including the Ontario Police and the demon possession of the Ontario Fire amongst the entities stalking under fake sun demons. This is not an individual. This is a demon that's engaged in surveillance, waiting for me to go in, and is not a retard. This is a spirit, a demonic one, and communicating hostility. It's under the fake sun. I'm going to get a picture of it right now. This is the same entity engaged in a pattern of kidnapping and harassment, and they're psychopaths engaging in that, and this is why I'm documenting it. They're the same ones engaging in kidnapping, and they're going to prison. So this third party is in here, and I quote, I'm going to F you up. And so my response, while she's monitoring, that's the state that's threatening that. That's not that's the government that's telling me it's going to F me up. And this is really about the documentation that I just published. This is Jason Isaac Fields threatening my safety, telling me he's going to F me up. This is Tracy Banks. This is the entity that's speaking, telling me she's going to F me up. These are the demon-possessed gang stalkers engaging in criminal summoning, telling me they're going to F me up. That's the entity that's speaking while you are stalking me, monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. This is relevant to the entity's criminal conduct that I am publishing online 2022. And I told you that it's going to get juicy. The more that I publish, the more furious and hostile the psychopaths who are gang stalking become. It's Title 18 federal stalking, and that's ongoing criminal acts of obstruction of justice, threatening my harm, harassing me. But like I said, if it was me, the entity would have already had the police in the bathroom, okay? If I would have put my hands on her, but I'm not going to touch a filthy demon. You're stalking in a bathroom, okay? She doesn't even wash her hands. She had her hands in her booty probably, and then it's coming out in order to cross path. But these demons are obsessed with me. Everything that I do, they come out of the bathroom stall in order to cross path. They're not concerned about washing their hands. They're not even engaged in what is actually used in the bathroom. They're filthy creatures, and they're all monitoring together. Yeah.
Just making sure you're still in your
Yeah, I know. I'm coming out right now. She knows exactly what's going on. She's monitoring. But I want to make sure she's coming into cross-path, engaging in the elements of monitoring. This is happening under the fake sun. So that's a documented act of what is harassment. You're going to prosecute the government for all of the malicious acts and tactics that I'm exposing to you. This is all while surveillance is underway. Nobody's speaking as an individual. This is an entity that conspired murder, and they got caught. And they got caught in front of the whole world, and I'm putting it on the internet. And then I'm getting threatened in the bathroom by somebody that cannot bust a grape, to be honest with you. But I'm documenting because people are going to federal prison for it. It's 4:02 p.m. That's the Ontario police threatening to harm me while stalking, monitoring me in the bathroom. P.O.C. Remember, the entity has gone to the extent to make up information and then engage in summoning the Ontario police. They don't call them about anything. The Ontario police are listening to everything I'm saying right now. Those demons are stalking by helicopter. It's monitoring with the demons pacing in and out. In engineer light, they've been engaged in stalking me with impossible light. Every video that I'm publishing, these demons are furious. So they kept one in the bathroom to engage in what is harassment. I want to be clear. It's Satan. This is, again, the psychopathy of Satan, which is manifesting mental illness amongst demons, engaging in criminal conduct, which is no longer a secret. I'm exposing it. It is the spirit of Satan that's very angry with me. And that's because Satan loses. And Satan lost a long time ago. They're delusional. And I'm going to prosecute the government for what this third party just stated. I'm going to prosecute for that. This is what you do, and this is why you don't gang stalk with the population, and this is why the population doesn't gang stalk with the government, because you're going to find yourself in a cell, you're going to find yourself committed. They speak as an entity, act as an entity, P.O.C. All right, thank you. All right, I am indeed capturing the fake sun at the Ontario Town Square. Remember, I exited yesterday at 6 p.m. So I'm exiting right now at 4, so you already know that the fake sun is here. That's not the train. They're monitoring, and that was a demon threatening on behalf of the entity that is monitoring my vagina under the fake sun that's still here, just like it is at 10 in the morning, while Southwest Airlines is stalking, tracking my steps, and flying over the amplified sound of a horn. That sounds as though that's supposed to be the Union Pacific train, and it's not. You can look at the train tracks. There's no train on the tracks. The entity is going to be prosecuted for what is psychopathic, and a population monitoring my vagina is very much perturbed by everything I just published regarding February 1st and February 2nd, 2022. That's relevant to A. Morris gang stalking yesterday, while I'm publishing evidence about her engaging in criminal summoning at this venue on January 29, 2022. They're sitting engaging in monitoring the evidence, and they're engaging in what is a threat by the entity. Securitas is pacing, monitoring under the fake sun, and Securitas, have a good night. Securitas is engaging in what is a threat to my physical harm, as that entity is in a private space monitoring. It's a sex offense, and upon engaging in a sex offense by an entity, you're threatening physical harm. All right, and this Securitas is admittedly engage in what is witnessing that. But I want to be clear, he's admitting to being within earshot and hearing it. But Securitas is a part of the entity. They hear everything. They're listening to me in the bathroom. Securitas is a sex offender, and so is the third-party employee of Securitas. And the fake sun is over the same location that I enter 215 East C Street as it is at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's in the same place as I walk out and I capture the sex offender. A casada under the 12:13 p.m. fake sun is in the same position. The fake sun's in the same position when I capture the demons of the Ontario Fire Department at 9:59 a.m. All right, I believe that is September 6, 2025. And they're gang stalking me with a demon is showing hostility while engineered light shines all around on the ground while you're driving on black asphalt, driving a fire truck, and the fake sun is on above my head at the entrance of this same venue where it is right now at 4:05 p.m. where, again, the evidence is surrounding the demons. And I told you before, and I'm going to tell you again, the demons monitoring my vagina include Michael GERKEN, Alan D. WAPNER, Mike LORENZ, and the entity that is acting under the corrupt leadership of Paul Leon. And that's relevant to the municipality, to the so-called fire department, to the so-called police department, to the entity that's stalking in commercial planes like what I'm documenting: Southwest, Delta Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, Frontier, American Airlines, and United Airlines. All of those airlines engaging what is stalking as a fake sun is remaining over me, showing that those airlines are a part of the pattern of conduct. They represent the people of the state, understanding the legal theory, and the entity is doing so in that specific environment. Threatening my physical safety includes 8TBB419. That's a homosexual. She's stalking with engineer light in front of her car, just like the demons of the Ontario Fire Department at 9:59 in the morning at the same entrance, stalking with impossible light on the asphalt. You can look at the criminal conduct, the demon possession of the Ontario Fire, and refer to exactly what that psychopath just committed, and it's a federal offense, and it's relevant to psychological torture before you commit murder as a government. And that's what that third party is engaging in. The entity is engaging, and that third party is threatening my safety, okay? They speak as one. So that demon is in there. First of all, you're a psycho. You're stalking in a bathroom. You're stalking in a bathroom. You're a sex offender. You're monitoring my vagina. Third of all, you're a demon. You're doing it under a fake sun amongst engineer light. And you're doing it as a pack of demons. Understand, demons don't act individually. Satan doesn't act alone. Satan is not all-knowing and omnipotent. That's why he has a crew of demons, and they are very apprehensive, and they need and rely on each other. And together they're apprehensive. And they're very fearful of what I publish on the internet. And they're all monitoring right now while you're hearing that which is not the train of Union Pacific. The entities, you can just exchange that with what they do with helicopter activity, what they do with plane activity, because that's all that is. The entities engage in this, and they are already surrounded with evidence. That threat to my physical safety, which the third party is admittedly a witness of, the entities engage in nothing about that. And that's what I've also documented. They make up information about me, like I molested children, June 16, 2022, this same venue. The fake sun's here, 4 o'clock in the evening. They engaged in that malicious assertion of allegations and kidnapping on June 16, 2022. All right. The entities engaged in criminal summoning upon the fictitious exercise of authority under the law and manufacturing allegations to commit kidnapping. And yet the entity is in the bathroom stalking and monitoring me and is threatening threatening to F me up. And this is a coward. I'm not going to do anything. It's audible activity. But again, I am prosecuting. So I'm documenting. And it's not in a vacuum. It's because I just documented that very damning evidence from February 2022. That's what's going on, okay? This is an entity that doesn't have any self-control. That's how I get the Ontario police stalking me day and night for that was 45 minutes last night at ARCO. And the people of the state, one demon after another, showing you how they share in kidnapping, they share in stalking in bathrooms, sexual violence, they share in criminal summoning, false, fictitious and malicious allegations when they're stalking you. So you're not just lying on me, you don't have me mistaken, you're keeping me under surveillance, and you are maliciously making assertions to why? When you call the police, you're doing that to engage in what is a kidnapping. And this is what the entity is doing, including at this venue. And I want to be clear, this is the venue that's going to federal prison. The entity, and I also want to be clear, even if they were to call the police on that third party, it's still criminal summoning. You're understanding how these are the inherent harms to engage in criminal conduct as a government, and I'm going to prosecute through and through for it. Because it's a threat but the entity doesn't. When they engage in violence against me, nothing happens. When I am documenting them within my rights, protecting myself, somebody that's conspiring to murder me and is obsessed with my vagina, and then speaking as though you can see through the bathroom stalls. Oh, you can see through the wall, really, Satan? You can see through the walls, huh? Oh, you're seeing what I'm doing on my phone. You know exactly what's going on my device?
Okay, all right, this is the type of conduct that the entity engages in, and it's all under the fake sun, and it's all while the government's engaging in surveillance. The P.O.C. of the state is already established. I said years ago the people of the state are going to be prosecuted. That's exactly what's already been accomplished. The entity's engaging in that, and the entity, were the entity to summon the police, it's still a federal offense. And the entity is not going to do anything. It's called criminal summoning through and through. All right, you saw Alaska Airlines engaging in this yesterday after 5 p.m., 5:59 p.m. to be exact. This is the fake sun in the same position, and that is the entity that is gang stalking, originating right here over the 280 North Limit Apartments. Let me be clear. Airplanes, commercial airlines, airports do not engage in what are violating the zoning rights of a multifamily zone of a senior citizen complex. And it's a violation of what is the quiet enjoyment, number one. And it's going to be prosecuted as a criminal offense where the government's engaging in surveillance. That's what I documented at Alvarado Gardens. That's what I documented at Woodside Senior Apartments. Not only that, remember at this parking lot over here, during the 12 p.m. hour, that's again, literally, I could walk 1, 2, 3, about 30 steps. And that's the parking lot where the entity is stalking on the opposite side of the same parking garage. This is the downtown Ontario luxury apartments where the fake sun is still over me. And that was, again, during the 12 p.m. hour. And I'm looking at it at 4:11 p.m. This is the same city. This is the same street. It's not even on the west side of the same street. This is where I was coming from the Chevron. I was at the ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue, where I'm documenting the sunrise. That's where the Ontario International Airport is providing evidence to get the people of the state who are indeed going to be prosecuted. And it includes federal prison for the documented acts of kidnapping and criminal summoning, while they're also engaged in what are acts of violence because they're infuriated while they engage in surveillance. And they're also triggered, and those demons that lack an intelligent ability to engage in targeting me in any other way than that which I have broken down to you, engage in criminal conduct in plain view in order to prosecute their co-defendants. The demons crouching in bathroom stalls to stalk and then threaten me. All right? The entities engaging in this under a fake sun. That's what they're all doing. That's what they're all doing. That's why when they're driving at this turn circle at 10 o'clock in the morning, you're clocking sex offenders. That's what you're doing. You're clocking sex offenders. And the sex offender includes Jason Isaac Fields. The sex offender includes Tracy Banks. The sex offender includes all of the people of the state that are claiming to defame, well, they engaged in what is perjuring themselves by defaming my character. Remember, this is an entity, and this is the criminal system that they were simultaneously engaging in, counting on stealing my money and property, and the gang stalking judge in any of those court hearings. This is the entity that's engaging in that. This is the criminal purpose, and this is going to be, I want to be clear, the prosecution of that entity. While they're stalking in bathrooms and engaging in stalking with the police and engaging in what is threatening me, e.g. 54R50, engaging in that, and that's impunity. These are the enemies of the United States because they're choosing to engage in crossing a path. They're doing so on Euclid. They're doing so right here in close proximity. These are the demons. They're going to catch a federal case. It's relevant to raiding their homes. It's relevant to raiding them at their place of work. It's relevant to raiding. You're talking about the feds can come and raid right now. You're talking about what is the entity that's engaging in surveillance in plain view while they engage in impunity. License CY75P85. That's impunity while they're gang stalking, conspicuously stalking in your face. That's what Corporal Robledo and A. Morris and the Ontario Police are doing every day. That's what they were doing yesterday, and they called it an event. And guess where the fake sun is? 2 hours. I exit yesterday at 6 p.m. and the fake sun is still here. That's what I document. Where is it 2 hours from now? Right here where that demon that just crossed path in that SUV. And then as I walk toward the Ontario Town Square, this is where the fake sun is when I'm at this Ontario Town Square, at this sidewalk, crossing the street, walking over here at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's just on the west side of my person. This fake sun is still in front of me. It's just that I'm facing this way. That's the entity that's stalking under a fake sun. And while they conspicuously stalk you, these are the declared enemies of the United States, and they're going to be treated as such. They're going to be prosecuted. That's all this is. This is criminal activity. They're not free to do anything. They're not free to be here. The government's engaging in surveillance through them and in concert with them. And they're sex offenders. That's what you need to know. They're demon-possessed, and they're violent sex offenders. They're all obsessed with my vagina. Every single last female, every single last male, every single last one of them. All right, it is currently 4:14 p.m. This is documentation of harassment, threats, intimidation. This is the entity that's engaging in psychological torture, sexual violence, and then engaging in what is criminal acts of, those are criminal acts of obstruction of justice upon federal group stalking and monitoring. Because you're monitoring my evidence, you engage in more acts of violence against me, threats against me. And that same entity is the one that engages in making up information because I'm not a criminal, because I'm not engaging in anything unlawful, because they're monitoring my evidence. And why? To obstruct justice, and they're going to be prosecuted for that. This is P.O.C. They're both approaching from opposite directions. These are demons that are pacing under the fake sun that's in the same position at 8 in the morning. License plate. It's conspicuous stalking, threatening my safety. 9KID 610, sex offenders monitoring my vagina. And this is where the entity has the fake sun in the morning, like I stated, and they threaten you in your face, they stalk you in your face, and so do those in Ontario Police Department vehicles and in helicopters. Guess where they're going? Federal prison. And guess what they do? Incriminate the people. And guess what the people are doing? Telling you that Mike Lorenz is engaged in criminal summoning, and he's a demon-possessed psychopath and a violent sex offender, amongst every other corrupt leader that's going to be plucked out of office. That's what this conspicuous stalking is inevitably leading to. This is the prosecution of the state. And it's the prosecution of the federal government that never had any right or authority to conduct an investigation, which is code for gang stalk me. P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing video, you can hear that. So I just wanted to check I'm still recording. Yes, I am. You heard the Ontario International Airport. Join in on the fun. That's the entity that engages in what is, when you're, the entity doesn't understand. These are imbeciles. Legally, this is speaking to what is confirming and corroborating evidence of targeting, while the entity engages in what is gang stalking by plane over the 280 North Limit Apartments. And doing so in that specific environment is ongoing corroborating evidence regarding what happened in the bathroom, regarding an entity, not an individual, that's engaging in surveillance, that's relevant to the threat, that is audible activity, and the entity that is doing so pursuant to what is also wanting to instigate. Understand, while they're engaged in criminal activity, if I were to defend myself, guess who gets in trouble with that? And by in trouble, I mean, guess who commits a kidnapping? Because the target individual is not going to be converted into a criminal. It's not going to happen. This is the entity that doesn't have authority under the law, and you're not going to engage in terrorism and be like, look, you're a criminal now because the entity that's torturing you and harassing you and harming you, and you are defending yourself, and then all of a sudden you're a criminal. That's not how it's going to work either. But understand the entity that's bullying American citizens. Were I not the person capable of controlling myself, were I not the person that was conducting a public investigation and capable of fully analyzing and breaking down and also explaining the implications regarding everything that they're doing and saying and who it is that's doing it and saying it. It's the government that's speaking, it's the government that's in the bathroom, it's the government that's engaged in criminal acts that are relevant to that same venue. That same venue, and it's also relevant to surveillance on my device and on their devices when I'm inside of that venue. They've been stalking with impossible light. These demons going up to the circulation desk and talking to the employees and flashing of light while I'm sitting at the computer and in the entrance door, from the entrance area, flashing of light. That's what they're doing when I'm on Euclid Avenue at nightfall, and the sex offenders are crossing path on Euclid Avenue and they're molesting my breast, and they are on the whole opposite side of the street. Your headlights are not shining bright, blinding me, and you're not touching my body with light from that distance. That's what the Ontario Police Department did as well. And I captured it on video at 12 o'clock in the morning when that department is obsessed with me, and they're the same demon possession, the same criminal activity, and there are demons that are molesting with impossible light. Not only because they're obsessed, not only because they are sex offenders and stalking, but because they're engaged in monitoring and they're demons. It's demonic. That's why they're doing that. This is the entity that's doing that inside of the library. And then they engage in what is waiting to go in the bathroom. And this is somebody that's acting as an entity. Okay? This is again occurring at 4:18 p.m. The entity is engaging in what is stalking at this same venue. And this is the juxtaposition of what Southwest Airlines is doing at 8 o'clock in the morning and what Delta Airlines is doing at 4:50 in the afternoon at the same address. It's going to be the prosecution and the removal of Alan D. WAPNER and that entire board of terrorists that are calling themselves the Airport Authority. That includes members of the Ontario Council, including Bowman and WAPNER, amongst others. They're all sex offenders. They're all demons. And this is exposing a society of terrorists, domestic terrorists that hate this country, and they have been secretly targeting American citizens. This is gang violence. Murder committed by a gang, and that gang is extraordinarily large. It's the entire state of California, and it is in fact terrorism. It's domestic terrorism. And this is speaking to what you're going to prosecute and how you're going to prosecute and what justice requires, how you prosecute that. And how am I qualified to speak to it? Because I literally experienced it, I studied it, and then I addressed it with regard to what the Constitution dictates and how they are exploiting the Constitution. And then you're getting to how you're going to use the laws as they exist and create laws that are insufficient as they exist in order to address the malice of this entity that's engaging in what is terrorism. Okay, the current law, like I said, federal stalking, that's what the entity is doing while they're engaging in the elements of monitoring. It's pursuant to surveillance. When they're doing under the fake sun, when they're driving their cars, when they're walking, when their dog is barking in the engineer light, when they're driving by outside and engineer lights flying inside a Starbucks, that is pursuant to surveillance on your devices. It affects your internet connectivity. It affects your operation of your device. It affects what you are doing regarding also monitoring your person. It is surveillance. That is the language of federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 22618, subsection 1 and 2. That language shall be expanded to incorporate what is monitoring now that it is understood. It has literally been broken down so that you understand it. And surveillance is underway as you see that in the environment. The entity is not coincidentally keeping a fake sun, not just at the venue, but over me, in alignment to me at the venue. I've even gone to the extent to show you on Euclid Avenue in one city, the fake sun is remaining not more than the OVITT Family Community Library to what is the 415 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun rises at 6:38 a.m. and I'm exiting the OVITT Family Community Library at 6 p.m. The sun didn't go anywhere. And that's that's 2 blocks. The 415 North Euclid Avenue, you cross over what is D Street and you get to C Street. And that's where the OVITT Family Community Library is. This is also where the Ontario Police are documented very heavily targeting me as a department using county issued vehicles, as a department using their helicopters, using what is called police training. That's code for gang stalking me. That is, again, the malice of the entity that's targeting in ways that it presupposes you will never know, while they are also secretly psychologically torturing somebody that they plan to murder, that they plan to falsely depict as one that probably took their own life, that was a criminal, that was a drug addict, that attacked somebody else, they took their own life, or they're responsible for the harm that they suffered. These are the gangs, this is the gang that engages in that, and it is terrorism, and it's also out of the pit of hell, they're demons. That same evidence that is relevant to existing law, federal stalking statute, Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, it is relevant to what is demonic activity, because the fake sun is where you're identifying surveillance underway. And guess who is engaging in it? It is the government itself. It's the United States government, because the states, that's plural, the states are engaged in surveillance. And you can prosecute California based on what's going on in Indiana, because it would never be the sun over Gavin Newsom when he's on Channel 11 telling you about some proposition that he supports. He's a lying minion. He's a demon, and he's engaged in surveillance. And he is the reason why this vast amount of corruption is underway, and he's profiting from it. He profits from American citizens that are murdered. He profits from the corruption of the government while they are bringing in what are resources that are criminally procured through the corrupt conduct of the police, trafficking people, and they're engaging in what is maintaining a whole illusion regarding the operation of the criminal justice system. They are the criminals. They control that system, and they manipulate it, and they exploit the Constitution as it exists. This is why, and what's the real-time example, the practical example, because I have evidence to support everything that I'm saying. I've been on the side of, first of all, having absolutely clean hands. I've never been a criminal. So you're engaging in what is accusing me, and you're talking about my history and all that speaks for itself, and I am not boasting. I'm being upfront and honest, because you need to understand what I've witnessed is the malice of the entity. They very well are, they are very well engaged in, plain making it up. They will make it up. There is no limit. There is no standard. And when you see the police departments engage in this this violence of flying in circles around me everywhere, these are psychopaths. And in the way that they're engaged in that sort of violence, in the same manner, absolutely, they're fully capable of just making up any information about someone that they are targeting. Okay? And the entity is doing it with people that have much less than an immaculate record, that have never committed a crime. It becomes, quote unquote, more realistic if you have some sort of blemish on your record. It's equally unlawful by the government. This is a whole system in operation. Okay, and this is how they are able to also cause other people to acquiesce and force them, threaten them, bully them into this. But I find that that's not an excuse. Okay, you're going to be prosecuted, period. But this is how you have people that don't have a backbone, people that don't exercise any individual thought. All right, people that engage in what is groupthink. This is how you're going to end up in federal prison. You want to follow the police to a cell, because that's where they're going. That's where they're going, and that's where the people of the state are going. All right, so the entity that's engaging in this, they're doing so, and the practical example is that I have been subject to literally standing on the sidewalk and using my phone, capturing what is public information on public property in their alternate universe where they are not gang stalking, where they're exercising their rights regarding property or engaging in what is the lawful exercise of their duties, the lawful execution of their duties as police officers, for example. Taking a picture of what is a license plate is public information, standing on the sidewalk is public property, and I'm doing so while you are engaged in all manner of criminal conduct within the P.O.C., and that's malicious, and an American citizen has to establish that before you're able to get justice, and I'm the one that had to endure that, and that's okay, I'm going to recover for it. But no, this is, again, unconstitutional is not sufficient to describe that. It is at the level of inhumane, but that's going to be addressed. The entity, it occurred for the benefit of others, okay? So the entity is engaging in this, and the entity is engaging in what is literally making up information. I documented the January 13, 2020 kidnapping by the Ontario Police Department that are still in 2025, 5 years later, they're still stalking and monitoring me. That in and of itself, the demons that I told are going to federal prison, they're going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison. They've been engaged in lawlessness and conspiring murder for over 5 years, and you're going to federal prison for that. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct by making up information pursuant to just stating that I am interfering. I've been told I'm obstructing a lawful arrest while you're engaged in what is an assault and battery, and it's an unlawful arrest. First of all, they do not actually know the legal significance of the terms. They just refer to them while they're in those positions, abusing that authority, and it is supported by the corrupt courts. I've documented every aspect of the corrupt system, the police, to the sheriff, to the court, okay? And that's how that ongoing corruption remains, okay? Unbothered, without any hiccups, okay? Uninterrupted. The entity is engaging in what is claiming things such as obstruction of a lawful arrest. Well, they're engaged in it goes from conversing with them and asking a question which you are within your constitutional authority. And this is not, again, the iteration of what you see at Starbucks. They're going to federal prison for that. But even so, where they're claiming, oh, this is private property, and because I'm asking you a question, then you're going to engage in a kidnapping. Even that's kidnapping, but that's not what this is. I'm standing on the sidewalk, and I'm actually not even talking to you. I'm taking a picture of the license plate while you are in the street, and then you turn around and physically attack me and damage my property and steal my property, and then claim that I was interrupting what you were doing, which is obviously not criminal. It's always law-abiding conduct within the execution of their duties. This is what Jason Knighton and Lester Keys committed on January 13, 2020. First of all, the traffic stop was criminal summoning with the people of the state that are gang stalking to date. But second of all, let's get out of the P.O.C. There was not even an ongoing traffic stop. The people of the state they were stopping on the side of the road because they were gang stalking me, doing so by being in front. The entity is, again, not understanding how they're going to be prosecuted. In the same way that they surround me in the specific environment, they do the same thing by being in your path in front of you, and they think, oh, you can't be gang stalking because I got here before you. Those are the idiots that are going to prison, okay? But nonetheless, the entity, it's not based on chronology. The entity is engaged in massive surveillance in everywhere that you've been and everywhere that you might go. They are sprawling out and covering all the bases, and the entity is engaged in what is obsessive stalking, and they're demons that are monitoring you. So when you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to go back to the car on Fern Avenue, those demons are ahead of you, and they know that. That's what Jason Knighton, a demon, and Lester Keys, a demon, committed on January 13, 2020. And so did the population of demons who are the people of the state who are obsessed with my vagina, stalking me in bathrooms, who don't even read, and they're engaged in stalking me in the library. Okay, the entity is engaging in this, and they're engaged in a traffic stop. Not only is it criminal monitoring pursuant to the malicious iteration of a very serious federal offense, precipitating into and reasonably resulting in what is kidnapping as an entity, the entity is not even, that's the P.O.C. Okay, that's going in substance. On the surface is what the entity relies on. The traffic stop wasn't even in progress anymore. The people of the state drove off already. So they're lying and stating that I was interrupting a traffic stop, interrupting their investigation. That's how you refer to that. And that wasn't true. He was standing with his back to me on the sidewalk, and I'm just giving these details, referring to the example as to how I have witnessed egregious acts and jaw-dropping moments of just literal creativity. It's as creative as the fake sun. I just made it up. You're just gonna make it up like that? Like you're just gonna just make it up like that? Absolutely. Just make it up. Just like Jason Isaac Fields making up that I have HIV. Jason Isaac Fields making up that I'm married to him. Jason Isaac Fields making up that I'm a drug addict. That is what is the Ontario Police Department. Absolutely making it up. Okay? Making up that I've engaged in criminal conduct when it's the entity that's engaged in what is stealing my identity and then committing crimes in my name and then relying on the corruption, this corruption right here. They're relying on the Ontario Police to successfully frame me for that. And what is an example? A practical example is this June 16, 2022 kidnapping from this venue, OVITT Family Community Library. Oh, I molested a kid, did I? Oh, okay, I molested a child, all right. And it's not a coincidence. First of all, you need to understand about the spirit, that these are demons. The demon-possessed, Satan himself, will lie, and the lie that you are told is about what Satan is confessing to you. So the entity accuses, in other words, of pedophilia, accuses me falsely of pedophilia. The demons are engaged in gang stalking. They're pedophiles. They're engaged in a system of pedophilia. Okay, trafficking children, having sex with children, that is a means of sacrificing them, just like gang stalking is a means of sacrificing people. And they do so for money, okay? They do so when they find you to be some sort of, quote, rich spirit, meaning somebody that knows Christ Jesus, somebody that's filled with the Holy Spirit, somebody that's not spiritually dead, and they want to essentially worship you. And torturing you, harassing you, stealing from you, harming you, oppressing you, etc., doing all manner of evil to you is how the demon-possessed are engaging in what is witchcraft over you, trying to essentially rob you of your spiritual essence. But that doesn't work when you know Christ Jesus. Okay? Things like the spirit of the Holy Spirit, you're talking about, and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but the Holy Spirit, the fruits of the Holy Spirit include joy. This is not based on things that are circumstantial. Happiness is circumstantial. I get really happy when I'm going to eat some French toast. I love it. It's my favorite. Okay? But happiness is temporary. After I eat it, I get hungry again 6 hours later or 4 hours later. And then it starts all over again. That happiness is temporary, but joy is not. Whether I'm starving or whether I am eating fat like a pig, I am always joy. That is a fruit of the Holy Spirit. That is the benefit of knowing Christ Jesus. The demon-possessed who are in darkness and they don't know him, and they try to use witchcraft on a child of God. And the Lord God said that is not going to work. It's not going to work. And this is why they're so perplexed. And I want to be clear. This is also where you're getting to what they've done. They're reaping. The Lord God will not be mocked. That's so whatsoever a man sows, that he shall also reap. So because you engaged in targeting someone, a child of God at that, and it's impossible to siphon out my joy. My joy comes from the Lord. You didn't give me my joy. Therefore, you cannot take it. And it's not based on things. It's not based on circumstances, whether I'm starving or whether I am full, eating whatever, my favorite meal all day long. Okay? That joy is unmovable. Okay? It's peace that is unmovable. That is of the Lord. The demon-possessed, first of all, they don't know God. They don't know anything about that because they're lost, okay? And this lost condition is relevant to their criminal acts that are of the devil, of Satan. And I want to be clear, Satan is a spirit who already knows. He knows who he can't have. Satan knows who he can't touch on. Satan is in the business of deceiving people. So he is, unfortunately, a lot of people are hellbound. They're headed straight toward hell if they do not repent. But I want to be clear, they've been engaged in wickedness and darkness and murder and harming children. And I want to be clear, there is no sin that you cannot repent from except for blasphemy. However, there are those where they've already forfeited. They've already forfeited. Okay, and this is the entity that is, again, because you're getting into both the prosecution when I speak in those terms, but also I'm speaking to spiritual truths. This is the demon-possessed. They've been engaged in, these are serial killers. The government engaged in regularly targeting American citizens and killing them, stealing from them, and they get away with it by criminally defaming them. And this is what I've encompassed in what is encompassed within what is a whole framework for understanding this system. And it goes back to what the demon-possessed are and what they are doing regarding what is occurring in the spirit and what they were incapable of accomplishing because they tried it on a child of God, somebody that walks with Christ, somebody who is filled with the Spirit of God, the Spirit that rose Christ up from the dead, the Spirit that is unquenchable, the Spirit that you cannot overwhelm. No witchcraft, no sex ritual, okay? No voodoo doll is going to accomplish what it is that you set out to do. Meaning you can't stop me, you can't silence me, you certainly cannot rob me of my peace and my joy. These are demons that are engaging in what is monitoring. That's what the Ontario police are literally doing. They're showing you their demon possession while I am documenting them in the physical, engaging in what is evidence of targeting me. Criminal conduct is what it's addressed as when we use words that convey ideas, so we understand we're on the same page when we're speaking, but they're engaging in demonic activity. It's spiritually relevant what they're doing under the fake sun and engineered light, the noise that's created. They're monitoring. And they're monitoring with regard to what is monitoring me in the spirit. Oh, okay, we're going to harass and stalk and monitor her over and over and over again. And they're also in the spirit, and they're examining how is this affecting her. Is she sadder yet? Is she depressed yet? Maybe we can still, her hope in Christ, her faith, the peace that she has because we need it because we're dead. These are dead. I'm telling you, they're dead. What are they doing all day long? Under a fake sun, all they're doing is walking in circles like sharks in water. All they're doing is going around in circles around me all day long. That's it. They're not going anywhere. They're dead already. And Satan is deceiving multitudes who are going straight to the pit of hell because he has successfully deceived them. God will not be mocked. So they've done this to people over and over and over and over again. And they finally came across one. Their witchcraft doesn't seem to work. Their death spells are not effective. I wake up cheerful every morning, looking forward to what I'm going to eat, even though the entity has essentially stolen my career. And then it's only by what the Lord permitted in order that I report to you what Satan is doing. Satan can't do anything that God does not permit. It happened for a reason, okay? It was permitted for a reason, okay? Satan is not my father. Satan is not my source. Okay, Satan is the source of these demons. Satan is the reason why you're looking at impossible light activity. Satan is the reason why you're looking at a fake sun. Satan is the one that's obsessed with me, the one whom he knows he cannot have, but he wants as many as he has. So he drags as many people to hell as possible. And this is where you have the lost engaging in things like gang stalking. And then they attract one that the Lord says, do not touch, do no harm. And guess what happens? The Lord is going to touch him. He's going to do harm. Okay, the entity is engaging in this, and they're doing so pursuant to what is inevitable judgment. And it is being manifested in the physical. These are people who have lost their right mind, including while they're driving by me at the C Street turn circle under a fake sun. These are not sane people. These are, in fact, demons of all races, of both genders. And they're also, as I am merely a human being, breaking down based on my legal knowledge, the ability to articulate the criminal activity, which is never heard of before, based on behaviors that have never been witnessed before or spoken of. I literally had to create a nomenclature so that people can understand this sick behavior by a mentally ill population. And the entity, the demons, try to project that mental illness. They know that they're crazy. They know that they're sick. That's why criminal defamation is at the core, the purpose of gang stalking. Satan knows. Satan is the source of mental illness. The demon-possessed know that they're very sick. They want the targeted individual. They want a child of God to be perceived that way. And that is, I want to be clear, next to blasphemy, if not blasphemy altogether. You're not harming me. You're touching his word. He didn't give you the message. He didn't tell you to speak on his behalf. He didn't give you the authority. He didn't give you the skill set either. And there's no witchcraft that's going to give you the ability to steal my intellect, to steal my creative abilities, to steal my essence, to steal my look, to steal who I am as a person. These are demons that have been watching too many Disney movies. And like I said, when you are playing around in the demonic spirits like the demon-possessed are, like those who are, again, they've committed themselves to the ways of the devil, he robs you of your sane mind. They don't even operate in reality. I am dealing with facts and I'm engaged in reasoning. Do you understand when they are stalking by driving in this turn circle, engaging in federal offenses, do you understand all of that's over their head? I'm not dealing with sane people. They don't even understand what's going on, what's happening to them. While they're engaging in this conduct and what am I always saying? They're doing it in plain sight. Do you understand what's going to happen in a courtroom? Because they don't. They don't understand what's going to happen in a courtroom. Where they have provided, in other words, evidence, you are the one that is on tape killing 375 people. You did it on video every single time. And even while you were being captured, we were even trying to speak to you through the camera that has audio functionability, telling you, we see you committing these murders. What are you doing? You even looked up at the camera and then you started smiling and then you continued to kill people on camera. You waved at the camera. You waved at the camera and then you continuously engaged in murder on camera. There's no mystery about who committed these murders here. There's no mystery about what your identity is. There's no mystery about your common scheme regarding how you commit murders. There's no mystery about what is your type of victim. There's no mystery about what we've already studied about you, about who was responsible, about who did what. There's no mystery here. Because we have you on camera so much, and you did it with knowledge that you were on camera. You are a specific type of serial killer. You're a specific type of murderer. This is what the entity is engaged in. 7 years of documentation of targeting me. That's 7 years of your ability to study what it is that I provided for your knowledge regarding the reality of Satan, which you are able to deduce from an environment that is supernatural. It's something that NASA is not telling you about. Oh, but you're going out of space and you're talking about the sun. That's this magnificent object that's got all, but what is Eric? This is where you're looking at the P.O.C. I'm showing you something totally different. It's crouched down beneath the building. It's shooting light like a laser off of buildings across the parking lot, creating my shadow in front of me. What is that? NASA's not talking about that. And I want to be clear, it's not a coincidence. NASA's not telling you anything about that. Neither is anybody else talking about it. The entity is engaged in this conduct, and I have witnessed this. I'm going to go back to my point. I have witnessed the depravity of the demon-possessed, and they are engaged in what they want to be viewed as law enforcement. But it's not law enforcement. Law enforcement has an actual purpose, and there is a way in which you engage in law enforcement. Okay, you're talking about conducting competent investigations, gathering facts and information, all right, collecting what is the ability to apply, reasoning to information and studying people and assessing them, and also using your common sense and also using your ability to psychologically assess things. No, it's not based on your opinion, but because you're a human being, you can empathize, and this is how you engage in what is law enforcement. Stalking, that's not law enforcement by definition. Monitoring, that's not law enforcement. It's demonic activity. It's pursuant to what is surveillance. And it's also evidence of incompetence in that field, okay? And it, not only incompetence because you're not capable of engaging in what is law enforcement, and also you're incompetent because you are exposed as no longer a closeted psychopath. You're fully exposed as a maniacal psychopath who is engaged in serial killings. And by virtue of your position, you're able to put it off on other people, claim that you're investigating it, you're looking into it. We don't have any leads right now. They're the ones that are responsible for it. They're the ones that are acting with the actual culprit, and they are acting together as an entity. Okay, this is the type of chicanery that the corrupt entity engages in while they sacrifice people, and it's unto Satan. Satan, who knows whom he can touch and whom he can't touch. But his job is to deceive as many people into the pit of hell. And this is what you're witnessing. While you play in witchcraft, while you play in spirits, you play with your own mind. Because Satan robs you of your right mind. That's when you're basically walking around dizzy. And you think that you in your mind, while you're not dealing with reality, you think that you're accomplishing something, and actually you're not. You're so trapped, you don't realize your own demise, and it's already accomplished. This is the inherent position of the righteous, I want to be clear, and righteousness is only in Christ Jesus. There is no other God beside him. There's no other God before him. There's no other God after him, and his name is Christ Jesus. And he is coming back in judgment. And he is the one that's letting you know what Satan is doing, because he does love you, and he does not want you to succumb to what a population has succumbed to. Okay, Satan does have a measure of power. The Bible says that he is like a roaring lion, and I'm not preaching right now, but I just want to be clear. You can get a lot from what Scripture says, and in fact, it's, I want to be clear, it's how you should live your life, and that's not religion. That's faith in Christ Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and when you follow him, then you will obey him. It's the pride of man that believes that you should be your own God, or you should be able to pick your own God, and you should also be able to pick your own rules. Okay, well, with that, when you choose not to follow the true and living God, understand by following a false God, which is making yourself a God, choosing some other false God, there's consequences with that. And it doesn't change because you choose not to believe. Just because you can also choose to not accept the evidence of what is clearly a fake son. But it's unreasonable to do so. But you're free to do that. Sure, by all means. Do what you want. You've been given a warning, though. And there's a free gift of salvation, and there's a consequence regarding what you did with his son, Christ Jesus. Okay, nobody comes to the Father but through him. So I just want to be clear. This is relevant to witnessing the harms inherent to being in darkness, not understanding that you need the Lord God for literally to just have a sane mind. To have a sane mind. Do you understand that mentally ill people are all over social media? They're all over TV. You watch them, they're movie stars, they're celebrities, they're rappers and singers. They're demons. And they're some of the richest. So you know how? They're engaged in sacrificing people. They worship Satan. Their songs are literally rituals that you sing over and over again, right? You know those choruses, those catchy tunes? And they sacrifice people, all right? It's an ode, it's a tune given in honor of Satan, and they expect to benefit from that from Satan, but that comes with a price. Satan is not a fear. He's a thug, all right? He's treacherous. And he collects. If you're getting something from him, he's not friendly at all. He's not your friend. And if he can get out of it and cheat you out of it, he'll do that as well. But he's the type, one day he's your friend, and if you can't provide your part of the deal, he's laughing at you while you suffer the consequences. He's on to the next prostitute that he's using up. That's how Satan is. He's a spirit. Okay? The entities engaged in this conduct, and with regard to prosecuting, I have witnessed plane activity, 4:45 p.m. The entity I've witnessed, and this is the same location where it's at 12 o'clock in the evening. And that is Delta Airlines. So let me capture that real quick. The entity is engaging in this, and I have witnessed the entity just plain make up information. And this is evidence of the Ontario police that are gang stalking while the city of Ontario uses commercial planes to engage in what is activity creation. This is demonic, and that's, exposing what is a demon-possessed person engaging in the demonic system of gang stalking. All right, all of that is activity. The Ontario police are gang stalking in the parking lot of the City Hall right now. While you hear amplified traffic, the Ontario police are gang stalking, okay? These are the demons that are mentally ill. The spirit of mental illness is of Satan. This is the entity, the people that I'm showing you that I take pictures of, the audible activity that you hear, this is the outward proof of what is mental illness that resides in the minds of the demon-possessed. They are deranged. The fake sun, the impossible light activity, the amplified audible noise is the evidence of what is mental illness, and that is shared by a whole population. Now, this entity engages in what is making up information. This is what I've witnessed the entity, the Ontario Police Department engaging in, and they're going to be disbanded. And they're gang stalking. I want to be clear. The entity does maintain traffic cameras and surveillance cameras, and the entity is going to learn how I'm going to use their own technology to prosecute them as well. But anyway, the entity is engaging in this, and they are monitoring. While you hear plane activity, that's toward the disbanding of the Ontario Police. While you hear that amplified traffic, that's also impossible audible activity, but it's happening under the fake sun. The Ontario, it's also evident, even if I didn't see that demon driving the Ontario Police Department SUV, because I did, they're in the Ontario City Hall parking lot, crossing paths, stalking me. Where the entity is concentrating planes where there's no airport arrivals or landings, okay? Landings or takeoffs. And there's also no traffic under a fake sun on one street that's doing anything other than the demonic system of gang stalking, like I've already defined and proven. Okay, so nonetheless, that's the entity that's going to be disbanded. That's the entity that also makes up information, claiming that I'm engaged in interrupting and interfering with their investigation. They point out a penal code section, and that's the crime that you're guilty of, and the sheriff engage in what is kidnapping with them, and the court engages in kidnapping with them, and they uphold it. This is how they engage in targeting, and nobody questions it. And they're demons that engage in it. This is how the targeting system is operated. They are all demons. I mean, the demons sitting on the bench, the demons with the DA's office, the demons with the public defender's office, the demons with the sheriff's department, the demons with the police department, the demons that I'm documenting on the roads and the highways, all around the people of the state, comprehensively. Okay, this is what California is full of. And they're engaging in this with regard to every celebrity. You need to understand, they're mentally ill. And as I stated that, what you hear, the plane activity, then the amplified train, they demonstrated. These are demons that are inferior spiritually. So quite often what you'll hear, what you'll witness in my documentation is, as I say it, the inferior creatures engage in it. They act it out, they manifest it. And what they're also manifesting is prison. They're going to prison. In the same way that they engage in that, they're also going to federal prison. Okay, the entities engaging in, by they I mean the entity that, this is relevant to prosecuting terrorism, because you, American citizens who are not a part of this, and I don't care about any lying demon, because that's what they do. So I'm not a demon. I don't care about that. The Lord God knows who you are. I don't have to know who you are. The Lord God knows who you are. And American citizens, period, okay, because this isn't about protecting and it being some unequal treatment under the law. American citizens, period, have the right to equal protection under the law. So those of you that are subject to targeting, you have the ability to prosecute the government for what you're witnessing as I'm exposing it. All right, and it's terrorism. And this is establishing precedent for prosecuting a government that's engaged in terrorism. Gang violence, and the gang is the government. Imagine that. The gang is the government. Okay, they're worse than the Bloods and the Crips that they try to dehumanize. Okay, and a lot of times the gang, and I'm not for violence, and I know that they've engaged in criminal activity, but what I am stating is that the Bloods and the Crips are part of the same entity, where LAPD wants to claim like they're criminals and we have to target. No, guess what? The Bloods and the Crips are part of the same entity as the LAPD. They're the same entity. They will be under the fake son engaged in criminal conduct together, and then the corrupt entity will claim, oh, we're going to investigate this drive-by shooting, we're going to investigate this murder, and we have to look into it. Guess what? LAPD knows all about it. They are of the same entity engaging in that criminal activity together. The LAPD keeps itself employed. Okay? The entities engaged, and that's the same with the court. This is corruption with regard to a demon-possessed population where you don't know that you're under surveillance. They know everything that's going on. They know what's going on with your children's genitalia. That's how perverted they are. In your home. Those of you who did not welcome the government to be in your castle. Yeah. Those of you who didn't consent to that, because the demon-possessed people of the state, they consented to it. But it's absolutely unconstitutional, and it's inhumane because they're monitoring. They're monitoring your genitalia. They're monitoring your physical movement. That's the entity that's stalking with light, stalking with noise. You're being monitored. Demons are monitoring. They're doing that using sirens. They're doing that using government facilities like a whole fire department and a police department. You're doing that using what are ambulances and planes and helicopters. Those are the demons that fill the state of California. It is public corruption. And this is, again, Satan that has deceived many, okay? But like I said, this is a testimony to the reality of Christ, to the return of Christ, and to the inferiority of Satan, who is a spirit, who is real, who is your enemy, including the demons that work for him. He's their enemy as well. But they have been deceived, okay? The entity's engaging in this, and there's a price to pay. And I don't just mean monetary. I don't just mean that. There are people that bet their lives when they thought that they were going to take mine. There's some spiritual crimes going on, and I don't dabble in witchcraft. But I know that it's not affecting me. I'm not losing I'm not going anywhere. I'm doing the assignment that the Lord called me to do, and I'm going on with my life. I'm not going anywhere. With regard to 6 feet under, I'm not going anywhere. But the entity has engaged in that, and it includes the demons of the Ontario Police. They practice witchcraft. They've been engaged in death spells over me. They're demons that have engaged in sex acts committed against me. And they're gang stalking and targeting me, trying to, again, they're delusional. Gang stalking, a federal prosecutor that's collecting evidence to prosecute you, does not stop that prosecution. In fact, it progresses it because you are thereby collecting more evidence of them targeting you and doing so pursuant to a specific pattern of conduct while they're monitoring, which is demonic. The entity, however, while it's engaging this targeting system amongst the ordinary targeted individuals and demons like themselves, they are calling themselves harassing you, intimidating you, which is affecting you also spiritually, to distract you mentally, to distract you psychologically, to threaten you, to lower your ability or your willingness to even voice what's happening to you or what happened to you. This is the purpose of what these fools have engaged in, and I documented every single second of it. I documented it because I'm going to prosecute. And that, if the entity were not mentally ill and incompetent, then they would have noticed that a long time ago. They are so deceived by Satan, they thought that in the face of that they were still going to overwhelm with spiritual authority, and that a child of God is going to be overwhelmed by witchcraft. And they're group sex that they hold in gymnasiums. They're gay sex rituals that they have with each other when they're channeling demonic spirits amongst their bodies. They're dead. They're dead. Christ Jesus died and rose from the grave. That spirit that rose him from the dead, that's the spirit that dwells in me. Darkness bows to him. And it is nothing other than an insult to even come in the direction of a child of God, of Christ Jesus himself, with your witchcraft. That's what you're coming with? The entity is suicidal. They're suicidal. Okay? This is what Tracy Banks, she's a witch. Jason Isaac Fields, he's a witch. Okay? These demons that are gang stalking, this light flinging stuff, this is demonic. This is a witch coven, and they're perverted. Okay, just giving you relevant practical information. But getting back to the entity that's engaged in this, they engage in the same over and over again and not realizing that it's not working. There's a reason why I have 7 years of documentation, and it's not because you're not going to prison. Is because there's even a bigger purpose than just me getting justice. This is an unmistakable body of evidence proving those that will never sit in church, those that will never open the Bible, those that will never believe somebody testifying to you. I can appeal to your common sense and your logic. We can reason together. Because what you're witnessing in the environment, you cannot deny that that's supernatural. Okay, so in and of itself, you have conceded the spiritual realm is real. Those of you who challenge the reality of God, which is a general reference to the spiritual realm. And in addition to that, it's not just, that's a reference to that. The supernatural, the fake sun remaining over, and the fact that it's remaining over me. This is letting you know about the significance of those that are in that environment. And it's unreasonable to state that they're ignorant about it. They're not ignorant. And wherever you are in this country, you know what's in the sky over your house in Texas. Well, I'm showing you the evidence of the P.O.C. over me, the fake sun. That's a reference to the supernatural. Okay? Plane activity at 4:55 p.m. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct and is doing so. Let me go ahead and get this, actually. And the entity is doing so, that's Southwest Airlines. The entity is doing so pursuant to Southwest Airlines is gang stalking in the same manner at the same venue at 10 o'clock in the morning. Southwest Airlines is going to be prosecuted. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in this, and the terrorists are going to be identified by company name, just so that you know. And there's a list of commercial actors who are engaged in terrorism, and it also lets you know what they're doing across the globe to other people in countries where they don't have a constitution, and they are very confident. They can get away with rape, they can get away with atrocities that where there's not even any law on the books to address it, where you have the absence of any civilization, barbaric acts committed by these companies that are engaged in psychological torture, terrorism in the United States. They're across the seas terrorizing other countries, just so that you know. And one of those companies' names is Southwest Airlines. So I do want to be clear, they're engaged in interstate commerce, so they do cross state lines. The entity engages, that's relevant to federal stalking. Okay, going back, because the entity, again, these are demons, and they are doing the work for me. Okay, but nonetheless, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it's relevant to the spiritual realm. When you're looking at what's over you, and while I'm showing you what's staying over me all day long, that's a reference to the spiritual realm. When you're looking at, when you pay attention to what I told you, you will see the fake sun remain all day long as well. And that's a reference to the spiritual realm as well. This is the entity that is, again, gang stalking by another plane. So this is and you should listen, because when you hear the entity and when you witness the entity engaging in this is what Satan doesn't want you to pay attention to. It's the same thing with regard to the identification of kidnappers who are going to prison. They do the same thing. And it's not a distraction. Southwest Airlines, by the way, is headquartered in Dallas, Texas, and they're going to be prosecuted. They're acting as an entity. They threatened my safety today. They threatened to physically harm me while they were monitoring me in the bathroom, and that's a civil and criminal prosecution. So it's a reference to the spiritual realm when you are engaging in mere observation of the evidence that I have. And the spiritual realm is speaking to the reality of God himself. And my ability to show that and prove that to you is also the trustworthiness of me to let you know about who is the true and living God based on what Scripture says. And that's who my authority is. That's who my source is. This is the one that enlightened me and saved my life from Satan, who tried to murder me. Satan that's acting through corrupt companies like Southwest Airlines. Okay, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct and is doing so pursuant to the ongoing intention. Understand, psychological torture itself, it's of the devil. It's demonic. And as you'll be aware, historically, governments use this against foreign enemies, war tactics. It's demonic, though. So I just want to be clear on that. The entity is engaging in war tactics against American citizens. And the entity is engaging in behavior such as the engineer light. That's a reference to the spiritual realm to you. Okay, when you're looking at the idol fake sun over me, being isolated amongst the population is what you're witnessing. A population is distinct from who I am. That's what you're witnessing. And then you're listening to what it is that I'm talking about. And you're witnessing my ability to point out to you what they're doing as they're doing it, even that is supernatural, okay? This is not me and even I went to law school, but guess what? I didn't go to law school of my own idea. I went to law school because the Lord God told me to go. I can't take credit for any of it, to be honest with you. I did it. I mean, I will. You can say the Lord can tell you to do that, but you see these demons? They made choices too. They made bad choices, but they make choices too. So I will say that, yes, I chose to trust the Lord. I chose to follow him and put my faith in him, but I can't take credit for anything. It was his idea for me to go to law school. And he's the one that gives me the information that is not naturally known. Okay, and then he's the genius that told me to go to law school to give me the legal mind to process this information that's both supernatural and also combining that with what is the ability to prosecute it. I mean, that's genius, and that's of the Lord. I can't take credit for it. Not at all. The entities engaging in what is, and this is, again, the Lord God that is exposing Satan, and that's what he does. All right, Satan is an inferior created being. Okay, and he has a limited amount of time, and he knows those who are a threat to what his agenda is, and it represents those who are being targeted, actually targeted, not Satan's minions who claim to be targeted. Okay, the entities engaging in and you can tell the difference, but the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and this is all testimony regarding the truth and reality of Christ Jesus. He's the one that literally saved my life. He's the one that gave me the idea. He told me to go to law school long before I knew that I was being targeted by the government, okay? But then looking back, he had a plan from the beginning to be in the position, the economic status that the Southwest Airlines has caused. Southwest Airlines is responsible, criminally responsible, for the economic state that I'm currently in, including while they're gang stalking me right now, doing so with impunity, which is relevant to civil prosecution and criminal prosecution of the people of the state, including Southwest Airlines, headquartered in Dallas, Texas. That's how a part of that legal analysis goes. While they act with impunity, the entity is always prosecuting itself. Nonetheless, the entity is engaging in this, and before anything was even exposed, he's the one that's giving these ideas. I just want to be clear that in and of itself is speaking to that which is beyond a coincidence. That's relevant to the supernatural. There's not an ongoing coincidence. In the same way that the demon-possessed that are gang stalking, there's not an ongoing coincidence. The spiritual realm is very real. The spiritual realm is invisible. The spiritual realm is proven to you in the physical through the evidence of the P.O.C. Even that is supernatural. Pointing out to you what's right in front of your face. How come it's that you never noticed it? Because it's demonic, first of all. It's relevant to what is demonic activity. So it's both right in front of your face, which that's why I'm able to capture it and point it out to you. But it's something that you didn't notice before. And that's because it is demonic. That's how Satan is. Satan is an illusion all around you, okay? Very much present, but wanting you to be ignorant about it, okay? And the ability for me to process that and to communicate that and express that in a palatable manner for people to understand that everything within the P.O.C. is the work of Christ Jesus. It is his body of work. He's responsible for it. He is the one that's given me the idea. He's the one that gave me the instruction. He's the one that rescued my very life. He's the one that told me that my family are demons and that they were targeting me. Before I had any evidence of having a house and having money, having property that they stole from me, having any evidence of them stealing my identity and committing criminal activity and then trying to blame me. I'm the only one that went to college and law school. The audacity of them. While they were in my face and I loved them, I'm the most loyal to them, especially Eric, Spencer, and Tracy Banks, okay? So it is appalling, but it's the Lord God. Understand that there was no physical evidence for me to know, but for God. I never would have known. This government would have successfully accomplished taking my life, and this is what they do to people. This is what they do to people. You would never know anything about it. No one would ever question what Southwest Airlines is doing over a senior citizen, even though I'm pointing it out very clearly, and I'm legally breaking that down. But outside of that, as clearly as the engineer light is in your face, but you don't see it, you don't question it, as clearly as the entities engaging with the targeting conduct, such as using commercial planes in that environment, it never would have been questioned, and it would have been a seamless execution. But for God, understand that that is the reality and the reference to the supernatural as well. Okay, the entities engaging in what is never supposed to be exposed, the demons don't even speak of it. In the face of hard evidence, they play dumb, like it's not happening. Because what else do you do under a fake sun other than act like it's not there? Okay, and that's going to flip on them. That's going to be used to assess them, understand the psychopaths that they are. They commit murder and they go about like it didn't happen as well. Okay, they commit sex acts against children and they go about and they also treat the children and speak to them and condition them to act as though it didn't happen, like nothing happened. It's evidence of mental illness. You're going to prosecute with the malice of the demon possessed that want to go on camera, acting like it's not there, acting like nothing's going on, nothing to see here, folks. Okay, that's noting for those that are going to be subject to what is a diagnosis. That's built into the prosecution for gang stalking, mental illness, within evident through the P.O.C, including while you're stalking in commercial planes, including that. All right, so, and it's not just commercial planes, it's also helicopters. All right, but when you're getting to the malice of the P.O.C, the entity is engaged in this, and you are giving, and I can't even complain because I understand. I mean, I've never been a criminal, so I didn't have any issue with law enforcement ever in my life. In fact, I didn't know that they were targeting me at that time, but I've been pulled over for little nothing fix-it tickets, but it was their way of targeting me. I did not know about the P.O.C. I did not know about state surveillance. I did not know that they were targeting me, but they were. I've been targeted since I was a child. But police departments, it was San Bernardino Police, for example, Rialto Police pulled me over, and I believe Pomona Police, and all of them Costa Mesa as well. And I had no idea, and so you're not a threat when you don't know. And the demons know what you know because they're stalking, they're monitoring you in your spirit, in the spiritual realm. They're monitoring you. So, in case you did not know, things like your thoughts, that's spiritual. It's invisible. Your thoughts are invisible. They happen in your mind. That's spiritual. Demons are monitoring. So if you thought that nobody knows your thoughts, that's also something that they don't want you to know, and that's not true. This is relevant to what it is that I'm doing as I'm able to make that tangible evidence to prosecute under the federal stalking statute. While I'm thinking about the documentation and in use of my devices, the entity engages in simultaneous activity creation. Not only are they monitoring, they're engaged in surveillance on my devices. That's not an ongoing perpetual coincidence. It's the P.O.C. You're engaging in keeping my devices under surveillance. You're engaged, their surveillance is so heavy, they're monitoring, like I stated, my genitalia. They're monitoring my genitalia, period. Any movement that you're making, but you need to know that your thoughts, that's a spiritual feature of yourself, in case you did not know that. That's another reference to the supernatural. Your very thoughts is a reference to the spirit within you. As you deny the spiritual realm, you're denying the spirit that is in you. You are a spiritual being, okay? And by spiritual meaning, there's an invisible aspect to you. There's an aspect to you that you cannot see. An example of that is your thoughts. You can't see your thoughts. You perceive them, okay? And so do demons. So does the enemy, okay? But I just want to be clear, the entity is engaging in what is monitoring, and with regard to what it is that I was subject to, what it is that the entity thought that it was going to get away with, I am always putting myself in the position, and I have presented the evidence and the prosecution accordingly, that I'm advocating on behalf of the ordinary targeted individual, including as the entity is targeting me. Okay, because I understand what that person that could not do this, what they are going through, what their thoughts are, and how they would react. And you cannot sit back and tell somebody that they shouldn't punch a demon in their face for psychologically torturing them. I am not a proponent of violence. Understand what I'm stating behind that. What I'm stating is that human beings, you are not, and demons know that. Satan knows that. That's why they're engaging in it. And they're doing so in the malicious manner, such as stalking you through strangers. That's supposed to make you, on the surface, remember, that's supposed to make you look like a psychopath. You just going around punching people? No, you're not just going around punching people. You're a human being. And by the way, I've never done that. So if you're thinking that I'm trying to make some, I've never done that. And you can look at my documentation. But anyway, I'm just giving, we can come up with the most extreme circumstance. Somebody that may very well snap. Perhaps they go get a weapon. Perhaps they've been convinced that everybody is against them, and actually they're being targeted, and it's spiritual, and it is Satan who wants you to do that. He wants you to go there. They want to depict you as that bad person in the first place, while the whole time they're playing mind games with you. They are the demon possessed. It is a spirit. And we are not designed to be subject to that type of torture. Okay? And it's torturous also because you don't even realize what it is going on. You don't realize it. So when you're engaging in what is, we'll go farther, not just punching somebody, let's somebody that gets a weapon and engages in acts of violence, okay? And I'm not stating, there's no such thing as vigilante justice as a follower of Christ. I'm not advocating that. What I am stating is that I understand how human beings are delicate, and you're not supposed to be subject to things like psychological torture. And gang stalking is an unabated program of psychological torture by millions of people in the state that are doing so, engaging in psychologically targeting you. All right, and the entity is doing so. So were you to get a weapon and snap and go shoot up everybody, and by the way, everybody that you're shooting up are demons who are targeting you. In fact, that's never addressed on the news though, and that doesn't make it okay. But I just want to address the fact that you're shooting up all the demons who are psychologically targeting you. That's actually what's happening. And it doesn't make it right before Christ. He's a righteous judge. That, you know, he's the one that but I'm just stating this is what happens. This is what you're seeing on the news, and this is the aspect that's not discussed at all. Okay, so they've been subject to targeting, and this is also not giving excuses for people that engage in acts of violence. I'm not supporting any of that. I'm stating that I understand the way that things can come about. That's what I'm stating. And especially when you're engaged in targeting people, and as a delicate, fragile human being that's not supposed to be subject to this type of inhumanity, you cannot dictate and then tell a human being how they're going to respond or what's the quote-unquote proper response. There's no such thing, because we're all different. We all come from different backgrounds. We all have different experiences. We're all made differently. Your mind is different from my mind. Your strengths are different from my strengths. Okay, your history, what you've been around, which forms you, that's different from mine. So what causes you to snap is not the same as what will cause me to snap, all right? Or your ability to snap is something that perhaps I don't snap at all. I'm just saying that it's different. So you therefore cannot dictate what is the standard for when you're engaging in this conduct as demons, and then you're engaging in what is dictating what is the standard, and you're not supposed to, or you're supposed to say, well, you shouldn't do that. Says what? You're not supposed to be targeting human beings like that, and that's the risk you run when you're torturing people. It's inhumane, and you might get a surprise like that, like somebody shooting up everything. Okay, and now for example, you've seen school shootings. I described that before. I want to be clear. The entities engaging in what is the pattern of conduct, surveillance is underway, and I documented the demons that are gang stalking. That's the same spirit that engages in sacrificing minor kids, going to schools. Even those kids bring their parents' guns to school and shoot up, students and their teachers and stuff. That's a spirit, okay? But I am also speaking of there are circumstances where people have been targeted, and they may very well snap. And that's something that you cannot prescribe as to how a fragile human being is going to react to being targeted by Satan like this, okay? And it's happened before. It may not have been a godly response. It may not have been an expected and anticipated response, but it's a response to what the enemy is engaging in. And the enemy is engaged in things like gang stalking people, and you don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about that. That's never addressed. You're looking through a vacuum, essentially. But surveillance has been underway in the state of California and in this country for longer than you know. Spiritually attacking people? The government knows who you are. The government knows if you're spiritually gifted. The government knows what type of threat that you pose to them as demons who don't want to be outed, who want to steal perhaps what they know belongs to you, but maybe you don't know belongs to you. You don't even know about it. That was my experience. The Lord told me about literally demons that surrounded me in my family, but literally just put me on alert about harm and told me to move away from Tracy Banks, told me to move out of my apartment, told me to stop talking to everyone. Okay, and I'm paraphrasing because that's not what that wasn't like a conversation, but I'm just getting what I discerned in the spirit. And it was the Lord that was telling me what to do, and I listened. I was obedient, and it saved my life. Okay, so I do want to be clear, the entity that's engaging in this, the spiritual realm, is very real. And in the same way that Christ Jesus is real, God is a spirit, and so is Satan. And not all spirituality, quote unquote, is good. Obviously, the Bible speaks very clearly of spiritual darkness, spiritual death, okay? And how that manifests in sin. It gives birth to sin, okay? Those that are in darkness engage in things like the evidence of their condition, gang stalking, the behavior of the wicked, the children of the devil, they abide in death. Okay, and the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it's just a reference in general to what is the inevitable regarding even somebody that is, I just want to be clear, irrational and trying to deny the spiritual realm. The P.O.C. provides evidence against those that would never open the Bible, that would never listen to a preacher, that would never step in a church. And I understand that because I've been amongst the hypocrites. But I want to be clear, genuine believers who follow Christ, they exist, and it is myself. And you are right about one thing, most of them are fakes. They are. California runs a business. These mega churches, they're businesses. They don't even believe Christ. They hate Christ. That's why they were targeting me, because His Spirit dwells in me. Most of them are hypocrites. You're absolutely right. Whoever you are, I'm not disagreeing with, but what I am stating is that don't allow the enemy to deceive you into darkness, eternal darkness, because that's what Satan wants to do. Have you thinking that being a Christian is something that is not real, because all of the so-called Christians you met, they backstabbed you. They lied to you. They stole your man, or they stole your woman, or you found out that they were cheating on you with like 72 other people, and you found out that they stole from you and then lied on you and then reported you. They were gossiping, did all manner of betrayal to you. Even the pastor in the pulpit doing something egregious like cheating on his wife with your spouse, and they call themselves Christians, and they still congregate together, and you left the church. I get it. Guess what? The Bible says that you know them, and you know them by their deeds. Okay? So it's not my job to go around judging everybody. In fact, I don't care. I could care less. But what the Bible does, and the wisdom in that scripture is speaking to, it's not enough, and it doesn't mean just because you say that you're a Christian that you're actually a Christian. First of all, the Lord God knows your heart. And there's a reason why when we stand before Him, and we all are, whether you believe in Him and accept His gift of salvation or not, but we're going to stand before Him. First is the death and then the judgment. And when you used to be out of the body is being in the presence of the Lord, and where you will be subject to judgment. And there are those, many, who are going to hear the words that you never want to hear. And let me be very clear to you. You do not want to hear it. Whether you can perceive that in your mind right now as somebody that doesn't know Christ as your Lord and Savior, and you don't understand, you don't really get it, and you're not really concerned, like, I don't really care, I don't really care about that. But you will in that situation. This is a warning before it gets to that point. Your heart, that's what you do not want to hear. To stand before Christ Jesus and for Him to say, get away from me. I'm paraphrasing. Depart from me. You wicked evildoers, you workers of iniquity, I never knew you. That's what you do not want to hear. And I'm paraphrasing. But that's what He's going to say. Guess what He's going to say to people who live their life like they were Christians? But the Bible says that you know them, and you know them by their deeds. You're not gang stalking somebody as a Christian. No, you're not. The gang stalking is statewide. The entire state of California is engaged in gang stalking, which is not just criminal surveillance. It's demonic. These are demons that are engaging in criminal activity where they do so because they want to kill somebody. They want to steal from that person. They want to set that person up. These are Satan's employees. I want to let you know they're playing church in California. This is a lost land. They are totally in darkness here. So the stats are there are more in darkness than there are who are not. Okay, and so I will concede, and that has nothing to do with the reality of Christ Jesus as the true and living God. Scripture, regardless of what the Roman Catholic Church did, taking books out of the Bible, and there is a price to pay for that. But that doesn't mean that the Bible is not the true and living Word of God, because man comes around after the fact and takes portions of it out. Scripture addresses not to do that. In the same way that somebody that claims, oh, praise the Lord, okay, I love Jesus, and He's my favorite daddy, and they can say whatever they want. But you know them by their deeds. Somebody that knows Christ Jesus is concerned with your well-being, and love is that which is done in your best interest. Agape love, that's scriptural. Somebody that actually knows Christ. There are people out here, and they are intentionally, based on their job for Satan, to deceive you, to deter you, to turn you off to the name of Christ Jesus altogether. The moment that you think of a Christian, the moment that you think of the name Christ, is not real. They're fake. They're all fake, and that's not true. most of them, I will say a lot of them, are abusing that. A whole state of fakers, okay? I congregated amongst fakers for years, from 2004 until 2010, when I graduated from college, and then I went away to law school, and then I rejoined the demons that were gang stalking me before I knew it. I was being targeted. I was the only one, and I can actually say that this is the truth. I was congregating amongst demons, and toward the latter part of the Lord plucking me out of that, and he allowed it for me to learn. I know a lot about the demon-possessed. Okay, I was around them before I knew it, but now in hindsight, I know, and I refer to what it is that I've studied. I know how they behave. I understand the malice of the enemy. Okay, they sat in church every Sunday with me, and as though that we are brother and sister in Christ. They hate Christ Jesus, and they hate me, the Spirit of God that is in me. That, by the way, is giving you context regarding why an entity would target me. It is spiritual at its core. Okay, but I'm prosecuting based on the law. I'm enforcing my rights under the law. And even as a Christian, but I'm not pressing it based on my faith. I'm pressing it based on human rights, constitutional rights, which is within my faith. But this is for the ordinary target individual. Even a demon-possessed gang stalker has a constitutional right. Okay, but I'm not really concerned about that, but it benefits everybody. The entities engaged in what is targeting, and even if I was not a Christian, I maintain the same rights under the Constitution, state and federal, and human rights, okay? But I just want to be clear, the entities engaging in this conduct, and it's relevant to what I've witnessed long before I knew what I was witnessing, if that makes sense. And God, in his infinite wisdom, okay, who was outside of time, basically making me a student in my life and permitting demons to be around me, to what they thought was get over on me. And no, it was all for a purpose, including this system. Okay, that is Amazon Prime Air. It's the same. You can just replace the name, Southwest Airlines. 5:20 p.m. Remember, this is where the fake sun is setting. A demon is crossing path, walking on the sidewalk. You'll see the fake sun blaring in the sky space, and they're flying over a senior citizen complex, and that is indeed Amazon Prime Air. The entities engaging in this, and I want to be clear, this is relevant to what is ongoing impunity. This is the enemies of the United States. All right, and these are companies that are going to answer for that. But nonetheless, the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct, and it's relevant to that which I was exposed to before I knew it. I was around the demon-possessed, which filled the state of California before I knew it. Every so-called friend that I had, every so-called romantic interest that I had, and I did not have a lot. And now even that makes sense, okay? Before I knew that I was discerning demons, I was discerning demons before I knew it. Okay, there was a reason why I think on the surface I'd be like, oh, I'm just, he might be cute, but I'm just not into it. I was discerning stuff, and I did not know it then, but that's why there was an attraction there. And it was God's protection when a demon that's having sex with my mom is wishy-washy and is not that. Me and Jason Isaac Phillips, for example, we weren't even friends. He was having sex with my mother the whole time. He's nothing other than literally a recruitee, a sex recruit. Okay, he had sex with my mother, and then he comes in gang stalking me at Valley College, okay, which is another corrupt institution engaged in the P.O.C. All the colleges, all the institutions are engaged in the pattern of conduct, as corrupt as companies engaged in what is surveillance using commercial planes. All right, so the entities engaged in this, and this is, that's very demonic right there. They're hovering very low. This is very disturbing. I document the ongoing P.O.C., and that's UPS. Nonetheless, the entities engaging in, and that's at 5:22 p.m. So the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct, and relevant to what is my exposure to the demon-possessed and my discernment of the demon-possessed before I realized it was discernment, and that even that was the protection of God, that I perhaps not realize, what I was doing. And I'm just living my life. Okay, I'm in, going to college. Following the Lord's leading, trying to find my way to law school. Okay, as far as I know, there's nobody in my family to pay for me to go to college and law school, and there's certainly nobody that encouraged me to go. It was the Lord in my prayer time that clearly expressed to me to go to law school, and that's what I did. And the entity is engaging what is targeting me the whole time, thinking that it's a game. They're banking on a time in my life when they're going to take me out. The entity knows who I am from the date of birth. These are demons that are monitoring in the spirit. You're spiritually identified, if you will. And this is relevant to an entity that is full of demons who are targeting strangers. This is also additional relevant context regarding the supernatural. You have strangers. You have what is clearly targeting by an airline, in other words, right? And what should on its surface have no connection to me, but you're clearly witnessing. The entity's targeting. What is it about me that would cause an airport to target me like they are? And police departments, like I've shown, it's not just Ontario. Ontario literally is just like, they have underscored and highlighted, and it's like writing it in red. They're stalking, they're targeting. But it's the same with the entity I've documented throughout Southern California, targeting by law enforcement agencies while I'm not a criminal, while I'm not talking to them, while I've never met them, while there's no reason on the surface that they should be even interested in me, but I'm capturing this pattern of conduct. That is letting you know about the reality of the spiritual realm. Demons know who you are. The demons in them know who you are. And the demons in them are targeting you. You can't prosecute in court with regard to the spiritual realm, however. But you're targeting that person that's acting of their own volition, engaging that which they know is right and wrong, and for which there is no defense. Okay, so you're going to prosecute, but this is spiritual. These are demons. Okay, the entity's engaging in that pattern of conduct. Amazon Prime Air is engaging what you saw in the parking lot at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, hovering over the Lemon Avenue while the fake sun's over me at ARCO, and engaging what is making that U-turn. That's what Amazon Prime Air is doing over this Ontario City Hall parking lot, where Paul Leon, that office is corrupt, and they're engaged in criminal monitoring. And that's at 5:24 p.m. So the entity's engaging in the conduct, and that's also, all of this is evidence. The P.O.C. is ongoing evidence, relying on what Christ wants you to know, that he is real, that he loves you, that he came to earth and died on a cross for your sins. That's the whole point of it. The spiritual realm is real and God is real, and he died for your sins in order that you might be saved. Literally, this is talking about saving of your mind. You're out of your mind when you're stalking somebody in a plane. Understand, these people are not sane. You're out of your mind when you're stalking with light. Who does that? Who does that? You're out of your mind when you're doing things like stalking in a bathroom. You're anticipating, okay, I'm gonna go through the process of what you're doing when you're doing that. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go into the bathroom stall, and I'm gonna stay here because she might come. You know, she doesn't come, but I'll be here in case she's coming. And I know what she's doing. They're monitoring the whole time. So I'm logging off the computer. I'm closing the windows. The computer logs off. I'm packing up my phones, unplugging all the devices. I'm putting everything in my backpack. These demons are monitoring the entire time. They know exactly every move that I make. That's how Amazon Prime Air, Southwest Airlines are able to be at the entrance while the fake sun is over me at this venue where it's present in the morning, and crossing path, doing so in a manner what is clearly evident of stalking from an airport where no landings or takeoffs occur over here at all. Nor at that elevation, nor at that volume, and none of it is ever going to happen. This is the entity that's already surrounded with evidence while they're gang stalking and showing you, this is good, pay attention, because these are companies that are engaged in murdering people. They're engaged in sacrificing American citizens, and they do so as a population. This is a population, the city of Ontario are full of demons. They're little demon-possessed children. They're engaged in demonic activity through every business. They're engaged in demonic activity through every level of government. They're engaged in demonic activity while they are present, just standing outside. All they're doing is monitoring me. They're already dead, engaging in that, by the way. This is how you know that. While the pattern of conduct is showing you that the entity is targeting, it is evidence of demons who know who you are in the spirit. Because I don't even know you. Now, it's one thing for Tracy. It would still be supernatural, though, because what is it within me that's letting you know that there's something in me unique that you should target while you're engaging in this sort of spiritual attack? Even my mother is evident of what is spiritual. But you're talking about even strangers, they know who you are, okay? That's what you need to understand, and that's the inability to reasonably disregard the spiritual realm. And when you do so, you are denying what you are, which you are a spirit, and you are created by God, who is a spirit, and you were made in his image. All right? And I just want to state that, and while I've been speaking about this, you've been with ongoing documentation is ceaseless, okay? And it's relevant criminal activity. So the entities engaging in what is a pattern of conduct regarding specific knowledge about me. And while they maintain that specific knowledge, they're also engaged in surveillance. That's how they're acquiring ongoing knowledge about everything which the government doesn't have any warrant or probable cause to maintain or to surveil or look into, nor have the people of the state engage in that unprecedented criminal activity. Okay, the entities engaging in this, and they're doing so also as sex offenders. Sexual violence that has never before been even contemplated under federal law. It's sexual violence by the government. It's sexual violence by companies. Just as the entities engaged in domestic terrorism, that's how the law is going to adequately address that. You want to be a sex offender, Amazon? Because I have plenty of evidence of them sexually violating me by gang stalking me. And they're going to be sued for it. They're going to be criminally prosecuted for it. Companies are treated as persons. Guess what? Those persons are engaged in surveillance. These persons engaged in threatening my safety today, while these persons are engaged in keeping me under surveillance, which they're demonstrating, proving, while they're stalking in commercial planes, something that's going to catch up with them in a federal tribunal. While all they're doing right now is they're caught up in an obsession, in a delusion, toward what is an end that's not even going to happen. They've sacrificed themselves. And they've also sacrificed their right mind, the inability to catch on to that, to appreciate it, and make a pivot, okay? There's no successful end for this entity and for the demon possessed. There's no successful end. So I just want to point that out. This is detail 8ZML 075. That's a demon that's engaged in stalking as a whole entity and engaged in threatening my safety today because they are engaged in surveillance. And the entity is very hostile. And what I'm documenting in 2022 is relevant to what I'm documenting right now and everything that I've been documenting. It is a substantial body of evidence that is unmistakable. And it is, in fact, proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the government is a defendant in what is criminal surveillance committed in furtherance of a conspiracy to murder me. Not only murder, but murder to cover up, to obstruct justice, in other words, regarding additional criminal activity that the entity has committed against me. Okay? And they're still engaging in criminal surveillance. They're still engaging in that conspiracy, which they're not going to accomplish ultimately, but they've completed the conspiracy. They've gone more than reasonable, they've exceeded going in reasonable furtherance of the completion of the conspiracy. I've documented 7 years of the ongoing criminal activity committed in furtherance of conspiracy. Attempted murder is committed in furtherance of that conspiracy. Kidnapping is committed in furtherance of that conspiracy. Defaming my character is committed in furtherance of that conspiracy. Assuming my identity is committed in furtherance of that conspiracy. Okay? The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct, and it is unmistakable, and there are implications regarding the corruption of the government. No terrorist that's sitting in position of a public official, you're not staying in office. It's literally un-American, okay? Terrorists have no business in positions of leadership. Terrorists have no position in engaging in what is exercising influence while they are commercially making a lot of money and wanting to exude and maintain this a certain type of demeanor or represent themselves one way publicly on television and social media. But then another, I'm showing you the evidence. They're terrorists, and you don't know that, and you need to know that. You need to know that. And no terrorist is going to maintain that illusion of what they actually are to this country and how they actually feel about you and our country and the flag and your enforcement of your constitutional rights. Because I'm telling you, company by company by company, they're letting you know what their stance is toward this country. And it's also relevant regarding what's going to happen in the future. Okay, this country that's full of domestic terrorists that have no loyalty to this country. Okay, in the same way that they will harm another, in the same way that they will engage in this as an entity, a conspiracy to get away with it, is the same way that they will betray this country on a larger scale and sacrifice this country on a larger scale. So I hope that you're paying attention. Okay, it's currently 5:31 p.m. and this is documentation which is establishing what is inevitable. Jason Isaac Fields, he's going to federal prison. This is a corrupt federal official, and he is engaged in spiritually attacking me. This is a demon who's been engaged in years of witchcraft practicing, and while that's not in violation of existing federal law, it does speak to and demonstrate his criminal intentions toward me, his intent, his malicious intent to harm me, his secret sexual relationship with my mother is relevant to an inherent conflict pertaining to what is corrupt conduct that he's engaged in regarding defaming my character, and it is malicious because not only does he personally know that I'm not under any of the things that he said in a court or stood in a courtroom declaring, and publicly declaring amongst an entity that's engaged in surveillance. And all this was happening unbeknownst to me while I'm documenting the P.O.C. the whole time. So these demons thinking that they're accomplishing something, thinking that they're going to get to a finish line, and surprise, surprise, I've been handling the case in chief and you're going to prison, okay? While the entity is engaging in this, you're pacing all around, and all you're doing, the case is already done. All you're doing is accumulating a very poor national reputation because now you're a terrorist. The body of evidence, the facts establish you're not just engaged in what is an annoyance, you're not just engaged in what is harassment. You're a terrorist. That's the body of evidence. That's the level that we're at. You're a terrorist throughout the state. You are exposed, by the way, to being raided by the federal government. You're domestic terrorists. I don't think they understand that. They don't get it, but they're going to get it. They're going to get it. The entities engaged in this conduct, and this is, again, that which was solicited by Tracy Banks and her sex partner. This person that's having sex with somebody the age of his grandma. My mother, Tracy Banks, who wants to be me, and she could never be me. And she does not look like me. I don't have any wrinkles on my neck. I don't have any stretch marks on my stomach, okay? I have not engaged in what is using my genitalia like a freeway entrance. And those that have lied on me, they're doing so in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder because they want my money and they want my property. And they're mad because I probably rejected them. Okay, and any sort of shallow relationship was that which was ended very quickly because it was never anything substantial. Nothing that the entity stated defaming my character stands up to the light of day. And even under their fake sun, it is clearly evidence to defame my character. And this is also speaking to what how the laws are necessarily changing. Because any sort of defamation in a courtroom where you're not even present, how is that even any basis to conduct a so-called investigation? They're gang stalking. The federal government engaged in targeting. The federal government is targeting because they never wanted any of this to come out. You want to protect this homosexual that gets down on all fours and lies about having sex with me. He doesn't even like women. He's having sex with this old woman and he has sex with men. He has HIV. No, I am not sleeping with him. And I never would. I never would, and I will never be engaged with anybody that had sex with my mother or had sex with a man, okay? So let's just be clear at the outset. That's never going to happen, and that's not going to happen in the future. This is a demon, however, that has not only defamed my character, and he did so enthusiastically. It's not just what he did, it's how he did it. And the entities engaging in this, while they are simultaneously gang stalking me, like I'm showing you, like I'm documenting, like the entity is doing so in real time. The entity is doing this while my character is being run through the mud, and that's supposed to support stealing my property, and it doesn't. He's going to prison. And the entity is engaging in what is defaming my character while they're gang stalking in the ways in which the evidence is inevitable to get to that legal conclusion while my character is being, again, dragged through the mud for that criminal purpose. Because when you defame someone, well, it reasonably follows that they're going to suffer a demise and it's their fault. What happens to them because of the way in which you understand that person's poor character level. This is the entity that's entirely corrupt. What the entity planned to do and how the entity executed that, it doesn't even make any sense based on what they planned and what they wanted. You are necessarily assuming that because you trashed somebody's name and reputation, that then you'll be able to get away essentially with what is murder and no one's going to question it. That's what they plan to do. And that's also speaking to what is corruption, because that's not true. It doesn't matter if somebody is a prostitute. They're still entitled to justice. They're no less of a human being. You didn't create them. Satan didn't even create them. God created them. And they're not supposed to be treated as anything less than human. But this is an entity that's corrupt. And everybody that defamed my character regarding STDs, they're the ones that have all of those STDs. And that's the truth. Everybody claiming that I'm a pedophile, everybody claiming that I am a criminal, everybody claiming that I am a streetwalker, they're actually, literally, they're prostitutes. They have sex for money, and they are engaged in what is high-level promiscuity, including as demons. They all have sex with each other. Okay, the names that you've heard me state: Shanita Remind McClain, Jason Isaac Fields, Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, Tommy Allen Banks, Carrie Heberlin, Ariana Lopez, Morgan Amanda Smith, Edwin Lamont Grant, Glenn Anthony Williams, DeJuan Williams, their kid, Dasani Williams. He was monitoring me, calling me on the phone. They have their little teenage son gang stalking me as well. It's pathetic. I knew him when he was a child. He grew up to be a demon. That's unfortunate. Okay, the entities engaged in this, and they all have sex with each other. They're demons. They're perverts. And they can't think of anything else other than what they do. And that's the substance of what they accuse me of. It's admissions of what they do. And that they do it as gang stalkers. You're engaged in monitoring children in bathrooms. That's relevant to surveillance. You are literally engaged in what is sexually violating children. In case you didn't connect that, you're a sex offender. You're engaged in surveillance in places like bathrooms, you're a sex offender. In case you didn't get that, these demons are delusional. These demons they compartmentalize what they do, and they also act like it's not happening, and they really live their life like it's not happening, but it is happening, and you are obsessed with my vagina, and that's a matter of evidence. And in addition to that, you're a sex offender when you're engaging in surveillance in places like a bathroom. You're a sex offender when you're engaged in surveillance in places like restrooms where you're both inside the bathroom and when you're outside of the bathroom surveilling someone in that bathroom. You're a sex offender when you're engaged in surveillance in someone's private space. You're a sex offender. The entities engaging in that, and that is not an exaggeration, while they're engaged in pedophilia. They literally have sex with kids, and they also surveil kids in bathrooms. That's the entity that's stalking by helicopter. The entity that has no defense in court whatsoever. The entity that's stalking at this same OVITT Family Community Library at 8 o'clock in the morning. Is it P.O.C? And what is it that they're bothered by? The truth that I'm speaking. Let me show you them stalking by flying over my head again. This is the entity that's stalking with Jason Isaac Fields. This is not distracting. Jason Isaac Fields is the one with HIV, falsely depicting my character, while he is the one that's engaged in sex rituals with men and women, engaging in sex rituals with the demons of the Ontario Police Department, who are equally invested in what is defaming my character regarding money and property and sex acts that they've committed against me. While they're engaged in what is stalking, that's relevant to psychological torture, doing so with the people of the state under the fake sun. It's currently, by the way, while the Ontario police are not just engaging in flying anywhere, where am I always capturing them stalking while I'm at the Ontario Town Square? Where, by the way, you see that clock? This fake sun is over that clock at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. This is where the entity has the fake sun on the side of the same clock. I'm looking at it. Here's my shadow right here. That's not the sun, okay? The entity's flying over my head here. The entity's flying over my head there. The entity's flying over my head at the 415 North Euclid Avenue last night. The entity's flying over my head for 20 minutes. Okay, and this is where the fake sun is, at this entrance. Let me show you the same place. This is the OVITT Family Community Library, where the Ontario Police Department are stalking by helicopter when the fake sun is right here, beside the building, over my head. This is, again, the sun set at the same location on the west side of my person at the same address, where A. Quesada is a homosexual sex offender monitoring my vagina. She's going to federal prison while that same agency is stalking. This is the entity that's doing that. It's not a distraction. This is the reality of sex offenders that engage in surveillance of minor children's genitalia in bathrooms. And this is what the demon possessed do when they're engaged in surveillance, and they're triggered by what they're keeping under surveillance. And guess what? The Ontario Police and Mike Lorenz, a sex offender and also a demon, they're being disbanded and they're done with law enforcement because this is terrorism, and no terrorists, no domestic terrorists are going to continue in law enforcement. And not only that, the kidnappers like A. Quesada, they're going to federal prison. Robledo and A. Morris are going to federal prison. Okay, they called an event yesterday under the fake sun that's present, rising at 7 in the morning and setting after 6 o'clock in the evening. They called an event here, a food festival, what is nothing other than criminal summoning. They're gang stalking, just like the Ontario police is proving by flying over my head again. While I'm talking about things that they're very triggered by, that they're engaged in, with sex offenders like Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, and they all have sex with each other. The one that got in court and perjured my name are the ones that engage in having sex with each other. And you need to test them and find out how many of them have HIV, while they defame my character regarding what is their condition and their sexual promiscuity as demons of a Jezebel spirit. That's the entity that's gang stalking. It's 5:41 p.m. There's no son that's going to be at one address all day long. And that's a disbanding of the Ontario police. And those are the demons that I'm taking pictures of when they're at the Ontario Town Square walking their dogs with their kids, and they're engaged in what is demonic. They're stalking with the police. And these engaged in what is kidnapping. Let me be clear. June 16, 2022, the fake sun is right here at 10:29 a.m. They engaged in kidnapping that same department that is providing evidence against itself and the people of the state. The demons in that library that committed kidnapping in June of 2022, they're going to prison. And the demons that engaged in kidnapping of the same agency, they're going to federal prison. And they will be subject to what are mental examinations, because you are demented in your mind to engage in stalking someone in that extreme manner, and you are doing so because you are trying to psychologically murder them before you physically take their life. And they're doing so in concert with Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, and they're both going to federal prison for that. This is P.O.C. It is 5:42 p.m. All right, this is the entity that I'm capturing video. The entity flew right over the top of my head. This is what you're looking at. I'm going to put that on X as well. This is what you're looking at, an ongoing running list of documentation of the Ontario Police engaged in unmistakable targeting, and it's also demonic. This demonic means of targeting is relevant to what is psychological torture, psychologically harming someone that you're trying to run down and murder them, okay? And the entity, there's also evidence of the entity conspiring my death as well, and this is relevant to what the Ontario Police Department is engaging in. They're going to be disbanded, and I want to remind you again about who's going to federal prison. First of all, Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields, who are infected and the demon-possessed that are engaged in these sex rituals, they've infected each other, okay? And they're the ones that are of that condition, not me. And they're the ones that are obsessed with me. And they're sex offenders who are obsessed with my vagina. And they're pedophiles. They're sex offenders that monitor the genitalia of children in places like bathrooms and in their homes where they don't even know that they're under surveillance. And that's the truth. And that's why the sex offenders, the demons of the Ontario Police engage in that, stalking me, flying over me again, threatening, intimidating, and retaliating based on documentation that you know very much about, huh? You know about it, especially while the fake son is here. They're going to prison. C. Torres, L. Martinez, B. Hook, and Nathan Morgan, they're going to federal prison. And so is C. Hazelwood and Owens, they're going to federal prison. And so is A. Quesada, Alex Escobar, and L. Edwards. They're going to federal prison. And so is every other kidnapper from 2022. That includes S. Patty and J. Arnold. They're going to federal prison. And these are just the kidnappers of the Ontario Police. You need to understand the demons of the Ontario Police Department that are stalking me under the fake sun. They're doing so in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy to commit murder. They're psychologically torturing the target individual while they're stalking. They're stalking in the malicious manner that you see the Ontario Police Department engage in yesterday. That event is about monitoring me. It's not about the festival. That's why the fake sun is there and the entities engaged in the same criminal activity. You're going to prison while you're wearing those and representing that department, wearing those uniforms, bearing those weapons. You're going to federal prison. And the demons that can't control themselves stalking me in helicopter, that's why you're going. You demons and your mental instability have therefore convicted yourselves, aiding my purposes, and you are manifesting federal prison like I said from the beginning. The entities engaging in, I want to be clear, conduct pursuant to what is surveillance of that which they have no constitutional right to engage in. And then they're doing so because they are acting with the intent to obstruct justice while you're stalking the whole time. You're stalking. Remember why they're stalking? They're stalking even at the Ontario Police Department. You know why? Because the Ontario Police Department has no warrant or probable cause to engage in surveillance under the fake sun and in engineered light in concert with the people of the state at 2500 South Archibald. All right, that's United Airlines gang stalking by plane, the same city of Ontario, sharing in that conspiracy to commit murder, engaging in the same elements of monitoring. And the city of Ontario, remember, what demons are those? You're pointing out Alan D. WAPNER, he's a demon, okay? And so is Mike Lorenz, he's a demon. These are violent sex offenders. And they've been keeping my vagina under surveillance for years. Okay, and the entities engaged in egregious acts, sexual acts of violence as well. And the entities gang stalking, and they thought that it was going to keep that contained, and the exact opposite occurred. In fact, the entity is so delusional and deranged and maniacal, they engage in more criminal activity, which is further corroborating what I said they were doing at the outset, what they must be doing while they engage in it in real time. Because the body of evidence is nothing that any person could coincidentally, accidentally, or ignorantly, or deliberately, maliciously just manufacture. I couldn't make it up. I could not make that up. I can't make the helicopter fly over my head everywhere that I'm at. I can't make a fake sun sit in the sky and stay over me all day long. I can't make engineer light fly across me, touch my body, move across buildings. When you're away at a distance driving a car, what is that? They're demons, and they're engaged in surveillance, and they're violent sex offenders. And they're obsessed with my vagina. And Paul Leon that's obsessed with my vagina, he's being removed from office. Mike Lorenz, the entity is done with law. This is not law enforcement. They're stalkers. And this is what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, while they were defaming my name and character, understand that Jason Fields is monitoring right now. This is what I was stating before. He's engaged in witchcraft. This is, first of all, demonic. And I cannot prosecute. Nobody can prosecute based on his practicing of witchcraft, which he is. Him and his sex partner, Tracy Banks. They're still engaged in witchcraft. They're still engaged in what is feckless black magic. And unfortunately, they are suicidal. That's going to be to their own demise, and they represent a spirit. You have thousands of people that are engaging in witchcraft against me, while there are thousands of people that are gang stalking me. And that speaks to the reality of Christ Jesus, by the way. But I want to be clear, they're engaging in what is the practice of witchcraft, and that is proving what is Jason Isaac Fields' malicious intent to harm me. He's never going to be in my presence. And he's never going to avoid what is federal prison. He's going to federal prison by default. 9A JC 887. And understand that Jason Isaac Fields is gang stalking me and targeting me with the Ontario Police. In fact, he solicited that. He's going to federal prison for what the Ontario Police Department are doing right now, what I just documented. He's going to federal prison for it. And he is still targeting me in furtherance of murder because he doesn't want me to present evidence against him in federal court. Okay, he's going to federal prison for what he did with Tracy Banks, and there's no provision of evidence to the federal government because this coward doesn't want to go to. He's going to federal prison, and no federal government. You don't have the ability, the jurisdiction to rob an American citizen of justice by denying prison to a targeted individual for their for a terrorist that's conspiring murder. And murder is very much what the entity intended, what Jason Isaac Fields intended. Okay, license 77AMEN is a demon threatening my safety in the bathroom today, and is a demon that's engaged in psychopathic pacing with the Ontario Police that are relying on their criminal presence and engineer light while they're gang stalking with a license plate that says amen, and they don't even know Jesus. They're a demon. All right, the entity's engaging in this, and they're doing so as a population. The millions of people gang stalking in Ontario, they're gang stalking with the demons that used a helicopter. They were stalking and monitoring the whole time. The moment that I start talking about things that they don't want, and I'm still going to talk about it, and it helps me draw that point home, that's exactly what they're doing when they fly over my head the moment that I'm talking about it. And Jason Isaac Fields is engaged in that as well. License 9LZZ 988. A homosexual monitoring my vagina, driving around in engineer light, in a cartoon environment, and is speaking to how she is, again, cartoon activity inside of her mind. She's a psychopath. She's gang stalking. She's a demon, okay? This is an entity that's engaging in this, and this is relevant to what is evidence that the federal government has access to regarding the threat that Jason Isaac holds, that he represents as an entity, and also as the particular corrupt official that engaged in conspiring my murder by falsely depicting my character, by targeting me with corrupt law enforcement agencies, by doing so in concert with Tracy Banks while he's inherently he's having sex with her, and then he's also lying on my character. And the reason why he didn't look into the hearsay is because he had no intention of doing so. He conspired murder. Understand, this was the purpose at the outset. He's not accidentally stealing my money and living in my property. He intended to benefit from it, and he wanted me 6 feet under. Okay? That's the same thing. That's Jason Isaac Fields' co-defendant. He's engaged in witchcraft to date. I can't prosecute for that. He's engaged in spiritually attacking me on an ongoing ceaseless basis, and it doesn't work, but it is relevant for his intent. It's relevant for his intent to commit harm. And guess what? I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to testify against him, and I will be prosecuting. He's going to federal prison. Okay, and this is a demon that is very much delusional. The entity is sounding sirens while the Ontario Police is pacing just like they were at ARCO last night for 45 plus minutes. That's the entity that's gang stalking. And that's the entity that's doing so with a bunch of demons out on Ontario Town Square. They're all sitting around staring at the communication devices, monitoring together. These are psychopaths. Okay, these are psychopaths that are betting on your death. That's why Jason Isaac Fields, you're not avoiding federal prison when you engage in gang stalking. Murder committed by an entity is that which is designed to be accomplished, but for Christ Jesus. That's why you have the P.O.C, by the way. And by you, meaning you get to witness it. It's my evidence. It's my intellectual property. But I'm sharing it for the benefit of others, as opposed to Satan, who wants to profit from it. Jason Isaac Fields did not accidentally steal my intellectual property. You need to understand that. He did not engage in this accidentally and didn't know. He engaged in stealing my money, my personal property, real property, and my intellectual property. He did not engage in that while also defaming me, while I'm being gang stalked and kidnapped. And he's engaging in that. None of that is accidental, and that's not a series of coincidences. The federal government, you are fully in custody of evidence, and I am providing this public investigation to declare, and the evidence proves that this is a cold-blooded murder who has killed other people with Tracy Banks. And he counted on me being dead in order to steal millions of dollars from me and claim that it was him. My intellectual property is his idea. He can't think of anything other than sex positions with boys. He didn't think of anything, and he never could. He's a liar, and he's a thief, and he's stolen from many others, particularly women, for whatever reason. But him and Tracy Banks, they've engaged in killing other people. They've engaged in stealing from other people. I'm not the first one. I'm the one that it didn't work on. And I'm letting you know why he's still gang stalking me via proxy, because he doesn't want me to testify in court. You need to understand, any evidence that he's given to the federal government, it is self-serving. He does not want the totality of evidence to come out against him regarding why he deserves to be in federal prison for the rest of his life, because he counted on me being dead That's an unlawful act of terrorism in the United States. He belongs in federal prison and not getting out. You're not getting out in 6 months. You're not getting out in 2 years. This is again the entity that is again Jason Isaac Fields. This is a federal official. All manner of abuse of position, okay? And thinking that he can get away with it. If you have sex, if you sit on his genitalia, okay, I hate to put it that way, but these are the perverts that are the demon possessed. If you sit on his genitalia, he'll provide services for you. This is what him and Tracy Banks have going, okay? And they engaged, Tracy Banks is relying on my death as well, and that's not going to happen. I told her that years ago. She's a maniacal psychopath. She's engaged in kidnapping me repeatedly with the demons that just flew over my head. She's going to prison, and so is Jason Isaac Fields, who's been targeting me since 2000 and... when did I call him? He was living in Las Vegas. I called him in 2011. No, 2012. He's been targeting me since 2012. It's 2025. 7RNF822. He's been targeting and keeping, it's relevant that he keeps his sexual relationship with my mother who wants to be me, my mother who was counting on Jason Isaac Fields to procure my murder so that she could steal my identity and be me, and then those two be married and take off with my money and pay the entity like the Ontario Police Department for committing murder and covering it up. That's just to put it succinctly. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and Jason Isaac Fields is a serial killer. Okay, and he is a cold-blooded serial killer with no remorse whatsoever, and that is shared by the demon possessed who you hear, who I'm documenting on a daily basis and a nightly basis, gang stalking. These are serial killers, and that's how he's able to solicit the gang stalking by the Ontario Police Department, by the Los Angeles Police Department, by the Fontana Police Department, by the San Bernardino Police Department, by the Upland Police Department, by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, by the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Okay. And every other entity that's gang stalking, like the Chino Police Department and the Pasadena Police Department and the Pomona Police Department. The entity is engaging in this targeting, and this is committed while Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are counting on my murder because they don't want to go to prison in the first place for engaging in what are criminal acts of murdering other people, and me testifying to things that they've committed and things that they don't want addressed. And the detail relevant to this body of evidence, intellectual property, that these demons also plan to take over. So the rest of these demons that are monitoring me now get away with this crime. None of that's happening. None of it. None of that's going to happen. I want to be clear. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, and precedent shall be such that even where you withdraw, okay, but you're not really withdrawing, okay, but the legal term is a withdrawal when you withdraw from the conspiracy to murder via gang stalking, but the reason why you're not withdrawing under the law is because the conspiracy continues, and justice requires you're going to federal prison for that. Okay, based on the facts and circumstances, Jason Isaac Fields' engagement, he's going to federal prison. Both are the corrupt law enforcement agent, both by personal knowledge of myself. I know his name. That's federal prison. That's intolerable facilitation to commit murder by a government. That's basically murder that's never solved. You're going to prison for that. And that's two independent bases. In addition to what is holding fictitious court hearings, stealing my property, defaming my character, trying to frame me for criminal activity, doing so while you're also stealing my evidence. That's federal prison all the way around. You need to understand that. I've addressed this before. I've addressed the venues on the internet. You want to interfere with the public investigation? No, you don't, but they've done it. You're going to learn why you don't, though. That's federal prison. That's obstruction of justice. You're not going to interfere in a federal case against yourself. You're not going to disrespect the authority of the federal government just like you would in any other federal case. And you are not superior to the law. He's not superior to anything. Okay, this is a disgusting creature. He's incompetent in every regard. He's totally unfit to be in law enforcement. And the corrupt demons like that are what are conspiring my murder and gang stalking right now. Okay? This is impunity by terrorists that are stalking, as I captured on video and I'm documenting time and time again. This is speaking to the obsession and the delusion with murder. Jason Isaac Fields is not avoiding federal prison. He is more than just irresponsible. It wasn't an accidental oversight. He engaged in too many criminal acts against me upon gang stalking. He calculated what is murder, and he's going to federal prison for it. And in addition to that, everybody else needs to know that this is a demon-possessed terrorist. He is engaged in using witchcraft and monitoring me in the spirit. He is obsessively consumed with me. He's a pervert, and he's obsessed with monitoring in ways that are inhumane. Okay? Now, while you can't prosecute based on what a predator is doing in the spirit, I will prosecute based on what he has committed on earth, okay, as a matter of evidence. And he's going to federal prison. Him and his sex partner, it is inevitable. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's currently 5:57 p.m. And the federal government, I just want to be clear, there is no negotiation with terrorists like the state of California. This is monitoring. License plate 44978C1. This is a Latina driving the ice cream truck, Yummy Ice Cream, 4703 South BR Jukes, and the entity sounding sirens in the background. They're engaged in criminal summoning and they're driving an impossible light. These are demons pacing around, and you understand that these are demons that Jason Isaac Fields is working with. 46049E4, this is demonic. Jason Isaac Fields is a demon. Okay, the entity engages in this while I am documenting him. He's engaged in spiritually attacking. His witchcraft doesn't work, but he's still engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct. And the demons that are surrounding me are targeting me. This is what I was documenting while I'm at Woodside Senior Apartments, and the aged, liver spot, crusty skin demons over 55 at Woodside Senior Apartments, including Tracy Banks. As I would begin documenting Jason Isaac Fields, those demons engaged in more violence in real time, by plane, by helicopter, by amplified noise of the demon in Unit 55. The entity engaged in what is targeting in real time, because they're all demons. This is relevant to the mental illness that Jason Isaac Fields suffers from. He's going to federal prison, and this is a demon that's engaging in conduct, and this is a psychopath that thinks, ooh, no hands, I'm not there, you can't prosecute, and that's not true. All right, this is relevant context regarding what is an unlawful threat, and it's already proven through evidence. The fact that I'm being gang stalked, the fact that he's been in courtrooms defaming my character, the fact that he has benefited off of my demise while I am being kidnapped in jail. He's sitting in a courtroom claiming that I'm a drug addict, claiming that I'm missing, that they don't know where I'm at, claiming that I've engaged in criminal activity that I never did, claiming that I am infecting him, having sex with, this is a demon that's having sex with my mother, and they infected each other, more than likely. The entity, license 3828, I can't really see that one. These are demons that are monitoring, pacing around, they're driving an engineer light. This is very demonic. And this is an entity, this is what Satan does because they're very hostile. It's just like, again, threatening my safety in the bathroom. These are demons that are very hostile. That's what happened in the bathroom, okay? So like I said, this is an entity that's engaging in what is targeting me. Jason Isaac Fields is demon possessed. This is an unrepentant demon. And his mental illness is a bar, first of all, to ever having any sort of access to my property. And if I find out that the federal government permitted that, that's another basis to prosecute, okay? That's not a threat, that's just a reality. This is how any incompetence, where an American citizen never should have been subject to terrorism in the first place, ever. This corrupt actor, he engaged in malicious conduct, gang stalking me, and he intentionally called it an investigation. He knows that I never committed any crimes. He knows that I didn't give him HIV. He knows that I don't have HIV. The entity engaged in interfering with violating HIPAA in order to manipulate that, listening to his sex partner Tracy Banks and not double checking it. That wasn't just normal negligence. That was because this demon was willfully ignorant, because he needed it to work in order to steal my property and accomplish, remember, ongoing gang stalking ceaselessly underway for years. This demon was engaged in calculating my demise. He's going to federal prison, okay? Premeditated my murder by gang stalking, by kidnapping, by theft of all of my property, making sure that I'm living on the streets while the state is targeting me, while he is engaged in what is defaming my character and stealing my property, living in my house when I am a transient, stealing my money when I'm a transient. He's going to prison. There is nothing that's avoiding that, and there is nothing that the federal government is going to do. There's no amount of evidence that you're providing that is going to deny an American citizen that. This is terrorism. It's terrorism. Okay, Tracy Banks is a part of that, but understand, I've been documenting and exposing Tracy Banks for years. I've been exposing that. I said that she's a demon. I said that she's a psychopath. I said that she's going to prison. I already said that. I said that she's, again, a maniacal psychopath who hates her own daughter. She's monitoring her own daughter. She's trying to set up her. I said that already. You need to understand this about the entity that worked with her and did so not ignorantly. They're not victims. Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields do witchcraft together. They engage in sex rituals together. They engage in worshiping my genitalia while they're having sex with each other. That's how psychopathic and psychotic, they both are. They're sexual psychopaths. They're perverts. That's why he's having sex with my mother, because he's obsessed with me. Okay, this is somebody that it's never going to be permitted in my presence. This is somebody who is going to federal prison as a matter of justice, and he's going to federal prison, which as a matter of justice needs to include the explicit charges regarding conspiracy to murder me, and was enriched in doing so. And that's government action. He's done it with law enforcement. He's going to federal prison. And he is the reason why millions of people are targeting me, because that's what gang stalking, millions of people are conspiring my murder by gang stalking me. and threatening my safety in the bathroom. Just want to make sure that that's clear. They're monitoring with a little underage demon right now with a communication device while the entity has a demonic son that's not even in Union Pacific train. This is the contribution to the delinquency of minors. That's why the Ontario police are being disbanded. Okay? This is the entity that's, again, monitoring the genitalia of children and gang stalking with children. And they're engaging in criminal activity with them as well in doing so. So I just want to make sure that that's understood. I want to break that down. Jason Fields is under no circumstances avoiding federal prison, and he did not accidentally engage in any aspect of this pattern of conduct. And by the way, when you are a law enforcement, especially at the federal level, but even at the state level, but at federal level, 9 TSP 104, monitoring with a minor child, a psychopath as well. Threatening physical violence and stalking with the Ontario police, stalking with the Ontario International Airport. This is the entity stalking under a fake sun. The Ontario downtown apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue. The fake sun rising and the fake sun setting. It's a apartment complex that's a facilitating venue and fully exposed to a federal raid for terrorism, conspiring the murder of one person that fully documented it. Going right into that parking garage where you saw engineer light all over the ceiling because they're all demons engaging in terrorism in California with that agency that's stalking using helicopters and planes. All right, the entities engaging in this P.O.C, and I want to be clear, the federal agents and federal agencies, law enforcement in period, there is a standard. There is a competency standard, and this is not just. And first of all, your corrupt acts, regardless, the impact that they have. Nobody cares about you claiming that you accidentally, fell over and fell into a sex ritual. Nobody cares that you didn't know that when you had sex with Erica Spencer's mom because you're a promiscuous whore, that she was going to put a spell on you and that you were going to end up having sex with her for 10 years longer. Nobody cares about that. What matters is how an American citizen that has a right to not be targeted, how your corrupt and criminal conduct, how your unclean hands has unlawfully affected their lives. You're going to answer for it, period. Nobody cares about your pity party. This is a psychopath, by the way. He's accountable for murder. He's accountable for children being sex trafficked. He's accountable for the ongoing pedophilia. He's the one having sex with a pedophile like Tracy Banks. He's the one making poor life decisions. He is a despicable individual, okay? And this is, again, a personal indictment regarding criminal activity that he engaged in as a corrupt official. He belongs in federal prison. He did not accidentally engage in any of that. And that is not adequate. That's insufficient when you are at that level, period. He was never competent to be in that position in the first place. That's what that's relevant to, okay? The entities engaged in this and this criminal conduct with the Ontario police, there is nothing that any federal agent is ever going to state regarding how terrorism is underway by a corrupt police department engaging in this program of torture and state-sponsored terrorism. If you think that somebody cares about what you're crying about because you're scared to go to prison, you are delusional. You're going to prison. You are going to federal prison for that which your hands are unclean. Blood is on his hands, and he is criminally responsible for every harm that I have suffered. While, by the way, he is profiting from there's no coincidence there. He's the one that took my money. He's the one living in my house. Property that he never told me about. That's not an accident. That's not some spell work. Okay? You can talk about this one. I am talking about the demonic. It is real. The spiritual realm is real. But then you're getting into, look, okay, this isn't some hocus pocus. This is a prosecution. And while that is real, it is legally irrelevant. You have a standard, and he falls far beneath that standard. He's not only done with law enforcement permanently, monitoring with minor kids. License 5E.I.E.663. All right. Not only is he engaged in what is permanent removal from law enforcement, he's a terrorist, but he is somebody that's responsible for all of the harms that I suffered. You don't have that coincidence claiming on the one hand, well, you unintentionally engaged in this, and I didn't know that Tracy was doing that, and I didn't know that she was engaged in this, and I didn't know that it was going to result in that. That's absolutely irrelevant. It's irrelevant. You intended to engage in that harm when you acted of your own volition and committed the offense. Nobody stated that, and it's not relevant what you intended and what you thought was going to result. The fact that it happened, you're responsible for it. 7843 2S1, monitoring with this demon that's pacing with her minor kids to engage in gang stalking. And this is what they're doing at the so-called family community library, where they're monitoring my genitalia with their kids as well. And this is what the Ontario Police engages in with little kids that they keep under surveillance as well, monitoring their genitalia with their sex offending parents, who are sex offenders, monitoring my genitalia as well, engaging in demonic conduct as one. Those that are enemies in this country, that actually hate this country, engaging in domestic terrorism, and doing so with the impunity that I'm documenting. And the entities doing that while I'm documenting, again, their co-defendant Jason Isaac Fields, who was being removed from from law enforcement altogether. He couldn't even hold a gun and be a security guard. That's how stripped he's going to be, like any terrorist. Okay, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct is doing so with, again, somebody that may be very well an immigrant. This is deportation. 5ETE663. Again, 5ETE663, and the demons go out of their way to sound helicopter activity while monitoring with children. This is, again, the entity that's engaging in conduct like they think that I'm going to start bust out crime. They're going to federal prison. Like, who's going to federal prison? See, let's go through that, because I'm not crying. C. Torres is going to be crying. C. Torres, L. Martinez, B. Hook, Nathan Morgan, C. Hazelwood, Owens, and you have A. Quesada and Alex Escobar and L. Edwards. They're going to federal prison. They're going to be the ones crying, not me. I'm not crying about the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct. That's what all of those kidnappers were engaging in, the pattern of conduct. Jonathan Burnett, badge number 19993, he's going to federal prison. Okay, he was targeting in 2019. He was targeting, I'm documenting, in 2022. He was targeting, I'm documenting, in 2021. He's going to federal prison. He engaged in kidnapping in 2019. The agency, as of 2025, at what is 6:08 p.m., is still targeting. They're all going to federal prison. So is S. Patty. So is A. Morris. Okay, so is Corporal Kemp. All right, so is every other, so is Corey Watson. All right, so is Guerrero. R. Guerrero. They're going to federal prison while they're gang stalking. The entities, this is not hurting my feelings, this is law. You're going to federal prison. It's as simple as that. These are psychopaths, and they're delusional, and their witchcraft has gone to their own minds, and they're engaged in what is harming everybody else that's going down with them, like Jason Isaac Fields, because this is criminal activity that he's responsible for. He's responsible for it, and blood is on his hands. He's going to federal prison for co-conspiring, if not leading the conspiracy to murder, telling his sex partner that he can get it done. She's relying on him. She's relying on his position. That's why she's having sex with him, paying him with sexual favors. And he's profiting from it, giving her my property. He doesn't even have the right. This is an entity that's engaged in all manner of surveillance, and this surveillance system was supposed to cause Jason Isaac Fields to profit. And these demons were going to go to my funeral and fake cry and talk about how much, how they were so worried about me, and it's unfortunate what happened, and they were going to go celebrate taking my money and all my property. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. He's a maniacal psychopath, just like the Ontario police are demonstrating to you. He is still engaged in witchcraft, and the world needs to know that. This is somebody that thinks that he can attack in the spirit, and because you can't prosecute, and because you can't see it, that nobody knows about it, and that's not true. That's not true. Everybody needs to know he's a predator. He's a sex offender. He's engaged. He's a pedophile. He's a serial killer. He's murdered other people and got away with it. And he helped Tracy Banks get away with it. And based on his position as a corrupt official, he's done with law enforcement, every type of law enforcement. He is somebody that should not be under the law, ever permitted to carry. And not only that, you're talking about what is going to be identified as a violent sex offender. And he's going to federal prison. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and this is, again, the demons that are monitoring me. They do so while I speak of Jason Isaac Fields, and I've been documenting that for a prolonged period. They do the same thing when I document Tracy Banks. They're demons. They do the same thing when you hear me documenting and speaking of how they're pedophiles. What do the demons do? They engage in stalking me by flying over by helicopter. In the same way that they're keeping under surveillance when I document the people of the state, what were they doing at Wells Fargo in the morning? Stalking by helicopter. DRSALTY. That's a third-party license plate. So the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and the entity is doing so pursuant to surveillance that Jason Isaac Fields never had any right to engage in. He's going to federal prison for that. He's a terrorist. He's not just some sicko having sex with my mom, engaged in what is, a level of impropriety that could be dealt with by negotiating and paying. No, he's going to prison. He's a terrorist. This is, understand the body of evidence. This is terrorism in the United States. And that domestic terrorist, an enemy of the United States that tried to get away with murdering multiple people because I am representing criminal conduct that he's engaged in that he doesn't want to address. He doesn't want the can of worms opened. He's going to federal prison. And he is an enemy of the United States. And he is one that is rightfully removed from law enforcement. He's a stalker. He's a demon, and he's still delusional, using witchcraft that is never going to work. And he is suicidal because those death spells, all that black voodoo, it's not going to touch me. It's not going to touch me. He's suicidal. Okay, he is desperate, and this is relevant to the corruption. The federal government, and you received any evidence from him? He is committed to concealing more evidence that he doesn't want to be held accountable for. 7U80052. He doesn't want to be held accountable. Okay, he doesn't want me to be in court. He doesn't want me to answer whatever questions that you would ask. He doesn't want me to be around. He doesn't want that to happen, and it's the same with Tracy Banks. And he's doing so again at the bidding of his sex partner, Tracy Banks. They are still engaged in targeting me together. Just want to make sure that that's understood. Is currently, and that's just tying together for you what is relevant context, because I fully understand you can't prosecute for somebody engaged in spell work. But I'm here to expose and prosecute. He's a demon. Okay, he is a hell-bound demon. If he doesn't repent, he's going to bust hell wide open. All right, and he does not know, because tomorrow's not promised to anybody, but certainly while you're engaged in playing in death magic, the next hour isn't promised to him, because the witchcraft is not touching me. It's not going to happen. All right, this demon is very suicidal because he's desperate and because of criminal activity that, by the way, he did not accidentally engage in. And he's desperate to have it concealed. And that's why the Ontario police are still gang stalking me today, right now. And he's going to federal prison for it. That's why the people of the state are gang stalking me right now. He is going to federal prison for it. You're not not going to federal prison for engaging in terrorism. No, you're not. You're not avoiding federal prison. This is a demon who's delusional and thinks that harassing and psychologically torturing, and he's going to prison. Just like the Ontario police, that's exactly what you're witnessing them doing. What you don't see Jason Isaac Fields doing in the spirit is what the Ontario Police Department is doing in the physical. They are delusional, thinking that stalking me and me documenting it on an ongoing ceaseless basis is going to help them in court where this is going. And it's not. It's not stopping me. It's not silencing me. In fact, I made a point. That's exactly what I was getting at when they fly over my head regarding sex acts, sex crimes that they are a part of, that they've committed. And they're also engaged in, they're suicidal. And you should know that when you're stalking somebody in a helicopter as a whole corrupt operation of a wannabe masquerading as a police department, you need to understand they're suicidal. They don't like themselves. They rely on bullying other people. That's the reality. That's the facts. But I want to be clear. They're engaged in what is targeting, and they're doing so pursuant to a delusional effort. These are demons that are trying to fight against Christ Jesus. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. I'm not going to be silenced, and I'm not going to stop with regard to a prosecution that I was commissioned to accomplish. And I've already accomplished it, by the way. I've already accomplished it. Okay, but not only have I accomplished it, you're witnessing what is the work of the devil being publicly and openly shamed. It is a promise that not only are they going to be openly exposed, and that not only am I going to get justice, but they're going to be openly shamed for what it is that they've done. And they didn't do it accidentally. Jason Isaac Fields didn't do anything accidentally. No part of it. It is entirely on his unclean hands. And he's going to answer to God for it, but he's also going to answer in court. He's going to answer in court. He is still gang stalking me. Understand how the facts of the P.O.C. work as well. With regard to any criminal conspiracy, you are still engaged in criminally monitoring me and targeting me with your co-defendant that I'm still documenting. You're going down for everything that they're doing. Everything. This is P.O.C. License 7P SP585. License EG64G69. P.O.C. And you'll see the fake sun. Remember, the entity's keeping the fake sun at the Fontana Lewis Library, where I went last week. It's currently 6:15 p.m. I'm capturing video through the window of the Fontana Lewis Library, where this third party is stalking me with her kids with the Ontario Police Department. Very malicious conduct, and doing so while the entity intentionally sounds helicopter, turns on her flashers under what is the fake sun that's in the same position that it is at 7 in the morning when I stand by the Wells Fargo on C Street. When I'm coming, walking down from 415 North Euclid Avenue, and the fake sun is quote unquote rising. That's the same position that it is in right now. The entity, this is an illusion, and it's an unintelligent one where demons, admittedly demons, are targeting me, including while they're flying over my head, and including while they're doing so amongst the documentation of a fake sun not only rising and setting over me, which is the evidence of clear targeting. It's supernatural. It's definitely relevant. But you have what is anywhere that I go, that fake sun moves as I move. Okay? You are stalking. And you're stalking in a helicopter. And you're doing so as a suicidal psychopath. They don't even like themselves. And they do anything for money. Okay, they being demons. And this is how Jason Isaac Fields is able to get me and target me with the Ontario Police Department that are being disbanded for it, and Jason Isaac Fields going to federal prison for it. And justice demands that, nothing less than that. And there's no negotiating out of it. There is no amount of money, and I mean that. And this is a demon who is engaged in what is ongoing obsessive desperation regarding ongoing harassment. He's monitoring in the spirit. He needs mental help. All the sex that he engaged in with Tracy Banks, she's very unwell, and he literally has that sort of sickness in his members. That's why, never mind, I'm not even gonna say that. He is sick, and it is manifesting in his body and in his mind. He is sick. Okay, this is somebody who's going to federal prison, and this is somebody that will never be in my presence. And the law is going to support that. And this is relevant to what any American citizen that is subject to domestic terrorism is entitled to. Somebody of a position that he's being stripped of and being prosecuted for, this is a demon who's delusional. Like he's going to force me, he's going to force anything. He's going to prison. He's going to federal prison. And then this demon is engaged in what is stealing my property, my money. You're going to federal prison. The entity is engaged in what is, it's your duty to make sure that Jason Isaac Fields never is permitted to engage in what he did on your watch, federal government, because that's a suit for you. He never was investigating anything. This is gang stalking that you're engaged in. Targeting. Gang stalking is just a vernacular. This is criminal monitoring, criminal surveillance. Federal group stalking and monitoring is what is appropriately referred to as. There was never an investigation. You were targeting me, and Jason Isaac Fields is at the forefront of that, and he's going to federal prison for it. Okay? And the entity is engaged in this, and everybody that has sex with Tracy Banks, it looks like you need to make better life decisions. Okay? Because what you chose to do with your genitalia resulted in resulted in you making a series of very poor decisions that are also going to become made a part of a federal case. And it's also irrelevant with regard to what justice requires happens to you as a result. License 7DXV222, and you need to get yourself checked. It is currently 6:18 p.m. And this is at the OVITT Family Community Library, and this is the entity that's gang stalking. And like I stated, the entity that's perjuring themselves by defaming my character, and that includes Jason Isaac Fields. They're going to prison because this is the murder that they were conspiring. It was supposed to culminate in what is my conclusive harm. Okay, they're going to prison for it. Well, Alan D. WAPNER is targeting me. Mike LORENZ is targeting me. Michael GERKEN is targeting me. Paul Leon, the people of the state, are targeting me. And that was supposed to result in what is stealing. They want to steal my money and my property and my intellectual property, my reputation. None of that's happening, and you got a lot of people that are going to prison because I didn't even touch on the demons that are kidnapping and engaging in sexual violence in the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department and the kidnappers of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. In addition to those demons that are sat in the courtroom regarding what is some fake means of adjudicating over property that belongs to me. There's a lot of people that are going to federal prison, and I demand, this is terrorism. This is not some little case that you're going to handle in federal court as a private matter. This is terrorism. It's domestic terrorism. It's gang violence. Millions of people. I went from city to city. I even went from state to state, and I've been documenting for years. This is domestic terrorism. This is on a whole other level, and you're going to prison for terrorism in the United States. It is currently 6:19 p.m., and this is P.O.C. License plate 9DTR778, monitoring the evidence that's being uploaded to the internet. They're engaged in federal stalking, Title 18, threatening my safety in the bathroom while stalking me today, terrorizing and threatening with the Ontario Police as I am documenting him, who represents an entity, stalking at the Ontario Town Square right now at 6:34 p.m. Doing so amongst what is, again, the terrorizing threat of psychopaths like him who are stalking with impossible light, including 7PFS829, all of them stalking together. These are demons that are co-conspiring murder. Again, Jason Fields is going to federal prison behind all of that, which I remain subject to. P.O.C. It's currently 6:34 p.m. All right, this is documentation. My battery died. I am currently at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. That's where I'm at. And I'm also walking toward that. So this is west of the venue where the Ontario International Airport is documented, engaging in what is obvious stalking. And then they're also engaging in the documented stupidity of rising in elevation as though they're taking off. But that's the malice of the ingenious conduct of stalking using planes when you're miles away from the airport. So the entity is clearly just flying through the city, monitoring me where I'm at, and psychopaths who are demon possessed have the uncanny ability to do that with simultaneity to my movement, pursuant to what it is that I'm talking about that the entity is guilty of, that they are triggered by, while they are monitoring me to harass and terrorize as I document the people. The entity is doing this over the Ontario Village Shopping Center as well. What you're looking at in the parking lot when I'm taking these aren't people that are looking for a shopping place, looking for parking spots in the dark with headlights on. These are demons that are focused on me, and that's how you know that when they're doing the same thing under the fake sun. And it's going to be the prosecution of the government for a sex offense, an egregiously violent sex offense. And the entity is engaging in what is chasing me with light. They're making sure every turn that I make, they're making sure everywhere that I'm walking, because that's what's happening under the fake sun. This is what they're doing collectively at nightfall. And it's psychotic. That's actually what they're doing. They're in a parking lot, they're in vehicles, and on the surface you are assigning what is what a normal person would be doing, minding my business of looking for a parking spot. That's not what the demon possessed are doing. And the ongoing stalking by the Ontario International Airport is the direct evidence of that. It's the entity is engaging in also, and why? Because the government's stalking is that which the government is necessarily doing. The government is not monitoring, and you're monitoring when you're flying over the Ontario Village Shopping Center. You are miles away from the airport. Why aren't you rising? Why haven't you already taken off and flown up higher and engaging in what is a takeoff, clearly what is a departure, but I'm documenting them and doing all manner of chicanery at the village. But nonetheless, that's the evidence that the people are stalking. It's direct evidence, it's not circumstantial. And it's the same thing with the people of the state. They're doing so with engineer light. They're doing so at the venue. I've already shown the fake sun at all hours of the day. It's direct evidence. This is not circumstantial evidence. It's a conspiracy of the entity engaging in targeting, 8 JCP 165 included, and the entity is engaging in that while the elements of monitoring are underway, and this is going to be the prosecution, which I have secured regarding prosecuting the government for being a sex offender and prosecuting businesses who have very deep pockets. And that's not because I'm looking to cash in on a sex offender. It's because you're going to punish a sex offender, and you're also going to make sure that their name is associated with sexual violence so that American citizens know who the terrorists are and that they know who the predators are. Because they also want to make money. They also want to monitor you. They're monitoring your children's genitalia. They're engaged in sexual violence together, which is what I'm documenting while psychopaths are stalking me with impossible light as demons. And businesses are engaged in that demonic conduct. 7SPH 906, Ontario Village Shopping Center. Okay, that's again, recognizing another commercial actor, the entire property, and that incorporates every business. It is anchored by Stater Brothers. Okay, the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct and is doing so. That's Stater Brothers, that's a sex offender, you already know that. License 9CLM256, a sex offender engaging in what is maintaining light. And these are demons that no matter what, understand that they engage in, that's the unlawful threat. And that's what the federal government knows. That's why the federal government is raiding terrorists at their homes, raiding terrorists where they work, raiding terrorists wherever they're at, because surveillance is underway. The American citizen is subject to what is unlawful threat to their life at all places and at all times. And these demons, as I'm documenting them, they engage in unlawful threat. They will never stop targeting. It doesn't matter where my documentation shows, it doesn't matter what you're documenting, it doesn't matter how probative, it doesn't matter what the consequence is. That entity, that level of a predator, that level of a threat is the government that's conspiring to murder someone, and that is also relevant to the jurisdiction, the appropriate federal raids of the entity by neighborhood, by city, okay? That's the entity that's stalking me while I'm walking down the street. Stalking in the middle of the street with light activity. Stalking with impossible light activity. Molesting all over my body. This is what they're doing. This is the sex offense that is proven by the evidence of a fake sun. Sex offenders license 2CSIO3P, that's an Idaho plate, license 7029318. Gang stalking immigrants are being deported. This block over here, this is an entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking. There's a lot of immigrants over here. I just want to point that out to you. The entity's engaging, but there's a lot of immigrants in the state of California, period. But this particular area over here, it's impoverished, and it's not stopping them from engaging in very expensive and costly criminal activity with the government, okay? That is engaging in what is incentivizing sexual violence. The government and the people of the state are going to be prosecuted as sex offenders, which the fake sun proves. And it's also relevant to the sex offenders that you know are engaging in surveillance in bathrooms at the identified facilitating venue. A fake sun over a venue is identification of massive sexual violence committed by an entity and committed by everybody collectively. That's millions of people aware of what's going on with your genitalia in a private space like a bathroom. Okay, but the entity's engaged in what is sexual violence while they are together stalking you, and they're doing so while you are being molested with, it's not even a natural occurrence. That's not even the sun, and that's not even sunlight. And they're doing that because the objective of demons is to coach you, molest you, in other words, violate your person so that they can pace all around you and keep you under surveillance and monitor you. Okay, that's P.O.C. All right, it is currently, by the way, 8:17 p.m. These demons, again, the Ontario Plaza Apartments at Bonita and Vesta, the Ontario Village Shopping Center. I'm just speaking of my path while they're engaged in stalking with light. License 8NXU261. These are sex offenders. And so are the people of the state, and so is the Ontario International Airport. This is the entity that's aiding in that criminal pattern of conduct. These are psychopaths that are roaming around in a parking lot. Not the focus is not looking for parking spaces or reversing and leaving. They are making sure at every moment that I'm being molested with light. And that's the sickness of the demon possessed, and that's what they're all doing right in front of your face with the convenience of a fake sun, okay? The entity is doing this. This engineer light is present, the same specific environment when the demons are covering up the fake sun. And engineer light is, again, present in a different color. And not only that, they are still stalking with light using their vehicles, engaging in that same P.O.C. You'll see the entity like the Ontario Police, the City of Ontario, Spectrum, graffiti protective coatings, the entity that the CMAX, the demons that are engaging in what are methods of flashing light. That's what they're doing while they're stalking with light. Very sick behavior, very demented, and it's surveillance. It's the clear identification of surveillance. And this identification also, what they're going to recognize is that they've been identified as sex offenders, and they're going to be prosecuted. It is currently, again, 8:19 p.m. This is P.O.C. License 98EC933 at what is 229 Vine Avenue. These are demons that are engaged in, this is the federal government, want to alert you to terrorism underway at facilitating venue. Let me get the address. This is license plate, first of all. Stalking with light at your venue where you live, 49241G2. The neighbor across the street is monitoring. I'll get them right now. And they are monitoring on Vine Avenue, stalking in the path, engaging in surveillance with the government where you live. It's fully exposing you to a prosecution and a raid by the feds. And that's the quintessence of, by the way, of malice. All right. I want to see. I can see license 9JBC272 at what is 229. This is Vine Avenue, and this one would be 231. Because I don't see an address over here, but I don't want to guess. 229 Vine Avenue, and I'm going to document the location. I'll get it off of Google Maps. TGR 4383. This is a Texas plate. And the neighbor across the street sharing an activity creation. These are demons that are surrounding you with noise and light while you're monitoring. And you're always paying attention to that ongoing pattern. And they do it also with regard to what I'm doing on my phone. And when you're engaged in monitoring, understand that that's the state. You're engaged in the pattern of conduct. First of all, you're in the shoes of the state. You're in the facilitating venue. Second of all, you're in the shoes of the state. This is not private property, and it's also with regard to a classification. That doesn't mean that you have the right to go break in to a facilitating venue, but we are appropriating the terminology because this is not private property versus public property. The government's engaged in surveillance where the people of the state live, like they're engaging in right now. License TLJ9695, monitoring while inside of their house and using their car alarm. That's what the demon did last night at CF Street and Fern. This is 226 Vine Avenue. Okay, that's the entity that's monitoring. License 8SUF093, license TLJ 9695 and F587E0 or 7ED. 7E0 at what is, again, 226 Vine Avenue. This is P.O.C. That's 229, I believe I said. Yeah, 229. This is 226 across the street. I'm going to document and I've documented this neighborhood through and through. I've documented the entity Ontario International Airport is documented engaging in when I would walk down this street from Starbucks at 706 West Holt. The entity would fly west over my head up and down Vine Avenue. The entity is engaged in what is keeping the plane activity, patrolling one plane after another, after another, after another. That's a demon, multiple demons, a group of them maintaining path. That's what they're doing on the roads and the highways. One vehicle and another that are in line driving on the streets, those are demons that are patrolling. This is what the entity is doing, as I've documented the entity stalking by planes. The entity that stalks by helicopter, the helicopter is engaged in pacing by flying in circles. All right, and the Ontario International Airport would fly over me on this street when I would walk back toward my vehicle where I was living at, inside of my vehicle before this same entity that is stalking would engage in, pay attention, because the moment that I mentioned that, yeah, the entity is going to be prosecuted. 9BQC002, and if you're taking off over the square, why are you still hovering? And this is, again, direct evidence that 229 Vine Avenue, 226 Vine Avenue, are engaged in monitoring. This is the entity that's monitoring evidence and then engages in flying over my head, stalking me by helicopter. This is the entity that engages in what is listening to me recite evidence. This is the entity that is very, very misinformed. To engage in what is clearly targeting conduct as you're listening to that conduct be mentioned, which is not a coincidence, it's a documented pattern as well, that is evidence that you're targeting. The entity's mindset is that we'll do it again because that proves that it's nothing wrong or something idiotic like that. The entity is supposedly rising in elevation over the Ontario Town Square, over the senior citizen apartments, because that's where Southwest Airlines wants you to believe that they're flying from 2500 Airport Drive. And then at the 280 North Lemon Apartments in Ontario, California, that's where they've left Terminal 2, and that above that roof is where they are rising in elevation. But while I am much west from Ontario Town Square, okay, this is probably going to 6.5, 7 miles away from the airport in the direction west, you are still hearing the same level of plane activity, and that's the same elevation. And it's also not a coincidence, as I refer to that, very damning evidence where no planes are taking off. Remember, they're flying west over the Woodside Senior Apartments, and then they're flying over my vehicle. They're flying over my head when I'm walking on this street, Vine Avenue, where all the people of the state are gang stalking. And they're doing so while they are stalking me walking up and down Vine Avenue. And that clearly deviating presence of planes from an airport that are engaged in lawful conduct of landing and taking off from the airport and not engaging in what is psychopathic means of stalking an American citizen is that which is documented in real time as I refer to that. I have not mentioned that at all. And the moment that I mention it, the entity repeats it. And by the way, that is evidence of targeting, not the evidence of the ordinary conduct of the airport. And by the way, the fact that I say it and the demons do it, you need to understand that's what's happening. They're going to federal prison as well. That's exactly what's happening. But I just want to be clear, there's no coincidences here when the demons are indeed engaged in gang stalking like I document. 9BQC002. And they're stalking with the City of Ontario. None of this is private property. These are facilitating venues. 9CXD083. 6FKD. 425, I believe. I can't really see that whole plate. They try to dim the light. And the entity is doing so pursuant to surveillance on behalf of the government. Remember, in other words, this is the Ontario Police Department that's vicariously gang stalking at 229 Vine Avenue. This is criminal activity that the Ontario Police Department is sharing with them by their address, by their location, by their engagement in the elements of monitoring. And you know that also because the City of Ontario just hovered over the property in a manner that you can hear, in a manner that you would not hear if they were taken off from the airport. At 2500 Airport Road, the terminals. That doesn't include flying over what is 226 Vine Avenue in Ontario, California, hovering. A takeoff from the airport will never include that. And the entity is doing that much more north of this location over the Woodside Senior Apartments. And doing that much more south of this location over the Economy Inn, over my hotel room at the Economy Inn, over my head at the Economy Inn, over me on the sidewalk at Economy Inn, over me on the sidewalk over my head at the Mobile adjacent to the Economy Inn. This is the entity that's engaged in all manner of stalking and doing so while I document it. 9CXD083. These are demons. Stalking with light is demented behavior. These are psychopaths that engage in sexual deviancy, sexually violating other adults, sexually violating children, engage in surveillance in bathrooms. They're sex offenders engaging in surveillance of the genitalia against the with no consent of another person doing so. It's essentially voyeuristic behavior, and it's pursuant to what is the satanic surveillance system 9GSL927, a sex offender, TGR 4383 Texas, and that's the government that's a sex offender. Okay, P.O.C. License, can't really see that. So I just want to be clear, this is the entity's co-defendant, Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, R&D, going to federal prison. Alan D. WAPNER and Mike LORENZ, the state of California's criminal engagement in targeting me is putting them in federal prison. It is removing Alan D. WAPNER and Mike LORENZ, etc. It is disbanding. It is, again, this is what Ocean is doing. The entity's flying over the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue like it's taken off there, but miles away from that, you're hovering over where I'm standing, and as I refer to it, this is the entity. Yes, they are going to federal prison, but do not forget who's the co-defendant, who engaged in defaming me so that the entity could gang stalk me into a grave, and they are going to federal prison for it. Okay, this is again relevant to ongoing criminal activity that you remain a part of. That conspiracy has not stopped. No sort of investigation has slowed it down. The entity is engaged in impunity, and I refer to that. While the Ontario police are on video stalking me for an hour, flying over my head, the federal government is not investigating anything. That's the federal government targeting and psychologically torturing me, and Jason Isaac Fields is engaged in psychologically torturing me, hoping that I have a breakdown, hoping that I engage in something that's going to make his lies in court seem realistic, when it's never going to be a court hearing that was ever legitimate, by the way. This is somebody that's totally corrupt. This is something that's pursuant to what is not an investigation while the federal government is monitoring. 9TOR 393. That's what's relevant regarding Jason Isaac Fields, who's going to federal prison under all circumstances. Under all circumstances. Okay, 6MJJ575. And by the way, it's currently 8:29 p.m. where the Ontario International Airport is targeting, just like they are where I am at the Ontario Town Square, where the fake sun is rising and setting. All right, this is evidence, as I stated, the people of the state are not in private. This is not private property as the Constitution recognizes, because the government is engaged in surveillance. Everything that is happening is pursuant to surveillance maintained by the people and also maintained by the government. That is by definition not going to be treated as pursuant to what it actually is and what the affect is. The government's engaged in what is violating my privacy without any warrant or probable cause, including while I'm standing on the sidewalk outside of a venue where somebody else pays their rent, where I don't live there, because the government has no warrant or probable cause to engage in surveillance, and let alone psychological torture. That's not even lawful behavior under any circumstances at all. And that's what you're doing when you're stalking. That's what you're doing when you're engaging in stalking using planes. That's what you're doing when you're engaging in stalking using light. That's what you're doing when you're stalking under a whole fake sun. That's what you're doing when you're stalking with amplified noise. That's what you're doing when you're stalking pursuant to what the target individual is referring to at the moment that they're referring to it. And you're also admittedly engaging in surveillance. License plate 8BFE436 is gang stalking at third-party facilitating venue. Excuse me, I can't see the address, but I'm going to document the rest of it. 72532E3, 8GPP482, license 7MQU025, 5107. I can't really see the rest of them. These are demons that are pacing. 8YVD538. 9RGX544. Everybody in this neighborhood is stalking. This is what I documented at Alvarado Gardens. This is what I was documenting when I was sitting in my car, and the Ontario International Airport was hovering, stalking all night long in planes while I was in my vehicle, where they knew exactly who I was and what I was doing. And I also documented in 2020, the early podcast, I'm recording in my vehicle the amplified sound of plane activity, where they are northwest of where the Ontario Town Square is, where they're far away from the CHEVRON. And you are not rising in elevation, and you're also concentrating plane activity over my vehicle, where you are also stalking, where the entity kept that fake sun over my vehicle, and the entity engaged in what is stalking and maintaining the elements of monitoring with the demon-possessed people of the state who were monitoring me while I was inside of my car, and they all knew that, just like I'm showing you how I'm sleeping outside, and they all know that, and that's where they're stalking me. That's why the entity is flying and hovering over Gloria's Cochinas. But if you're taking off there, why are you still hovering miles away from that venue where I'm located at 226 Vine Avenue? Because they're stalkers and they're demons who are murderers. And Jason Isaac Fields is going to prison for what the co-conspirator is still engaging in, because he was never, in the federal government, was never engaged in a legitimate investigation. And that's what the feds need to know. Okay, the feds need to know that. And he sought to lie and cover up, conceal what it is that he was engaged in and why he was engaging in it and what benefit he sought in doing so. And that is, he wanted to, first of all, capitalize on property that belongs to me, and secondly, he wanted to make sure that the entity continuously targets me while claiming to be undergoing and while claiming to be engaging in an investigation. And it was the criminal conduct of targeting me, like I'm documenting, like I've been documenting since 2018, in furtherance of murder. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in. That's what Jason Isaac Fields, that's what the federal government has been engaged in, and that needs to be very clearly understood. And Jason Isaac Fields is a liar. He is a liar, and he is very desperate. That's what I want to state. He's very desperate. He's as desperate as these demons stalking with impossible light. Do you understand how desperate and psychotic that is? 9NUX440. Where did that even come from? What is that supposed to be? This is the entity that is very desperate with regard to its pattern of conduct, and that's the shared mental illness of Jason Isaac Fields. He's a psychopath, and he is a delusional psychopath who went to very far lengths for his sex partner, with his sex partner, Tracy Banks. These two gargoyles, okay, these shapeshifters, these demons that are engaging in gang stalking with the corrupt government that they are fully apprised of, engages in this routinely because they've done it against other people. And the entity is engaged in what is claiming on the surface, oh, we're investigating the assertions made against me, when it's all criminal conduct, and the government's engaged in criminal activity in doing so. And doing so while claiming to be giving evidence to the federal government about, oh, because he doesn't know, he's gang stalking the whole time, and he is still engaged in targeting, while demons, while I'm walking down the street, license 8KDF909, are gang stalking. They're gang stalking with Jason Isaac Fields. They're gang stalking with that same entity who is still engaged in that criminal conduct on his behalf. I don't have to see his face in order to document him and he be held criminally accountable for it, because this is a criminal conspiracy that he's responsible for. He was the one vocalizing, declaring in court what's wrong with me and why he should have my property, basically. And it was all lies while I'm being gang stalked, and he's gang stalking me. He's the one that's doing it. He's a murderer. And he's responsible, like I stated, for murdering other people. And he's still gang stalking me, counting on me not making it to court. And I just want to be clear, this is somebody who I have every intention to make sure that you understand the level of mental instability, the level of malice, the level of what is desperation regarding his obsession with a delusion. Okay, this is somebody that is both suicidal, and it's also somebody that is delusional with regard to what reality is. There is no amount of witchcraft that's, first of all, it's going to work, and second of all, there's no amount of witchcraft that will make my evidence disappear. Ever. There's no amount of witchcraft that's going to make what the city of Ontario doing right now irrelevant to Jason Isaac Fields and the case against him and the malice that he acted with. And the co-defendant, the state of California, that is still gang stalking me to date, that is directly relevant to the malice with which he sought to calculate my death. That's directly relevant. The city of Ontario's Southwest Airlines, okay? Gang stalking. Flight over the Ontario Town Square, because that's the street that I'm in alignment with. I am at the 226 Vine Avenue. That is in alignment with where the Ontario Town Square is when they're flying the plane. Southwest Airlines is hovering, and I'm just using Southwest as an example because it's all of them. They're hovering where I'm at, stalking me, doing so pursuant to knowledge that I'm even documenting it, because all of this evidence is under surveillance. This is evidence that the entity has stolen and profited from, while Jason Isaac Fields would have the federal government believe that he is not responsible for everything that has happened, everything that's precipitated, and didn't have full knowledge of everything that was incorporated in what he participated in, and that's a lie. It's a lie. That's a lie. He did not care. He wanted the money, period. And he doesn't want that to be known, because it's not a very pretty picture with regard to somebody that was a part of the federal government, but you need to understand what he is. He's a hideous gargoyle. And that's not name calling. This is an evil person. This is what gang stalking is, by the way. It's evil. He's engaged in it full throttle. He is very much evil, and he's a demon. He is currently practicing witchcraft. Well, to you, in front of you, because you don't see it, you see no hands, and I haven't had physical contact with him, and you know nothing about how he is attacking in the spirit, hoping, even though he has no hope, and it's not going to work, but he's still, that's how delusional he is. Him and his sex partner, Tracy Banks, they are of the same demonic spirit. They are both psychopaths, both of them. Spiritually attacking in ways that are not effective, but I'm going to report it to you because it's relevant, because Jason Isaac Fields is a psychopath who is counting on my death. He is not a friend. He is not an investigator. He is trying to conceal and cover up crimes that he committed and that he's accountable for. His hands are filthy dirty. He's a murderer. He's a pedophile. He's a thief. He is a liar. And he belongs in prison. And this is relevant to the evidence. I'm not just saying names and this is what I want. I'm stating that I am being targeted by the government right now. And the entity is claiming that they were engaging in a federal investigation. That is a lie. That is a lie. The federal investigation included the Ontario Police Department gang stalking me and the federal government watching me being gang stalked, sitting up and monitoring me and seeing how it's affecting me in the spiritual realm. Seeing if Jason Isaac Fields can engage in, this is a demon, okay? He's a demon, he's a psychopath. They think that this siphoning stuff, this witchcraft stuff, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, good for you, because I'm not into it either, but essentially gang stalking me into a point to where I'll just have a breakdown and I'll just give up and I'll stop documenting and I'll just be worn out and then I'll just become just disillusioned and I'll just become so depressed and I'll just become so hopeless and I'll just lose my faith and I'll just stop believing in my cause and I'll just succumb to the overwhelming power of the stalking me by helicopters. And then I'm just going to concede that I'm not being stalked and that I'm imagining it. And you would get that because I just give up altogether and I just stop documenting. And then I'm just going to off myself. I'm just going to, I'm just going to self-delete, okay? How these people that are fearful to speak the truth would refer to it. I'm going to engage in committing suicide. This is what Jason Isaac Fields, this is what the federal government was counting on me doing. And they're sitting, let me be clear, the Ontario police that are stalking, pay attention to this documentation. In June of 2000, excuse me, not even June, since September to the present, September 2024 to the present, a year. This evidence in particular is relevant to my return to Ontario. And I specifically stated as it was happening, pay attention to the impunity of the Ontario Police Department. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to how they have no regard for the fact that the evidence is being captured on video, because that's what they know. They know that the evidence is being captured on video, and even if, I won't even argue that, pay attention to the impunity with which they engage in stalking me every day in helicopters, 20 minutes flying over my head, flying back and forth, pacing back and forth, all manner of harassment, no matter how many videos how much of that evidence I'm capturing on a basis. The entity, as of the kidnapping in June of 2025, June 3rd when I was released, the entity literally engaged in stalking me in a helicopter from place to place, stalking me at the museum, then I go to the Tabor Professional Building, stalking me at that venue on a nightly basis. I'm going to Starbucks every day. They're stalking me at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue by helicopter. I'm going to the OVITT Family Community Library, and they're stalking at the OVITT Family Community Library, which there is a historical basis of documenting that. And the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while I am capturing the evidence on a greater scale. And I stated at the time, there is no investigation. I said it already. This is not an investigation. Jason Isaac Fields is gang stalking. Jason Isaac Fields is a psychopath. You need to understand how evil that is. It's like the demons that sit in the dark aiming light. This is the mind state, that conduct of that menacing, that very creepy conduct of lying in wait, sitting there and watching, stalking in the darkness with light. And on top of that, these are demons. These are strangers, people I don't even know, and they're all invested in stalking. The demons know who I am. They're engaged in the pattern of conduct. It's all surveillance. They're all in engineer light, and the entity's doing, all of them are doing that under a fake sun. They're all sitting around. You're not looking at people that are parking their cars and just sitting in and charging their Teslas. They're all engaged in what you see at nightfall, stalking with light. They're all stalking me with light. That's why the whole crime scene is there. These demons are all on its stage, as unbelievable as that sounds, but I have proven what is unbelievable to the mind. I've proven it. All they are concerned with, the city of Ontario is full of criminals. This is public corruption, but these are demon-possessed people. And the city of Ontario is full of demons who are all together stalking me. And I documented the Ontario police engaging in what is just a wealth of evidence provided to me. And the impunity, the carelessness, they don't even care that it was on video. And they literally followed me from place to place to place. And then the entity, Hazelwood, engaged in criminal summoning at the museum. When you're stalking me every night in helicopter at the museum, and the entities engage in doing the same thing at the Tabor Professional Building, and you're stalking me every night by helicopter at the Tabor Professional Building. You're doing that while you're flying over the venue by commercial planes. While you're hovering over the town square, at what point when you're flying diagonally, pay attention, have you ever caught me capture video of the commercial planes flying diagonally across toward the Woodside Senior Apartments location or toward Starbucks while I'm at the Ontario Town Square? Do you know why that is? Because they're engaged in what is stalking where I'm located. They're not taking off anywhere. They're crouched. They're demons. They're crouching low to the ground, and then they fly over the building, and then they engage in what is hovering over that building, and then engage in their conduct of feigning a takeoff. It's a very poor act. It's as poor as the fake sun documentation. That's not the sun, and this is very poor, and this is very obvious evidence showing malice of a whole population that are engaged in routinely murdering people, okay? Murdering people that they torture together and harass and terrorize. This is what Jason Isaac Fields is engaging in. As sick as it is to sit around stalking with light, this is what he's doing. He's sitting around stalking while I am documenting the pattern of conduct. He's sitting around watching. By sitting around, I mean his obsession is me. Okay, he's a demon. He is monitoring in the spirit. And by that, what do I mean practically for a federal agent to understand? That's a part of what is providing me justice. What Jason Isaac Fields as a demon, what the demon possessed are doing, but I'm prosecuting Jason Isaac Fields specifically. You need to understand what he is doing is he is engaged in what is studying me. This is essentially voyeurism. Okay, he's monitoring on the internet. He's engaged in what is monitoring my website, my YouTube channel, my WordPress. This is the P.O.C.WordPress.com, my personal website, which is publishing all of the evidence of this public investigation. He's monitoring that website. He's monitoring my YouTube channel. He's monitoring my Instagram page. He's monitoring all of my social media, in other words. And he is also monitoring me. He's a demon. He's a demon-possessed person. He uses witchcraft, and he's engaged in what is sitting around. Monitoring is somebody that's essentially, if you could close your eyes and imagine somebody, when you close your eyes, imagine somebody sitting at a desk in your face, and they are in your face. They're so close that their nose is touching, let's say their nose is touching your top lip. Okay, they're putting their nose right under your nose, and that's somebody that is all in your face, right? And you only see that when you close your eyes, okay? And the reason why I'm giving you that visual is because this is what essentially monitoring is. This is somebody that is hovering over you in the spiritual realm and is studying you and watching you and seeing how you're affected. This is a sick serial killer. He's a psychopath, okay? And he's doing this because he's desperate to get away with criminal activity that he's committed. And he's engaged in what is, again, I understand that you can't prosecute for somebody practicing witchcraft, but I'm going to give you the full story, and I'm also going to, and it's also relevant to evidence that you already have. Your question regarding what Jason Isaac Fields knew, when he knew it, your question regarding what Jason Isaac Fields committed, what was Jason Isaac Fields, well, in so many ways, there are certain crimes where it may be relevant what you intended to result, but that depends on the crime. With regard to murder, the intent to take a life, that's it. And you intend that by committing the act. And you are sharing in that criminal activity. This is a demon, and this is somebody that's also a psychopath who was gang stalking me. And he is engaged in not just spiritually monitoring like I'm stating. He's gang stalking me in 2018. I'm at his house on June 1st, 2018, his apartment. Okay, and all of the entity knows that. He's been engaged in years of a long-term relationship. I believe even married to my mother. He's married to this gargoyle. Okay, this decrepit, shape-shifting demon. Okay, with cobwebs. All inside of her, and he's having sex with that. They're infecting each other, and he is monitoring me along with her. They're both gargoyles. They're both creatures. That's how disgusting they are. They are absolutely out of their minds. They're both stalking me and monitoring me with the government, and they're sitting up, hovering, obsessing, watching as I am subject to this system because they're counting on me to have some sort of breakdown so that they think that they're going to run off with my property. as though counting on you, the federal government, the ones that are not corrupt, are going to just dismiss all the evidence that I have published on the internet. I guess assuming that you're just going to drop it and that you're not paying any attention to it, that's what that would require. And that would not be a competent investigation, by the way. That it would leave a reasonable basis to question whether they have the right in the first place, because it's certainly not evidence of mental illness that these demons tried to present in court. But this is what they're counting on. And by also the evidence of what I'm presenting, this is evidence that's showing that the government is targeting me. And when you're looking at evidence of the government targeting me, that directly rebuts that there's any mental illness on my part. And for there to be any mysterious death, or them even claiming that a death caused at my own hands, that is something that you would have to necessarily just believe that based on what they're stating. They're relying on witchcraft to accomplish all this. They're relying on witchcraft to confuse you and cloud your mind. They're relying on witchcraft to maintain an air of mystery around what happens to me while they're gang stalking. My evidence of the P.O.C. is showing unmistakable clarity regarding targeting by this government. That in and of itself is evidence to you that you cannot believe anything that Jason Isaac Fields has stated. You cannot believe anything that the entity would claim about me. This is why they were in court lying about my character. That in and of itself. They're engaging in this and they're counting on that. My disappearance, which is not going to happen. My psychological breakdown, which is not going to happen. But I'm going to break that down to you because this is what they're counting on. This is how delusional Jason Isaac Fields is. This is how malicious he is. Any sort of evidence or information that he's provided to the federal government is self-serving. He belongs in federal prison, and he is documented engaged in gang stalking me while having a fake friendship with me, while having a long-term sexual relationship with my mom. That in and of itself right there. Just to be clear, I would never befriend someone that's in a sexual relationship with my mom. You are friends with an elder. I don't hang out, I don't kick it with my mom's sex partners. Knowingly, okay? I'm finding out that she's having sex with everybody that I used to associate with, including Jason Isaac Fields, who is perfectly fine with that. He's perfectly comfortable with that. That speaks to their character, okay? And that is what they wanted to depict me as. That is speaking to their character. This is the type of information that's relevant when you are engaging in a competent investigation. And this is relevant how I would investigate any evidence of terrorism, because that's what I'm subject to, while you are investigating relevant crimes pursuant to what all that the entity has committed against me. And what is their motivation for gang stalking? Besides the fact that, yes, just plainly because they're demons. And that includes Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. They're demons, and that's enough. They are wicked, and this is born of what is that mental illness when that spirit of death is on them. These are demons that engage in desperate acts of wickedness, and they're engaged in this when I have the police stalking me for 20 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, following me around from place to place, doing so pursuant to a pattern of conduct that's documented in different cities, different counties, the same pattern of conduct, and I'm showing you the specific environment. The demons are counting on you to not examine that evidence, to disregard it, and that's not what's going to happen. But I want to let you know what they're counting on. And simultaneously, while they're giving me evidence of the government targeting me, that is not evidence that coincides with any claim that they would make that I killed myself, or that I harmed myself, or that I just disappeared. And they're also simultaneously engaging in witchcraft. This is what they planned. This is what this unstable psychopath Jason Isaac Fields planned. He is mentally ill. He is severely sick. For what he's committed already, what he's committed against other people who are already 6 feet under, and what he sought to commit against me and tried to silence me. Gang stalking me is a means of trying to silence me. Okay, this demon is doing so while his co-defendants, these demons surround me. They harass me and terrorize me while I speak about him, while I document him. That's what the Ontario Police Department do. They are targeting me with him. And the evidence of what I've been documenting, pay attention to 2024 to the present. It's been a year since I returned to Ontario. Okay, in October and November, I did leave Tracy Banks' apartment again. I stayed in a couple more hotels. And then in November of 2024, I went back to her apartment and I stayed there. And that's where the fake son stayed. That's where the Ontario police were stalking day and night in helicopter, engaged in all manner of warfare there. It was like literally Afghanistan over her apartment. All the helicopter activity and the entity maintaining plane activity. And Jason Isaac Fields, this is a demon. And the reason why I'm giving you that image of somebody in your face and placing their nose on your top lip, because that's how much he is a hovering demon in the spirit. Sitting there studying. He's a psychopath. Somebody that wants to watch you die. Somebody that wants to watch you suffer. Okay, that's what he's doing spiritually, while he is still criminally monitoring. And he did that while claiming he was an investigator, while he was at the same time lying about facts that he was collecting. This is somebody that is calculated with regard to helping Tracy Banks murder her own daughter, whom, while he's having sex with Tracy Banks. And he is falsely depicting my character pursuant to hearsay that he would claim that he didn't know the substance of. He wasn't able to verify. He was never interested in verifying it. This is why he already had money. He already had custody of my property. This is why he was stealing. Understand, he knows exactly that I'm not mentally ill. He stole this evidence, my intellectual property. Why would you steal it and profit from it if you thought that I was crazy? Why would you do that? If I'm so crazy, then why are you stealing it, claiming it as your own genius work, and making money off of it? Because this is what he's a part of. I want to be clear. The entity is maliciously making these assertions, and while claiming to be ignorant, and he is not. He is not. He is not only negligent with regard to his responsibilities as an official, he is conflicted based on his sexual relationship and his personal interest in my property. He is also incompetent and derelict. Under all circumstances to be removed from law enforcement, but he belongs in federal prison. As surely as you are seeing the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport stalking me in planes and helicopters, that is designed to cause a psychological breakdown, which is never going to happen. But while they engaged in it, I documented it because you need to understand, not only did they fail in targeting me for all the reasons that you are learning, but this is what's happening in the United States, and it is terrorism. And it's also rooted in Satanism. And this is what Jason Isaac Fields is currently engaging in still. So is Tracy Banks. Wherever that demon is, whatever she's doing, she's still engaging in attacking. She's doing so on behalf of these demons that are still working with Tracy Banks. So is the Ontario Police Department still working with Tracy Banks. That's why they're gang stalking. They're doing so because of Tracy Banks and Jason Fields. This is putting both of them in federal prison. And that's understanding how whoever is the federal prosecutor understands how you're prosecuting a criminal conspiracy. You are going down for what your co-conspirator is engaging in, and I've already established the conspiracy. I've established the conspiracy of the state and the people of the state years ago, and the pattern of conduct. The entities engaged in ongoing audible activity while they are triggered by the evidence of them already being surrounded with evidence. These are demons, and let me read their license plate. Stalking with impossible light. This is a Latino male stalking in the roads and the highways, engaged in surveillance, lurking on the side of the road, and pulls up, engaging. This is a psychopath stalking, 82302D3, stalking with impossible light. They're all sitting around listening to me. That demon crosses path in a motorcycle, impossible light moves across the wall, and they're pacing on Euclid Avenue and C Street. This is where the fake sun rises and sets as well. This other demon monitoring, license 8ZPH545. And this is the entity that's engaging in what is surveillance on an ongoing ceaseless basis. That represents the entity. They're doing that ceaselessly everywhere that I'm going. I just want to be clear. This is what an entity is counting on. None of that is going to happen. But this is the entity that's desperate because they are engaging in what is criminal conduct while I'm documenting it. When you have the evidence of targeting, nobody's going to be defamed for being mentally ill. This is not evidence while I'm documenting the government targeting me that's going to support what they were doing, which is perjuring themselves and defaming my character in order to steal my money as a matter of public corruption. This does not support it at all. And this is also relevant because you know that they stole this intellectual property, which is also evidence to prosecute them. That's not something you do with something that's falsely depicting somebody as being hallucinating. Oh, I'm hallucinating, so why are you stealing my intellectual property then? You want to be on the internet hallucinating and that's what's making you money because you look crazy? Claiming that you're me, stealing my identity? Claiming that my ideas are yours? And stealing my money and not telling me anything about it? This is what YouTube shares in. YouTube is a part of that. This is an entity, again, Jason Isaac Fields has people that he would answer to as well. He has many motivations regarding my demise, which he is still invested in and is actively acting toward, including while the city of Ontario is targeting me. Tracy Banks is going to prison and so is Jason Fields. I just want to make sure that that's clear because anything less, it is disingenuous. He's lying. He's lying. He's been gang stalking me for years as well. He already knows that I'm not, he knows that, about me not being mentally ill. We used to sit and talk on the phone all the time. He knows. He's engaged in what is defaming me and he was doing so maliciously with this entity. He knows. Now, if they're taking off over here, I'm at C Street where the town square is. What are they doing at 226 Vine Avenue, like I stated? You see the same level, the same volume level, same elevation. That's the entity flying miles wherever I'm at in the city and stalking in the sky space, the immediate sky space. Just like they were today, as a matter of documentation of the City of Ontario, under the fake sun that remained over me on 1 street from the 12 p.m. hour as approximately 12:45 till about 6:15 p.m., where the fake sun is proven to be right here at the same location. That's where the people of the state are gang stalking. And these are demons that are gang stalking me because they are bloodthirsty. They want a murder to happen. And the entity is engaging in this on behalf of Jason Isaac Fields, who wants a murder to occur. This is because of criminal conduct that they've already committed and criminal conduct that they intend to get away with, in other words. Okay? And that is, again, the entity that is gang stalking altogether. P.O.C. Engaging in surveillance on surveillance cameras of Wells Fargo. Sharing in conspiracy to murder. Engaging in surveillance with the Ontario International Airport, 8BJY448. And Wells Fargo was engaged in that as well, 240 North Euclid Avenue. The demons are engaged in surveillance, stalking with light, psychopaths, engaging in surveillance with the airport, engaging in surveillance with the all of the City of Ontario, and all they do is get up and get in their vehicles and get on the ATM. Wells Fargo is a gang stalker as well. So I just want to point that out. That's how you're prosecuting the corrupt establishments, and the establishments are directly engaging in it while the fake sun remains over me as I go to your establishment, while I'm being molested with impossible light inside of your establishment, while the demon-possessed gang stalkers are customers of yours and employees of yours while I'm being gang stalked by them at your establishment. License BAD VVT. License 6YCG073. 93332L3. License 8WNU199, I believe. P.O.C. These are all co-conspirators to murder. The level of criminal conduct, the level of this conspiracy is rising to the level of what is terrorism. This is no ordinary crime. Jason Fields is going to prison for soliciting terrorism in order to get away with stealing from me. This isn't just 25 people, which would be a lot against an American citizen as well. This isn't just 25 people. It's the entire state of California. No matter what city I go to, no matter what county, that entire city and county and the government in that area is targeting me. That's terrorism, and he's going to prison for it, and he didn't accidentally do it. He didn't ignorantly do it. He's been targeting me, like I stated, since I met him in 2003. He's been engaged in targeting again since I contacted him when he was living in another state, which is speaking to federal stalking across state lines, and that was 2012. And then he moved back to California so that he could engage in more heavy-duty sexual activity with this gargoyle, Tracy. They're both gargoyles. They're both creatures. They're both hideous. They're both infected with diseases. They're both sick in the mind, and they're both engaged in criminal conduct that is unspeakable conduct, okay? Including children, including a mass population like these sickos that are gang stalking these demons. This is Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks gang stalking. They're engaged in this pattern of conduct as an entity. And that's how you're prosecuting any conspiracy, which he is directly engaged in. And he is not ignorant, nor is it reasonable to claim that you're ignorant. And he is not. He's actually not, nor is he reasonably ignorant. And he is going to be, justice requires that you be held accountable for the harms that I suffered because of his greed, because of his materialism, because of his mental illness. He's a psychopath. He's a psychopath. Okay, I just want to make sure that that is clearly understood. License 8BPE384. 8BPE384, yeah. All right, and surrounding at the Wells Fargo, again, the third party that I documented at the Wells Fargo, one demon after another engaging in surveillance across the street, light activity. That's what they're engaging in. They do so keeping the lights on the vehicle, getting out, going to the ATM. They're engaging in what is surveillance, one demon after another, based on where I'm located, surveillance, and they're doing that at 9:01 p.m. This is a demon in a white truck replacing the black Mustang, one demon after another. This is what they're doing while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. It's surveillance. Meaning they're not going anywhere. They have one demon that replaces another, or they have a group of demons. They're never abandoning relevant positioning. So I just want to document that. And Wells Fargo is going to be prosecuted, just like every other establishment. Okay? P.O.C. We have some demons at 303 North Euclid Avenue. which is an empty building. These are the fake Christians of Vol's Church, probably. Those demons at that fake gang stalking organization, because it's not the Church of Christ Jesus. A bunch of demons engaging in monitoring, doing so under the fake sun, which I also documented. But nonetheless, they're engaging in that pattern of kind of read their license plate, and they are accessing what is the building where the Ontario police claim to be engaged in police training, and they are very well engaged in what is a sex ritual. All right, those are demons that are entirely corrupt, and they're gang stalking under this fake sun that's present in the same manner that you saw this evening while they were stalking me on video at 5:53 p.m. The fake sun is in that same position at 7:15 in the morning, where they are calling gang stalking police training. The same street right here, 8 BPE 384 at 303 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. They're monitoring while engineer lights moving all across the buildings. They're gang stalking. P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently, by the way, 9:02 p.m. I'm going to upload not upload. I am going to upload, but I'm going to publish the license plates of the third parties that I captured. All right, and that's just to understand because it's far more than what I document, okay? But that's an idea. I'm capturing license plate after license plate after license plate after license plate. That's just a hint, an idea of how many demons the Ontario police are gang stalking me with. And they're going to prison, and they're going to be disbanded for terrorism. All right? And they're doing so stalking with light, like psychopaths, just like the people of the state. Crossing path on traffic cameras at 9:03 p.m. Ontario police crossing path stalking me in doing so. All right, they're entirely illegitimate, and all they're doing in Ontario is stalking. That's why a fake sun remains over me on one street in the city of Ontario. And I've been documenting that agency in particular, who's engaged in what is trying to accomplish a murder on behalf of Tracy Banks and Jason Fields. All right, it's currently, like I stated, 9:03 p.m. This is P.O.C. And what I was stating is that I'm going to read the license plates, and that's just giving you a sample, but numerosity is relevant to prosecuting terrorism, the gang violence. This is the entity that's targeting through a whole population, and that's unprecedented gang violence. It is domestic terrorism, and that's why you're going to federal prison. This is escalated beyond just a few members of the community that are targeting, and it's not just based on what Jason Isaac Fields committed and Tracy Banks is doing, even at the apartment complex where she lives or lived, whatever. She's engaged in terrorism. The whole city is represented by 9JDU676. That's a third party. Okay, and there's a group of demons that are surrounding me right now, monitoring and following me around, sitting in the parking lot, waiting to engage in what is driving in the street. Okay, sitting on the street in the dark, waiting to engage in some means of what is crossing path if they need to. These are demons that are engaging in lying in wait. They're predators, and they're demons that engage in that while they're stalking with light. And that's the same description. That's the police. They're predators. They're stalking. That's it. That's it. And they're doing so trying to commit a murder, and nothing that they are counting on. First of all, it's not going to happen. But second of all, there's no mystery regarding what my evidence has already established. And under all circumstances, Jason Isaac Fields defamed my character to accomplish theft. This is a demon stalking at the parking garage license plate. This sex offender, license 9UYN650, and is gang stalking with, again, the apartment full of predators that are co-conspiring in murder while they're stalking as a whole apartment complex, while the Ontario International Airport flies over their apartment complex, hovering to gang stalk me at 415 North Euclid Avenue. And that demon is stalking in the parking garage, waiting until I walk in alignment to molest my body like a sex offender. And that apartment complex is a sex offender. The property management company is a sex offender, and it is a domestic terrorist, profiting from gang stalking, acting with the City of Ontario and the Ontario Police Department. Okay, the entity is engaging what is targeting as one. They are acting as an entity. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. That's how you're breaking that down. And the entity is engaged in not just stalking and harassment. It is domestic terrorism. It's terrorism. You're going to prison. You're going to prison for terrorizing an American citizen. You sought to engage in terrorism to get away with stealing money and property, abusing your government position in doing so you can solicit the government to terrorize an American citizen to accomplish a malicious murder. That's what Jason Isaac Fields is guilty of. And he's going to federal prison for that. And I want to make sure that you understand that. First of all, what they are, he's a psychopath. He's literally mentally demented, and he's going to be subject to mental examinations, as is every gang stalker that's going to be prosecuted. But you need to understand, they're literally counting on you disregarding my evidence, not looking through it, not examining it, and listening to their recitation of what it contains, while they want you to forget about the fact that they stole it and claimed it as their own ideas, their genius, making a lot of money off of it, but at the same time claiming, oh, she's just hallucinating, she's just mentally ill, she killed herself, or she disappeared, and they're counting on that to happen through witchcraft. That's not going to work. They're mentally ill. None of that was ever going to happen. It was never going to happen. And it's not going to happen. This is relevant to the impunity of the Ontario Police Department. See, when those demons, they go dizzy stalking me day in and day out, and then you stand back at a macro level. I've accumulated, as of 2024, a whole edition regarding what is restarting the, and by restart, I mean documenting them stalking me like I had been in 2018 through 2022. And over the past year, September 2024 to September 2025, there is a massive body of evidence addition regarding the Ontario Police Department targeting me. And the impunity with which they're targeting, that's relevant to what I'm telling you right now, what they're counting on. The Ontario Police is crossing path on Euclid Avenue with the rest of the demons. The entity is sounding plane engines coming out of nowhere. There's no plane flying over here. And the entity is stalking with impossible light the Ontario downtown luxury apartments. These are demons, and that's demonic. The light activity is demonic. It's not headlights. The audible activity is demonic. It's not a plane engine. And the entity is doing so while I'm walking around, and demons in Ontario Police Department vehicles are stalking on Euclid Avenue. They will be seen on traffic cameras driving in the direction south. Okay, it's a Ontario Police Department, the SUVs. The box-shaped SUVs like Yukons, not the ones that are shaped like the Dodges. But anyway, the entities engaging in this, and this is what they were counting on, the impunity that the Ontario Police Department targets me with. The impunity that Tracy Banks targets with while I'm in her apartment. The stuff that she's doing, the entity, she's doing so with the Ontario Police. She's just having a field day. Didn't care that I was capturing the podcast. Did not care that I was capturing video. That's my evidence that she claimed, she intended to claim as her own in the first place, because her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, was supposed to contain this and have me handled. And he is sitting there monitoring while the demons of the Ontario Police is the specific agency terrorizing me inside of her apartment, where the fake sun is rising and setting. Where engineer light is molesting inside of her apartment, like I show you at every other venue, inside of the library, inside of the on the bus, inside of every hotel that I'm staying in, inside of my apartment in Los Angeles, all of which are, I'm showing you the entity doing so under a specific environment, showing you the crime scene. I'm the target because the entity keeps a fake sun over the top of my head. And when I'm in a hotel in Monrovia, that fake sun is over my hotel room window. And that's where that fake sun sets. That's the identical pattern of conduct. And that's happening at Tracy Banks' apartment, and she did so fearlessly because she had confidence that she was going to get away with murder. So that you never hear about her being a pedophile. So that you never hear about her engaging in sex trafficking. While she's denying, remember my documentation, she's denying having sex with Jason Fields. She's denying having any relationship with him. Remember that documentation. Run the tapes back. Particularly March and April of 2025. She's denying it. And when I returned on June 3rd, 2025, and she's denying having sex with Jason Isaac Fields, she's engaged in something, if not a marriage, they're engaged in years of a sexual relationship. They've infected each other with HIV, okay? Years of a sexual relationship with him, while he's in a court lying with her, talking about he has HIV, or I've been infecting people with HIV. No, that's what Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks have been doing. They're the ones with HIV. They're the ones that violated HIPAA and put stuff on my medical records that I didn't put that on my, and I've never had any sort of adverse test results like that. The entity's engaged in what is violating my, even that in and of itself is evidence of the entity targeting me. I don't have to make up anything about the entity stalking me by planes and helicopters like you can hear here. You can hear, I mean, where am I? I'm at the Ontario Town Square, by the way. And the entity's doing that miles away at 226 Vine Avenue, where you're taking off here, you can't hear it anymore, but then they are, again, west, necessarily hovering, going down at a lower elevation to do what they did over 226 Vine Avenue. That's the entity that's stalking. Okay? The entity's engaged in this conduct at Tracy Banks' apartment, doing so with impunity that I documented, lying about being sexually or in any way involved with Jason Isaac Fields, claiming that she doesn't even know him, and she's lying. She's lying about that. You know the nature of their relationship. And this relationship is what is a conflict for him. And she's acting with impunity with the Ontario police that are terrorizing me inside of her apartment, where they know very well where I'm at. Just like they know where I'm at the museum, and the Starbucks, at the library, where I'm at when I'm walking out the entrance, when I'm at the back entrance facing the University of Laverne College of Law, when I'm at the Starbucks at 706 West Holt, when I'm at the Stater Brothers, all right, when I'm on Omnitrans, all right, just like they know everywhere I'm at. This is what they were doing at Tracy Banks' apartment. September through current September 2025 to September 2024. And this is relevant evidence regarding what is a ceaseless pattern of conduct. They've been targeting me, and I returned after being forced to resign from my job, where Jason Fields, the federal government, this entity was targeting me at work. And I can't be at work without, like the Ontario police are doing, flying over my head, stalking me all day long. I can't be at work without that sort of terrorism and threatening me. I can't do that. I can't be in my apartment without that conduct. And that's a threat to my safety, especially while I'm being harassed by Speaker Companies Incorporated, both by gang stalking me, but also by engaging in what are acts of obstruction of justice. Harassing me in the workplace while you're gang stalking? Are you kidding me? You're going to prison? You're going to prison. That's the type of stuff that the entity does to inflict psychological harm, to incite what is suicidal ideation. They're engaging, and they want to they want to commit a sacrifice. That's what Speaker Companies is engaging in. Okay, while they were gang stalking the whole time. And you can hear the helicopter in the background. Ontario police stalking at the Ontario Town Square, when I'm referring to Tracy Banks stalking me with the Ontario police at her apartment. And you're going to pay attention to that evidence, because the impunity of the Ontario police that engaged in flying in circles over me, stalking, flying over my head at her apartment front door as I'm documenting the demon in unit number 55 upstairs. The Ontario police engaged in stalking, and just like when I document the demons at Wells Fargo yesterday morning, what did the Ontario Police Department? They immediately follow while they're engaged in what is, I guess that's supposed to stop me from documenting. It's not. It's not. And that's your evidence, federal government, that the entity's been targeting. And the entity includes Jason Fields, who's engaging in what is betting on my death. He's a psychopath, monitoring in the spirit, engaging in voyeurism, monitoring my social media, and obsessing over when I'm going to die, while he's practicing witchcraft, hoping that some genie is going to cause me to just stop breathing. He's a psychopath. He is a psychopath, and you are gaining perspective of how sick and evil he is by the criminal activity of the Ontario Police Department. Solicitation for murder, essentially. All right? I just want to be clear. The entity is engaging in this, and this is relevant to what would never be the case when you are looking at my evidence, because my evidence is proving targeting by government. My evidence is proving targeting by government that's psychopathic. They're a bunch of demons. That's speaking to the specific environment, and that has no bearing upon the target individual's character, other than the fact that the target individual had the presence of mind to capture that. Okay? And that's why the entity also tried to claim it as their own, while they also at the same time at the other side of their face want to try to defame my character, which is impossible, especially while you have HIV and everyone, including their mother, has slept with you. Okay? The entity is engaging in this conduct and is doing so while they are targeting me, and doing so while Jason Nancy Fields is counting on me dying, while he's trying to double as he's a mendacious actor. He's trying to double as an investigator who's seeking out. He's lying. There's no investigation. We used to talk on the phone, and he was lying about who he is as a person. I don't even know him. He's not my friend. We're not friends. All right. So he was a total charlatan, in other words, and he's doing this while he's targeting me with Tracy Banks, and targeting me with Tracy Banks included talking to me on the phone. And he's talking to me on the phone while his sex partner, Tracy Banks, is aware of the whole conversation. And so is the whole rest of the state, because he's monitoring me. That's what he's engaging in defaming me on the internet about. And because he wants my property, because he wants to be a woman. Okay? That's also relevant to why he sleeps with men. He wants to be a woman. And he thinks that having sex with men is going to help him manifest my life. And he's a psychopath. He needs mental help. Okay, this is somebody that's engaged in criminal conduct, which he did not commit accidentally nor ignorantly. There is a history of him targeting me, and there is also what is corrupt means of profiting from targeting me. And that is, again, while the entity is claiming to be investigating, he's not investigating. The Ontario police are going bat poo crazy, gang stalking me very heavily, and I documented it. And that's relevant to the impunity, meaning the carelessness. They're engaged in, I'm documenting video after video, I'm documenting day after day, ongoing heavy targeting. You're not doing anything other than targeting me, flying over Tracy Banks' apartment. As I open her front door, you're flying over the top of my head. You're flying in circles over me. You're engaging in what is stalking by helicopter the moment that I start documenting the people of the state, including while I'm inside of Tracy Banks' apartment documenting the people of the state. The demons are stalking by helicopter because they're engaged in surveillance. They know exactly what I'm doing. And that is, again, what Jason Isaac Fields is relying on. He wasn't investigating. The criminal conduct of the Ontario police is because of the federal government targeting together. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. It's currently, like I stated, 9:16 p.m. And the Ontario police gang stalking by helicopter. Okay, crossing path, as I'm referring to that was about 6 minutes ago. It's 9:17 now. And this is the entity that's engaging in what is surveillance at the Wells Fargo. This is the closest venue. It's the same thing with regard to everybody, including everybody. This is terrorism. And this is what is requiring prison based on terrorism is utilized only to accomplish murdering one person. This is how the United States government bullies American citizens. And this is what Jason Fields and Tracy Banks utilized to try to have me removed. So that Tracy Banks could take my position, steal my property, claim it as mine. She's already been engaged in stealing my identity, which the Ontario police are aware of. They're a part of that criminal activity, the entity, and so is Jason Fields aware of. Okay, and he's engaged in what is this pattern of conduct while she wants to be me, and she's never going to be me. And the fact that she engaged in trying to steal my identity is relevant to the malice with which she has been acting my entire life, let alone while I've been documenting the P.O.C. There's no takeoff over the Ontario Town Square. There's also no takeoff miles away from here at 226 Vine Avenue. That's the Ontario International Airport stalking with the Ontario police who are pacing up and down Euclid Avenue. And they're on traffic cameras at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue at 9:18 p.m., driving in the direction south. And they're engaged in terrorism, stalking with the people of the state, still engaged in psychological torture, still conspiring my murder while they're gang stalking with impunity. Corporal Robledo and A. Morris are going to federal prison. C. Torres, L. Martinez, so is B. Hook and Nathan Morgan, C. Hazelwood and Owens. They're all going to federal prison. Every single last one of them are going to federal prison. And I'm documenting them, targeting me as I encounter them and they engage in kidnapping. And I'm documenting them relevant to engaging in what is ongoing targeting. Ongoing targeting. They were all engaged in kidnapping, like I stated, when they engaged in it. And the Ontario police is still to date, and they engaged in kidnapping with their co-defendant, Tracy Banks. And this is in the face of the evidence of the Ontario Police Department having a field day gang stalking with the old folks at Woodside Senior Apartments, under a fake sun, and at night a fake moon over her apartment, over me. With the Ontario International Airport hovering over the Woodside Senior Apartments. And they're flying over the Ontario Town Square as though this is a takeoff. Okay, so the entity has no standard. The entity has no standard operation. They're engaged in their standard operation is stalking in a plane. Period. All they're doing is stalking in planes. And this is understood because this is terrorism, and this is committed while the entity plans to murder people, and this is what needs to be known. And I also want to make sure that you understand what is the malice behind what Jason Isaac Fields has represented to you, and what Tracy Banks, who has no legitimacy either, what they've presented to you, what the entity planned. This is what they planned, and this is what they're doing, which they're not telling you about. And while you cannot prosecute for witchcraft, I am letting you know, first of all, this is a malicious character. This is a psychopath as well. He's not sane, okay? And this is somebody that wants to present as healthy and functional and competent and responsible, and he's none of that. That's why he's in this mess, by the way. But he's none of that. He is literally a psychopath and who is a very malicious actor and likes to get away with calculated crimes that he's convinced that he can get away with, and you don't know anything about it, while he continues to maintain an illusion of being a healthy individual that is upright. He's not. He's a thief. Okay, that's why he engaged in things such as having a long-term sexual relationship with my mom. And I talked to him. We were friends I was his friend, talking on the phone, and he never mentioned that. He's a weirdo. He is a weirdo. He has serious mental issues. Okay, and that's just an example. Just an example. And that's not, okay, you're not even getting to Tracy Banks, but that's, okay, everybody should already know if your mother is gang stalking you, there's serious mental issues there. Okay, so that goes without saying. You're looking at this person that wants to be viewed as somebody that is redeemable. He is not. He is not a competent person at all. He is somebody that never should have been in law enforcement. And this is why this is happening, because he needs to be removed. He's a terrorist. He's an enemy of the United States. And he tried to get away with murdering an American citizen to help his sex partner and to help get away with money that doesn't even belong to him, that he's not worthy of. That he would be irresponsible with it. And it doesn't matter what he would do with it. I don't care if he would give away to a charity donation, which he wouldn't. He'd be spending it on his boyfriend, okay? Spending it on his gay lovers. Okay, but it doesn't matter. It's not his, and he's a thief. This is the type of person, this is the personality that's gang stalking. It has no business in law enforcement. They serially break the law. And that's exactly where demons want to be. They want to be in law enforcement so they can abuse their position. That's exactly what the Ontario Police is being disbanded for. They're in that position to help people like Jason Fields and Tracy Banks get away with egregious acts, okay? Egregious criminal conduct. All right, it's currently 9:21 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Town Square, where the entity is engaged in stalking with planes, stalking with helicopter, following me from the library to the town square, flying over my head by helicopter as I refer to the fact that the Ontario Police and the people of the state, including 8 EKW 186, engaging in surveillance at the same Wells Fargo, one demon after another. This is what the entity was doing while they were stalking me by helicopter at ARCO. ARCO never gets so much business at nightfall because of the fact that I'm there. And this is the entity. Pay attention. The traffic never slows down. Nobody's ever sleeping. Ordinarily, you're going to have what is a slowdown of traffic. But that's not the case when I'm sleeping outside. Just like everybody's reading a book. Everybody wants to be learned. Everybody's hooked on phonics in the library. And the library is filled up to capacity because the targeted individual is there. All they're doing is stalking. All they are doing is stalking. And I'm also showing you that in its context because so is the Ontario Police Department. Now that government actor, they're being disbanded. And everyone that I documented from Jonathan Burnett, badge number 19993, to what is C. Torres of the Ontario Police, every single last one engaging in kidnapping, they're going to prison. They're going to federal prison. It is currently 9:23 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license 82312Y3, stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That's flying north, following as I walk north up Euclid Avenue. And I documented the demons that are stalking in the parking lot, stalking in the parking lot with a method of light activity, like I'm documenting, and they're stalking with a method of light activity while they, for example, go to the gas station and fill up their gas tank. That's a method of stalking in the path with light. Doing so repeatedly, one customer after another is the entity maintaining light activity, maintaining presence while I'm at the gas station, while the Ontario Police are stalking, as I documented for 45 minutes, and I documented all the people of the state, gang stalking in the middle of the night with the Ontario Police. That's the Ontario International Airport. Stalking, flying behind me. As I'm walking north of Euclid Avenue, the Ontario International Airport is stalking by maintaining planes in the direction north. Just like I showed you on video while I'm walking out of the Chevron at 6:45 p.m. where the fake sun, remember, 6:45 p.m., it's over me at 12:43. This is the same location. I'm here at 6:38 in the morning at 415, and it's over me at the top of my head at 12:40. It's the same location. The Ontario International Airport is stalking, and so is 7HWX195, and the entity is doing so while they are all stalking together, sharing in what is plotting to murder someone that they are obsessively stalking as psychopaths. Stalking in the middle of the night, all night long, and also in doing so while they are remember, they're stalking and monitoring me while I'm outside. So these demons are psychopaths, and the federal government would observe them engaging in stalking on the roads and the highways around me, stalking with light. You'll see them engaging in that. That's what I document. I take pictures of you, and I give you an example. That's a demon. All right, they're demons. 6NYD346, 59399G4. Stalking with light, doing so, keeping the headlights on, walks in, is a customer, goes back and fills up, and the gang stalking immigrants are going to be deported for this terrorism that they're sharing in with the police department that's going to be disbanded. These are demons that think that they're clever. I'm going to go purchase something while they keep a method of light activity, stalking, doing so while they are following me around from place to place. That's Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. That is ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue. Gloria's Cochinas at 401 North Euclid Avenue, the Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue, Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, everybody knows that, I documented them, UNICARE Community Health Center, the entity is engaged in what is surveillance surrounding around that building, like I documented LabCorp, stalking in the parking lot, but they are really all engaging in it. It doesn't matter even if they're closed. I've documented that. It doesn't, and that's why you're going to be prosecuted, because it's 24-hour surveillance. And even while they're open during business hours, all the employees and patrons alike are the same demons gang stalking. Okay? They're all under a fake sun on Euclid Avenue. This is a whole pack of demons who are all stalking me, and they're all sex offenders obsessively consumed with my vagina. All right, so these demons go to the same. Let me get these two. Again, they're engaging in gang stalking with Chevron. So Chevron's sharing in that, okay? Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue. This is license plate. These are the demons that drive off of the property of the Chevron and molest me with impossible light. 6ZFY583, that's a psychopath and a sex offender monitoring my vagina, just like 59399G4, sex offenders, monitoring the genitalia of a woman, stalking her, conspiring her murder, and doing so on behalf of the Ontario police, who we've already seen stalking me, including at these venues, under what is a fake sun that I'm documenting, referring to evidence that's already on the record. It doesn't go anywhere. And neither do the people of the state. They're stalking as an entity. All right, and Chevron is currently engaging in that while they are sharing in sexual violence, they're sharing in terrorism, and they're sharing in what is federal stalking in violation of that statute in doing so. And they're engaged in what is relevant to a RICO case while their business is open, while they're engaged in transactions, while the people of the state are consuming. They're engaged in criminal surveillance at the same time, federal stalking at the same time, conspiracy to murder at the same time, and sexual violence at the same time. They're also engaged in psychological torture. That's every single business. All of them, as you're going to prosecute the state. It is currently 9:32. That's the Ontario International Airport, terrorizing and threatening, just like the Ontario police do, following me everywhere else, flying in circles over and over by helicopter while I document. That's what they're doing right now, and I tried to record it, but I guess I didn't record it. So I'm going over that, and I'm documenting the entity that's engaging in that. And this is the entity that's psychopathic. They don't stop monitoring. They keep on engaging in that pattern conduct, even while they're witnessing their exposure. That's relevant to people that are going to prison, like the Ontario police, like Jason Isaac Fields, Tracy Banks, like the people of the state that engage in criminal summoning, like the entity that's engaged in any acts of physical violence, threatening you while you're engaging in conduct, and the entity that does so systematically, like speaker companies, like the residents of Alvarado Gardens, that entire apartment complex, like Woodside Senior Apartments that I documented, the 48 through 64. They're engaging in that, and they're sharing and monitoring on a 24-hour basis. Like the Ontario Fire Department, any kidnappings that they committed, and they have with the Ontario Police Department pursuant to criminal summoning and criminal defamation, based on this ongoing obsessive endeavor where they are engaging in the pattern of conduct now in the face of the target individual that is openly investigating it, in other words, fully aware of it, and they're engaging in it right in front of your face. This is terrorism, and it's going to be treated like any other terrorist that is a foreigner. And engaging in terrorism in the United States, like you're just like, that's just going to happen, like that's perfectly fine. This is the entity that's engaging in that. And it's what is public corruption, okay? The engaging in this right in front of your face is, again, an impermissible threat. You're going to prosecute for that. It is currently 9:33 p.m. P.O.C. Starbucks and Chevron ARCO stalking with the Ontario Police Department. As I sit at the little seating area facing and in between these domestic terrorists, Starbucks is a terrorist and so is Chevron. As I sit there, the Ontario police is crossing paths. Remember, they're doing so at the Ontario Town Square while I was just there, stalking me. They were doing so, flying in circles over me at the Ontario OVITT Family Community Library as I talk about them being engaged in pedophilia, which they are. This is the entity there's no question, they are following from place to place, like I've already not only alleged, but proven, and I've proven it over a term of years. And this is, again, the Ontario police following from place to place. Not only following from place to place, flying over me and around me in circles over me. Not only that, but they're doing it on the street where the fake sun, as I'm documenting a fake sun that's over me in Los Angeles, that's speaking to where you are proving law enforcement is targeting you. And Ontario police is following me place to place like they are with commercial planes, stalking me with a helicopter while I'm sitting at 507 North Euclid Avenue facing this terrorist Starbucks who committed kidnapping with them. Ocean, Amelia, and Patty, they're all going to federal prison for stalking with the Ontario Police Department and then engaging in what is the July 4, 2025 kidnapping. And their co-defendants, L. Edwards, a Casada, who was stalking me under the fake sun on the same street less than a mile away in the direction south at 12:13 p.m. The kidnapping was at 7:15 in the morning. She's going to prison, and so is Alex Escobar. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:43 p.m. P.O.C. That's the Ontario Police flying over the top of my head again today at 507 North Euclid Avenue. Remember, Ocean is gang stalking when she's engaged in summoning on July 5th. She's going to federal prison. That's the entity that's stalking from place to place, flying over my head. That's not a coincidence. And doing so in a specific environment where sun rises and sets on one street, and in conformity to a pattern of conduct where that very supernatural environment is shared, where I'm living and working in LA, at every hotel that I'm staying at every location in Ontario. And it's not going to rise and set at Starbucks while it's rising and setting at Economy Inn by the 60 freeway. And at those venues, that's where the Ontario Police is engaged in a pattern of targeting. Okay? That's flying over my head while you can hear that helicopter activity. That's the Ontario Police that's letting you know that Ocean was engaged in the pattern of conduct, which you already knew because I had documented Ocean for months before, 2 months before she committed kidnapping, with the stalker that is still targeting. Those psychopaths, L. Edwards and A. Quesada and Alex Escobar, sharing criminal acts of obstruction of justice, committing kidnapping while you're stalking. You're stalking me. You're going to prison for that documented, published act of obstruction of justice. That was a kidnapping while they are being documented, engaged in the P.O.C. and claimed it was because she needed to call the police to ask me to buy something. And I would buy something every day at that Starbucks. Okay? The entity is engaging in this P.O.C. while the Ontario Police is specifically flying over the top of my head again. That's why you can hear it. License 68729N3 is engaging in surveillance with the Ontario Police Department. 8JK7832. Stopping in the middle of the road with the green light and is monitoring with the Ontario Police Department as well. That's a female. She's a homosexual. 8JK2832, and she's a psychopath. She stops in front of me while it's a green light because this is the entity that likes to engage in obvious means of targeting, so that there's no question regarding a federal investigation regarding who is being targeted. But that's what they call a means of trying to intimidate. I'm not intimidated by demons. I'm prosecuting them. And I'm proving to you that they're demons. And they've already done that by stalking under a fake sun and with engineer light. And as a population, because you have what is joint knowledge by a wealth of people, that's because it's not because they had a meeting together. It's because they're all demons. It's 9:48 p.m. And that is the evidence of Ontario Police following me from place to place, P.O.C. All right, all of the above is the information, the evidence, supplementary with what the federal government's investigation consists of. But the Jason Isaac Fields is a terrorist, and Jason Isaac Fields represents an unlawful threat. Jason Isaac Fields' unlawful possession of my property is speaking to what is criminal conduct. Where are plane engines coming from, by the way? Those are demons that are monitoring. Like I said, they're triggered by Jason Isaac Fields. They're triggered by that. Pay attention to that. All right? That's relevant to the criminal conspiracy of all of who's a part of the entity. Pay attention to all of that. But like I said, the entity, Jason Isaac Fields represents a threat. Jason Isaac Fields represents what is a criminal that tried to steal from me and is still engaged in what is theft from me. And while the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking, there was never an investigation. And the federal government, that's a basis, an unprecedented basis to recover. And I just have to be frank about that. But Jason Isaac Fields in particular is somebody that is engaged in psychopathic behavior. And not only is Tracy Banks going to be, she's subject to federal prison, but so is Jason Fields. And Jason Fields is targeting me while the Ontario Police is following me around from place to place. Jason Isaac Fields is engaged in targeting me in furtherance of accomplishing psychological torture, because this is a demon that wants to cause some sort of mental suffering before they take your life, okay? Or engage in so much witchcraft that you take your own life. This is what the psychopaths are delusional about. And all you're getting is me documenting all day long ongoing evidence in video and on podcast of the Ontario Police clearly engaging in stalking, because no American citizen, no person could be in a position where you are controlling the police that are always flying over your head everywhere that you're going. Doing so also in a remarkable environment environment that defies nature. And that is speaking also to the mental illness. Mental illness is openly assessed when you are stalking in a helicopter. Okay, Ontario Police in Vehicle 1104, while I'm addressing that demon's mental illness, okay? These are psychopaths that are calling themselves the Ontario Police, and they are not. And they're doing so with Jason Isaac Fields, who is presenting evidence that's going to serve to disband the Ontario Police. And the Ontario Police Department's criminal activity is going to serve to put him in federal prison, and each and every last one of those demons. It works against the co-defendants, the demons that are at the Starbucks at 507. They're going to prison. They're under a fake sun. The evidence of A. Quesada stalking under the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library at 12:13 in the afternoon. And the evidence of A. Quesada stalking, committing a kidnapping with L. Edwards and Alex Escobar, who engage in what is a kidnapping on video, speaking to impunity as terrorists in the United States, conspiring my murder, and they're doing it in that environment. From 7 to 12 p.m., the sun would not be on the same street that is less than a mile south of this address, Starbucks, where that same agency is stalking me and harassing me by flying over the top of my head, which it's doing on video on this same street, while I'm referring to that agency, not coincidentally, but in conformity to a pattern of conduct. While I'm referring to this defendant of the co-defendant of Ontario Police, Jason Isaac Fields, who was going to federal prison for what the Ontario Police psychopaths that he solicited to murder, to engage in psychological torture, to engage in stalking. With regard to what is wanting to get away with stealing my property. The demons of the Starbucks are going to federal prison for that documented act of kidnapping by their demons. That's why the fake sun is at the same street over me while they're monitoring my vagina, like they were monitoring my vagina at the Starbucks. Okay? And they're engaged in acts like such as criminal summoning with the demons that are stalking me in helicopter, the same agency. And they're all doing that, like I said, with Jason Fields. The entity's doing that while they are sharing in what is trying to get away with murder. You're not getting away with murder when I've shown that you are stalking, and you engage in more stalking as I document that. You need to understand that everybody that works with the Ontario Police that's employed by that agency, they're all mentally ill. They're all, each and every one is mentally ill. They are demons, and that's also why they engaged in what is criminally defaming me in ways that are clearly absurd, and they are outright malicious. Because that's also, and what did I tell you? What does Satan do? Satan is always projecting what Satan is guilty of. The demon-possessed include every person a part of the Ontario Police, including Mike Lorenz. And that agency engaged in defamation pursuant to what is the mental illness of the demon-possessed. And the entity knows that it is mentally ill. Those are demons of the Ontario Police, and they are confessing their mental illness while they criminally defame my character pursuant to what is the purpose of stalking me in the first place and harassing and kidnapping and defaming to commit murder and get away with it. That's what, excuse me, but that's why the entity is engaged in what is stalking, and right now in vehicle 1106, or you can run the tape back because I read the vehicle number, while the entity is listening to me document and refer to their mental illness after the entity is demonstrating evidence of mental instability. Okay? Seriously, forgive me for that. I just got through eating a big burrito. Excuse me. And the entity is engaging what is stalking by flying over the top of my head. How many American citizens does that happen to every day? Okay? It should not. That's the point. If it is, it's relevant for what the federal government is supposed to be looking into, because that's a means of what is surveillance by the government. And the government is targeting very specific individuals with everyone else who are the people of the state. Now, that's specific targeting because I'm documenting at Starbucks and I'm documenting at the OVITT Family Community Library kidnappings where the fake sun is both rising and setting. Okay? That's, again, the evidence that is beyond any sort of coincidence, and it's also beyond a reasonable doubt. And only demons that are convinced that they're getting away with murder engage in that sort of obvious conduct. They are engaged in surveillance. They're listening to me while they're following me around from place to place, flying over the top of my head. Okay, and they're doing so while they are communicating an unlawful threat and intent to engage in what is attacking me, kidnapping me, again, accusing me of something that I didn't do, making up information as to why they're in my presence and why they're going to kidnap me if I don't do whatever it is that they're telling me to do that they don't have a right to tell me to do, like be inside of Starbucks, okay? When I'm a law-abiding citizen documenting them violating my rights. And by the way, in order to prove that the government is targeting you, you have to be around them. So they're, again, interfering with an investigation that they know very well is underway. They're going to federal prison for that. So is Jason Fields. Jason Fields is engaged in targeting me while the Ontario police are stalking from place to place, following from place to place, and flying over my head in doing so. That's what you heard. I want to make sure that that's clear, because that's what they're doing everywhere that I'm located, everywhere that I'm at. Okay? Stalking me, flying over my hotel room, creating an earthquake, flying over Tracy Banks' apartment, creating an earthquake when she's on the first floor. So I guess that's an earthquake that's happening to the demon in Unit 55, and then it's coming through the first floor apartment. Those are demons that never expected to be scrutinized regarding their psychopathic P.O.C. because it's demonic. And their illusions are going to be used to have them diagnosed, to have them committed. Because that's where you're headed by stalking American citizens in helicopters, and doing so as an agency, you're headed toward commitment. All right, so I just want to be clear, that's not different from Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields. They are, in fact, gargoyles, okay? They are hideous creatures, both inside and out. They are severely depraved and disturbed individuals who have solicited terrorism upon me because they want to have my existence. They want to have my possessions. They want to be me. And by they, I mean that. This demon acting like both of them acting like it's their idea regarding my intellectual property, regarding property that belongs to me, like his aged gargoyle of a wife, whatever Tracy Banks is to Jason Fields. I believe they got married while he's on paper married to me. Something very sick like that. They are engaged in a sexual relationship, and it's a commitment. They are engaged. There is a level of commitment between Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. And this is why he's engaged in criminal conduct with her. There's a level of commitment and sick loyalty regarding children being sacrificed behind them, regarding people dying behind them, and them gang stalking me, soliciting terrorism upon me to accomplish murdering me. Okay, so I just want to make sure that that is understood while the Ontario police fly over the top of my head. That's not a coincidence. You saw it on video. I don't have to make up anything, and that's what you heard right now, stalking as I am at the same Chevron. This is where the Ontario International Airport as well, flying miles away from any airport, including the Ontario International Airport, to be gang stalking by flying over this venue, which is what they're doing as well. The Ontario International Airport does the same thing. All right, this is the city of Ontario that's gang stalking, and there is no questionable amount of evidence to that end. Okay, the entities engaging in that conduct, while they were relying on the practice, these are demons that have sex with each other. That's why many of them have HIV, because they've been having sex with Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. They've been having sex with the demons of the Ontario Police Department, who partake in sex rituals, who partake in sex with children, who partake in criminal conduct like I'm exposing, gang stalking, trying to suppress that information, trying to oppress American citizens and keep it a secret. And they're doing so while they're targeting me, and I'm documenting that. So while they're failing at defaming me as somebody that's hallucinating anything, I'm providing a body of evidence, clear and concise evidence of being targeted by the government. Okay? The entities engaged in that, I want to make sure that that is understood, because that's the entity that's going to prison. You have a bunch of pedophiles that are stalking as a police department. Oh man, just dropped that burrito that I ate. You have a bunch of pedophiles that are stalking as a police department. And that's relevant to the motivation behind. That's why they're invested as well, because they've engaged in criminal activity. And it's criminal activity while they're gang stalking me. That's what Jason Isaac Fields is engaged in. Okay? I just want to make sure that that's clear, because this is the entity that's threatening my life. This is that psychopath that's flying over my head. And it's not necessarily the same demon, but it's the same agency. Okay? It's the same entity. It's the same demonic spirit. All right, and that's the demons that are following me around in helicopter in the city of Ontario. They're pedophiles, and they're engaged in sex rituals, sick things, while they are channeling demonic spirits, and that's just getting toward their mental illness. That's letting you know regarding their ill malice toward me. Their practice of witchcraft is feckless efforts against me, while I speak the truth about how they are mentally ill, and your evidence, you're witnessing that is like them engaging in criminal summoning, acting like they're engaged in police work. And you know the malice, all they're doing is stalking and monitoring me. So you know what monitoring is. You know what demons do. That's what they think that you were never going to find out. That's a psychopath that acts like they're engaging in cop work, and all they're doing is stalking one person that they seek to secretly threaten. Secretly threatening someone is relevant to psychological torture. That's what that is. You're psychologically torturing someone, you're secretly threatening them. A secret threat is, for example, being at the location where the targeted individual is arriving after them, and doing so like at the food festival. They're engaging in what is securing, quote unquote, securing the premises, providing their security services as the police department in the city. And what they're doing is engaging in with a large amount of people. They're targeting me. That's a secret threat. That's what I mean by that. That's what I mean, meaning it's a threat that is only recognized and understood in substance. You have to know the specific environment. You have to know the pattern of conduct by that agency. You have to know the malicious acts that they've committed against me. You have to understand the P.O.C. That takes a competent federal investigation to look into what it is that I've asserted, what it is that I've published proof of, before you understand the significance of what they're doing. But you can clearly see the P.O.C., but this is demonic and it's sick. But you can clearly see the entity targeting. They're following me around from place to place in helicopters and planes, and they are engaging in what is arrests that I've documented. Those are kidnappings because they're stalking me. And there's psychopaths that are engaging in that. They are absolute psychopaths, and they don't want it known that they have sex with kids. They don't want that known. All right, this is why this is relevant to the Ontario Police Department stalking me. And why do they do so with impunity? Jason Isaac Fields was never engaged in an investigation. The federal government was not investigating me. The federal government was trying to do away with me. While they sat around engaged in voyeurism, demons monitoring me in the spirit, and also as a corrupt agency. The federal government sitting around watching, monitoring me as well, while the Ontario police are engaged in this level of impunity. Following me around in the city from place to place, flying over the top of, clearly targeting. As you document that, that's clear targeting. Video after video after video after video, day after day after day, year after year after year. In an environment where the sun is rising and setting, that's spectacular. That's spectacular. I could not have made that up. I couldn't have made that up. And not only that, I couldn't have made it up and then captured evidence of it, rather. I could have just made it up and not proved it. Then you would have successfully defaming me. But that's not what you have when I'm capturing hundreds and then thousands of evidence, video evidence, images, podcast evidence, thorough evidence of being targeted by this particular agency and by the greater picture, the state of California. Because there's no way that my hotel room in Los Angeles, or my, there's no way that my apartment at Alvarado Gardens is in alignment with 415 North Euclid Avenue, such that the sunrise here on this street is the same perfect angle through my living room window, causing sunlight through my, this is relevant regarding the environment around the target individual, where I'm showing you law enforcement is engaged in targeting. Doing things like all over the place when I'm at work, stalking all day long, flying over my office, back and forth, engaging in violating quiet enjoyment when I'm in my apartment, flying in circles over my apartment, flying in circles all around me, doing so while I'm at work, while I'm in my apartment, doing so where engineer light fills my apartment. Engineer light, flashing of light, just inexplicable light inside of my apartment. My shadows appearing, multiple shadows on the ceiling inside of my apartment, while LAPD is flying in circles all around, stalking all day, all night, every day. Ontario Police and the Los Angeles Police Department share the pattern of conduct. But that could not be the natural environment. The sun is not in perfect alignment with my bedroom and my living room. The sun is never going to rise and set at one apartment. The sun is never going to rise and set on one street, at one hotel, at one gas station, at one library, at one any place, at one address. It doesn't do that. But that's what's shared amongst LAPD and the Ontario PD, who, by the way, have a very heavily noted freedom to engage in this level of targeting me without any concern that anybody's going to do anything about it. Jason Isaac Fields is engaged in targeting me, and he did so to commit murder. And he called it an investigation regarding what he already knew was not true, with his sex partner who's been invested in my death, Tracy Banks, for a very long time. All right, it is currently, again, 10:05 p.m. This is P.O.C. The entity is stalking at the Ontario Downtown at the Ontario Downtown Apartments. The entity is stalking at the ARCO, at the Chevron, at the Starbucks, the Glorious Cochinas. This is where they're engaged in what is methods of surveillance. They're focused on clubbing and getting drinks at Glorious Cochinas. No, they're gang stalking. They're engaged in what is maintaining what this apartment building where the entity is pacing around on Euclid Avenue at that intersection, Euclid and D Street. And that's an apartment complex, a facilitating venue where the people of the state live and reside. And traffic right there is engaged in what is a means of surveillance with those residents at that apartment complex. It's the same with the demons that are they're filling up their gas tank. No, they're gang stalking. The same with Chevron. Oh, they're filling up their, no, they're gang stalking. Even the employees inside of Starbucks, after it closes at, I believe, 10 o'clock, and the drive-thru remains open, I believe, until 11. No, they're not. They're gang stalking. They're gang stalking. All right. This is P.O.C. It's 10:06 p.m. All right, stalking again in another plane. I just took a picture of it. This is another one. Flying now, continuously flying west. What they did was they flew west over the same apartment, and then they made a U-turn trying to duck and dodge out of view, like they're always doing, flying in alignment to where I'm positioned, and then flying back in the opposite direction, which is no arrival to an airport or no departure from an airport. You're not flying to Dallas, Texas by leaving the airport and then making a U-turn going back to the airport over and over and over again, planes doing that. That's what they did this afternoon on this same street in the parking lot at the ARCO. That's the Ontario downtown apartments. Like I said, they're gang stalkers. They're sex offenders monitoring me, and they're doing so as a whole apartment complex, while sex offenders are also molesting me with impossible light. And the entity's doing that here, again, not taking off, neither are they, west from this location at 226 Vine Avenue. They're stalking where I am standing, where the people of the state are living at, facilitating venues fully exposed to federal raids for criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder of an American citizen. It's currently, by the way, 10:18 p.m., and the entity is doing that. I just captured images, and the entity, aware of those images, decides that it's a good idea to do it again. That's the entity that provides a body of evidence proving that they are stalking, and also that they are psychopaths while they're stalking in the ways in which I expose. All right, it's failed efforts at psychological torture. It's not doing what the entity's doing. All I do is they capture video. You want to stalk me 17 times in planes? I'm going to take all 17 images and or videos, and that's how I'm going to prosecute you for targeting me in an unprecedented manner while you sought to psychologically torture and murder me. With Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, by the way. That evidence is also disbanding the Ontario Police Department. It is currently 10:19 p.m. The entity is engaging, what you'll see in the images captured, again, 10:15 p.m. So this is at what is 10:17 p.m., 2 minutes later, and the entity is engaging in what is flight hovering over the roof of the Ontario downtown apartments, and they're engaging in then proceeding west, and I'm taking an image of that. That's 2 minutes after they flew over the same apartments, and they engage in making a U-turn, flying over Euclid Avenue and going back in the opposite direction. That's what you'll see, my images. This is the Ontario International Airport gang stalking. P.O.C. This is what the Ontario Police Department is doing as well. Gang stalking flew over the top of my head. All right. They're engaging in that while they are monitoring together an engineered light where the entity keeps a fake sun over me all day long. And every airline's engaged in targeting me personally as I document airlines, but I'm going to document the state because every airline represents the people of the state who have, if you will, quote unquote, individual company names. But those company names, they represent the people. And I'm going to prosecute them. And I'm also going to prosecute them by company. It's currently 10:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, the people of the state are stalking, molesting me with impossible light at 320 North Euclid Avenue, while you will see the Ontario Police Department simultaneously hovering over 320 North Euclid Avenue, while they are engaging in crossing path together, stalking in the path, gang stalking me together, and they are engaging in what is molestation. They're engaged in amplified audible activity and crossing path. These are demons that are pacing, and they're monitoring. And again, this is another plane at 10:22 p.m. This is P.O.C. I'm capturing images of it. The entity is engaged in ongoing stalking, and this is the open and clear engagement and targeting by the international airport, the Ontario International Airport. And I want to be clear, I am not the first person that airport has engaged in psychologically torturing and stalking until they are able to accomplish murder. I am not the first person that the City of Ontario has targeted. I'm not the first person that this entity has targeted with and further the conspiracy to murder. I'm the first one that is ever testifying to it and proving it through evidence. The frequency of the planes, also the location of the planes, also the specific environment it's happening in the engineer light. And I'll remind you about my shadows being adjacent to each other on the sidewalk, where that's impossible light activity, and all of these demons are stalking together. And they're doing so while they are monitoring the evidence. This is an entity that is conspiring the murder of an American citizen in the face of that American citizen, and also in the face of the federal government and the rest of the American citizens in this country. And you need to be aware of domestic terrorists that are engaging in this conduct. This is the entity engaging in the violence in front of everyone with no secrets whatsoever. That's relevant to the entity that's engaging in that. It is currently, by the way, 10:24 p.m. That's Alan D. WAPNER. Okay, demons like Jim Bowman. They're on the airport authority. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. This is not an airport authority. This is terrorism. And the Ontario International Airport needs to be raided. And it needs to be thoroughly broken apart. It needs to be removed altogether, but it needs to be raided and investigated regarding what they're doing, because the entity has 24-hour surveillance using planes. And then Alan D. Wapner maintains what's listed on the website, which is not this gang stalking. Okay, so there's a duality there. The entity is engaging in what is terrorism, a whole system of it. Demons, multiple demons that are flying all these planes all day long and all night long. And they're doing so systematically, every 30 seconds, every 90 seconds, doing so over and over. In fact, the more that I document, the more that they engage it. That's how many demons they have. That's how many people they have stalking in commercial planes, which is, again, relevant to that airport that's engaging in domestic terrorism in the U.S. in concert with what's going on around me and all the people around me. They're acting in sync with one another in that specific environment. And the Ontario International Airport needs to be raided. That's what needs to happen. And they need to be raided with regard to totally breaking apart and investigating the corruption that airport is engaged in while it's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, while trying to maintain the cover of being a legitimate airport. They're engaged in criminal surveillance, and they're engaged in what is serial killing, the murder. They're targeting American citizens, and they're calling itself an airport, and that's the side business. Their main focus is criminal surveillance, gang stalking. P.O.C. It's 10:25 p.m. Ontario police engaged in ongoing threatening conduct. They're flying in relevant position, flying over the same Ontario downtown luxury apartments, pacing back and forth on Euclid Avenue, and flying over the parking lot where the Ontario International Airport was stalking by a commercial plane this afternoon. We're at the ARCO, that parking lot right in front of me. This is where the Ontario police is flying that will be flying south of me, and then flying what is east of me, flying in front of me, and flying inside of me, and amplifying helicopter activity. This is the entity that's targeting me. They are all engaged in that, and I want to document that. This is P.O.C. I'm going to go ahead and get a video of it right now. The entity is doing so in the specific environment, so that's the pattern of conduct. And this is where the Ontario International Airport is also stalking by commercial planes as well. And it's currently, by the way, 10:31 p.m. It's 10:31 p.m. where the entity is still stalking, flying around. The entity is engaged in threatening conduct. The entity is engaged in ongoing harassment. The entity is doing so while I'm documenting it. And every kidnapper is sharing in that. The entity did not stop engaging in federal offenses when they committed the kidnappings that the Ontario police has committed. Those same kidnappers are targeting as an entity that is gang stalking. This is what the Ontario police is doing. They're flying back and forth and back and forth. They're engaged in menacing stalking using the helicopter around me, amplifying the helicopter activity, and they're doing so where the Ontario International Airport is right here over this apartment complex, where there are no planes taking off miles away from 2500 Airport Road by hovering over the downtown Ontario luxury apartments. All right, and takeoffs from the airport does not incorporate hovering over this apartment complex at 320 North Euclid Avenue, miles northwest from the airport. This is where the Ontario Police Department is targeting by pacing around. Here you go, pacing back and forth. And this is what they're doing, amplifying helicopter activity. When you're understanding the significance of the monitoring conduct, they're maintaining ongoing. This is, again, the entity that's threatening you with helicopter activity. The entity is stalking with light. That's what the demon in that vehicle is. From that distance, they molest me with impossible light activity. They're engaging in what is stalking with helicopter activity while the demons are in the sky space using helicopter, and they're doing so in this specific environment. So let me show you the engineer light. You already know. This is ongoing surveillance. This is my shadow, first of all, in the shade. I'm underneath the cover structure. This is my shadow in the shade, and here's another one right here. While I'm standing under what is, you don't have like one shadow per light. This is not the normal environment. This is engineered life. Okay? And that's where the demons are stalking in helicopters, flying back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. And the demons are stalking with light. Okay? The demons include the pedophiles who are the Ontario Police Department. Okay, this is the entity that's going to be disbanded. They are engaged in what is gang stalking. They're doing so while they're innocently upload evidence, well, innocently documented, and they're stalking just like they were the other night, the parade, the demons up and down the street, making criminal summonings. The demons are stalking with helicopter. When they're gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square, crossing path, and the demon is stalking me in helicopter, that's what they're doing now, driving around the block, and they're doing so with the people of the state as well. Adding a demon in an Ontario Police vehicle is the same pattern of conduct by the demons are stalking with light. The demons are just using Ontario Police Department vehicles, that's why they're being disbanded. Driving at those locations is not going to reach across over here to touch me with light. They're sex offenders, and they're engaged in what is monitoring me. They're obsessed with me. Okay? This is the entity that's stalking with light. Not only do you see what is my shadow, it's over here. And so is the entity of the demon. And they're engaging in really while those demons doing that same conduct right there are reaching all the way over here to molest me with the helicopter, they're all stalking together. Using the helicopter is what I'm documenting. This is P.O.C. These are demons. Those are demons. At this ARCO, at 12 o'clock in the morning, the Ontario Police, with the demon-possessed people of the state, engaged in 45 minutes of stalking in a helicopter. Disbanded, and those are the pedophiles. They have sex with kids. You see them stalking with light? Those are pedophiles that have sex with kids. Their mental illness is one of sexual illness. These are demons that are stalking with light. Do you understand how they are in perfect alignment with my person? They're doing so while they are not over there. They do so while they're stalking directly in the path. That's where the fake sun rises as well. These are demons that are stalking. That's recognizing the pattern, and they're doing it in an environment where, speaking to the engineer light, this is all stalking me. All of them, including the demons that want to use Ontario Police Department vehicles so that you know who the enemy is, and also using the Ontario Police Department, helicopter. Okay, that's P.O.C. That's impossible light activity. Reaching all the way over here. That's the entity that's demon-possessed, and that demon possession is afflicting the Ontario Police Department. That's what's wrong with them. That's why they are incompetent. That's why they engage in sex with kids. All right, that's P.O.C. That's why they engage in sex with children, and this is mental incompetence while the enemy is engaged in stalking in planes. That's audible activity, relevant positioning. Understand? That engineered environment happening, that noise happening in the engineer light is pursuant to monitoring. That's a demon flying that plane. And these are all demons that are stalking together, and they're doing so while the entity is engaging in this. That's what I captured in images at 10:15, and then at 10:17 they engage in flying what is west. And they're engaging in flying over the Ontario downtown and making a U-turn. The city of Ontario is targeting with the demon-possessed people of the state. P.O.C. This is what the entity commits before they engage in murder. All right, this is the entity that's engaged in domestic terrorism. Together and targeting with light. When you're driving, that's not reaching across, molesting the person on the opposite side of the street. Those are demons that are stalking with light. Just like when they're driving by and I'm inside a Starbucks, and inside a Starbucks, engineer light is whipping all around all the walls. That's impossible light activity. This is demon possession. And Ontario Police Department are pedophiles who are demon possessed, and they're engaged in gang stalking. This is what's putting Jason Fields in federal prison. He targeted me with this system, with his co-defendants, in order to engage in what is not only psychological torture, but also what is criminally defaming my character in order to commit what is murder, and then blame me for what my demise. Okay? Wanted to engage in gang stalking and doing so. That's the Ontario Police Department. And there's the Ontario International Airport. Engaging in that which I was documenting before. and flying miles away from the airport, there's no arrivals or departures, including flying over that apartment complex. This is the entity that's monitoring with the Ontario Police Department. And this is all P.O.C. Pacing back and forth in the engineered environment. That's the pattern of conduct. Okay? That's the P.O.C. The Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, American Medical Response, the entities engaged in public corruption, while you're looking at the entity engaging in the chaotic system regarding what is mental illness that's shared by all of them. These are demons. These are demons. And every single last one of them are stalking me, and they're all listening to what I'm saying. They're engaged in ongoing gang stalking together and further to conspiracy to commit murder. This is light that's appearing on the wall. They're having these approaches. Those are demons. That's P.O.C. That's P.O.C. Wow, yeah, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. Alrighty, you can hear the helicopter activity. That's the Ontario Police Department monitoring as I'm on the internet. So as I log on to ARCO the Wi-Fi, the Ontario Police Department is monitoring my device. And as I log on to the website, Ontario International Airport, that's when you hear the helicopter activity, and they are obstructing my ability to pull up the arrivals and the departures. This is the entity that's engaged in monitoring on my device, and they're also communicating a threat while they are keeping me under surveillance. And while you hear that helicopter activity, this is what an entity is doing, ducking and dodging documentation while it knows that it's being documented. But I am speaking into the speaker. While you heard that helicopter activity, they were doing that while the entity was interfering with my ability to load on my phone the arrivals and departures. And departures from the Ontario International Airport includes 10:56 p.m. and then another one an hour later at 11:59 p.m. I'm documenting the frequency of, and by the way, it's 10:43 p.m. So that's the entity that's repeatedly sounding helicopter is the entity that's engaging in this conduct over and around me all day long, every day. And this is the evidence of what is stalking. Okay, the entity's doing this where if they're doing this throughout the entire city of Ontario, the entity's doing it while the fake sun is over me because there's only one sun. So this is the entity that's doing so on the same street where it's rising and setting in alignment to me. The Ontario police are targeting me. And it's also not a coincidence while I'm pulling up arrivals and departures. The entity sounds helicopter. Remember, I told you the elements of monitoring affect your devices. They're doing it in the engineer light, which you just listened to. I narrated. It's present in the environment. And they're doing so while they're stalking in a helicopter, an unlawful threat posed by the agency conspiring your murder while they're engaged in stalking you as an agency. Okay, this is relevant to the demons that are stalking with impossible light. That's what I just captured on video. The demons that are stalking in commercial planes, and the departures from the Ontario International Airport includes 10:56 p.m. That's JetBlue, flight number B60454 to New York from gate 203, and it is scheduled on time at 10:56 p.m. I'm documenting the video that I just captured. The entity gang stalking 11:59 p.m. American Airlines, going toward Dallas Fort Worth, gate number 410. And that's an hour apart. What I'm documenting, the frequency of flight and the low hovering elevation and the entity doing so as also I refer to that airport engaging and targeting me, doing so in concert with the Ontario police who are clearly targeting now. When the entity engages in this circling conduct, that's how you know that I am hitting a nerve and that I'm speaking the truth. And they would rather be put in federal prison for stalking in helicopters than for me to do what I'm going to do anyway, which is publish information about the Ontario International Airport engaged in conspiring murders of American citizens and stalking them as a whole airport. They need to be raided because of the corrupt operation of that airport that's engaged in criminal activity and not the legitimate operations of an airport. And that's relevant to, again, the entity doesn't have any other flights tonight other than 5:10 a.m. and that's United Airlines. That's not what I'm documenting, however. The frequency of flight that I'm documenting about the pertaining to the Ontario International Airport includes the flights that I'm documenting at 10:34 p.m. in the video, and the entity doing so while hovering over the apartment complex across the street, and then getting in alignment with my person. In other words, just flying over the building and then turning around, making a U-turn. That has nothing to do with what JetBlue is publishing, engaging in. If they're headed toward New York, what type of flights are flying off from the airport and then making a U-turn to go back toward the airport and then proceed to fly to New York? Or what is that? This is the entity that's engaging in heavy frequency of the planes hovering throughout the city over and around me, and doing so with this corrupt agency. And they're also doing so pursuant to what I'm showing is published on the website, an hour apart. And this is again at 5:10 a.m. and then at 6 a.m. You have several at 6 a.m. and then at 6:04, 6:10, and then at 7 a.m. 7:05, 7:10, a couple during the 7 a.m. and then at 8:07 a.m. And they have a few, and then they have one at 9:50 and then another at 10:06 and 10:09 a.m. The entity is engaging in what has nothing to do with what's published online. And the entity is doing so while the Ontario Police Department is clearly stalking me. And this is, again, while the federal government is not investigating them. Jason Isaac Fields was not investigating. Jason Isaac Fields was counting on the criminal targeting by the Ontario police combined with his witchcraft, which was supposed to cause me to drop dead, and so that he could tell you that I committed suicide. And that my property should stay with Tracy Banks. And that everything that they perjured themselves with in court, if I were dead, would be something that would stand up. This is the purpose of what the Ontario Police Department is clearly doing in the face of my documenting and putting it on the internet. That's why they're engaging in that. But that's very foolish. Even in the face of what is not going to happen, but even in the face of what is a mysterious death, which is what the Ontario Police Department is aiming for, this is what they sought to do. This is why they're gang stalking. They're doing so in the face of evidence that proves that they're stalking me, because that's what this is evidence of. This is 415 North Euclid Avenue. They were across the street, pacing back and forth. As I document the Ontario International Airport, they come right over next to me, pacing back and forth. And this is again at 10:47 p.m., doing so for a prolonged period, which I'm documenting the Ontario Police Department doing on pretty much a daily basis. It's all over my X and it's all over the YouTube channel. The entity is doing so while I am speaking of that which is very true, the criminal activity of the Ontario International Airport. In addition to what is the absence of any published departures from the airport in conformity to what the Ontario International Airport is doing over this building, the frequency every 30 seconds, every 90 seconds, another plane hovering over while you're coming from 2500 Airport Road. The entity is engaging in what is a high frequency of flights. While I'm capturing, for example, a 3-minute video, the entity will have 4 planes, 3 to 4 planes during that 3 to 4 minutes. But on the website, you're talking about one or two planes that are departing from the venue every hour, if that, okay? And this is, again, no late night flights, but I'm documenting the entity stalking me by plane and helicopter at all hours of the night, and including at all venues where I'm remaining in Ontario. I want you to pay attention. This is 7 minutes of flying in circles since I started analyzing at Ontario International Airport, 7 minutes. And this is the entity that does that after, I want to be clear, they did not know that I was recording when they started monitoring what I was doing on the internet. They didn't know that. I just want to let you know that. I just put my phone down and it kept recording. They did not know. They sounded helicopter activity. The demon possessed, this is their sick minds. I'm going to break it down for you. When they feel like they've been caught, this is an ego and a very misinformed. They're going to prison, like I said. But this is the ego. Because they got caught, they'll engage in more of it and more of it because that's that ego. Oh man, you caught me, but I'm going to act like it's nothing. In fact, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to do more and more and more of it. And guess what I have? Evidence of you stalking me. You're stalking. Okay? Evidence of you harassing me. And this is what they're doing on a daily basis. They're doing it amongst impossible light under the fake sun with the people of the state that are demon stalking as well. But like I said, they didn't know that I was recording. Okay? So while I start speaking into my phone, that was at 11 minutes, and my phone is actually recording now at what is 19 minutes? Yeah, 19 minutes. So this is 8 minutes of flying in circles right over the top of my head. While I am addressing what is stalking by the Ontario International Airport that is vulnerable to a raid, and a raid is needed in order to investigate this criminal establishment that's engaging in terrorism, like the Ontario Police Department, literally while they're doing that, this is evidence relevant to the criminal activity of the Ontario International Airport. That is not any policing, that's the entity engaged in harassment, and the Ontario International Airport's not engaged in flights, arriving or departing from the airport. They're engaged in criminal activity. They're engaged in targeting. And this specific environment is relevant evidence of that as well. You're connecting the dots of the specific environment with clear deviation miles away from the airport, and that ongoing every 30 to 45 seconds another plane, especially as I refer to it, okay, as I refer to that entity, okay. I just want to make sure that that's clear. The entity has what are flights at 9:12 p.m. United Airlines, 9:10 p.m. Alaska Airlines, 9:11, 9:23, 9:25, 9:58 p.m. JetBlue, 9:38 p.m. Frontier Airlines. You have what is 9:48 p.m. American Airlines. It's currently 10:51 p.m. right now. 10:27 p.m. American Airlines. 10:23 p.m. Delta Airlines. 10:30 p.m. United Airlines. 10:40 p.m. Delta Airlines. And it's 10:51 p.m. right now, where the entity's engaging in stalking me in the same sky space where the Ontario International Airport was. In fact, the Ontario International Airport gang stalked me over the Ontario downtown, in other words, targeting me on the right side of my person, south of me, while the Ontario police took on what is the left side of my person, north of me. They were surrounding me with plane and helicopter activity, while the people of the state driving on D Street on the opposite side of the street and driving on Euclid Avenue on this side of the street are molesting me with impossible light activity, as I also capture on video. Driving in the street, that's not going to cause light to fan across the storefront like you see in the video. No artificial light is going to create the shape of the windows on the ground in the dark or in under that light. And that's light that is remaining as I walk into, that's engineer light. They're monitoring, and they're demons that are stalking with light as you see it in the environment, and as they're molesting my person, while the airport and the department, the police department, are engaged in stalking me together. And what I'm referring to regarding these times are times of arrivals of United Airlines, Alaska, American, Frontier, United, JetBlue, and American Airlines, and this is from 9:12 p.m. to 10:40 p.m. And I just documented those are both arrivals. So arrivals, I surmise, are coming from well, not necessarily, because I surmise surmise you could be flying from any direction to land at Terminal 2 or Terminal 4. But what the entity is doing is flying west and hovering and flying west over the Ontario downtown luxury apartments, and then making a U-turn, flying over the Euclid Avenue on the opposite side of the street. And that's what I captured at 10:17. They were ducking and dodging, getting back to the other side. I had to zoom in very quickly because they flew over the apartment and made a U-turn back toward the direction east. After I capture that, that's what the Ontario police are doing. After I caught them monitoring, which they thought that they didn't know that I was recording, just to be clear. All right, so the entity is engaging in what is monitoring. While you heard that helicopter activity, I wasn't holding my phone, but you could hear it. And they realized that I'm recording when I picked up my phone and I started speaking into it. Once they are caught, then they engaged in this, which is more evidence that you're targeting. Like I said, but you're dealing with egos. Their egos are putting them in prison. When I say they're going to prison, they actually are. But that's the same thing that the Ontario International Airport did. When I caught them engaging in that U-turn, they were engaging in conduct. They were trying to avoid being captured. I captured them anyway. As I capture them engaging in this conduct, they engage in more and more and more of it. Conduct which is on its face targeting. So while the entities engage in targeting, they engage in more and more targeting, which is proof that you're targeting. And proof of targeting is under no circumstances in a competent federal investigation going to be that which is going to be assessed as I took my own life when I'm conducting an investigation trying to prove that I'm being targeted and then I killed myself. I harmed myself. Or I just disappeared when I'm proving that the government is targeting me. That's not a competent federal investigation. That's immediately suspect. The entity is engaging in targeting me and then in doing so with impunity because the Ontario Police Department is fearless regarding what the federal government's going to do about targeting me in furtherance of murder with Tracy Banks, with Jason Isaac Fields. That's why they're doing that, engaging in the conduct that I just documented from at 11 minutes, at 23 minutes. They just stopped. They flew back over where I captured them on video, flying on a distance, what is on the left side of me, which is north of me, and they're still stalking while they fly over what is Lemon Avenue. They're pacing back and forth. They're still stalking. They're monitoring the path. Okay? The entity is doing so while you see it, while you hear it. They're engaged in monitoring. And even then, when you're not looking at the police, they're engaged in surveillance via the people of the state. They are cockroaches and they engage in maintaining surveillance over you in a manner that you are not perceiving. And that's when you are not perceived as a threat. When I became aware that the entity was targeting me, that's when they pulled out the helicopters. That's when they engaged in kidnapping. And it started with Pomona Police. They are the first agency to pull out planes and helicopters. And I started documenting it and writing, this entity stole that evidence, by the way. And the Ontario Police followed right in suit, engaged in the same conduct. And in Pomona, my documentation shows in 2018, guess where the sun was? It was not on Euclid Avenue. It was over me in Pomona on Valley Boulevard while I was in my car, and that's published evidence. Where I'm showing you, where you're listening to the Ontario Police stalking for that is from 11 minutes to 23 minutes. That's 12 minutes, if not, my math correct, 12 minutes of flying in a circle over me and moving, coming closer to do that. When they did not know that I was recording them before. They initially didn't know. They engaged in the helicopter activity because what's going on my device, I was looking up the departures that I'm analyzing right now with you. And when they sound that helicopter activity, it directly impacts my internet connectivity. I wasn't able to pull up the departures. I didn't say anything. I was just looking at my internet. And the moment that they engaged in that helicopter activity, it immediately affects the internet connectivity. This is monitoring on your devices. Federal stalking statute shall incorporate what is surveillance that is fully exposed while demons are monitoring in this environment. Not only that, you're going to prosecute for the ways in which the entity is monitoring. When you're monitoring and keeping under surveillance an American citizen through a police that's stalking you, and they're doing so with the intent to harm, like you are for 7 minutes, for 11 minutes, for 12 minutes, flying in a circle over me and engaging in a documented pattern of that for a term of years upon manufacturing mental illness and making up information about why you arrested me, which is a kidnapping while you're stalking. All of that is relevant to the intent to commit harm in furtherance of murder because you're bearing weapons and you're exercising authority you don't have under the law. And you're doing that with the co-conspirator that everybody knows wants to kill me, which is Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields as well. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and I want to be clear, they are clearly engaging in what is targeting, and they did not know. Pay attention to the pattern. When I document the Ontario International Airport, like I said, I captured them in image when they first sought to avoid being captured. That's why they engaged in the U-turn conduct. Then 2 minutes later, 10:15, I haven't. Let me just go ahead and refer to my images by timestamp. 10, that is 10:15. 10:15 and 23 seconds. I capture those images, which they know what you're documenting. So at 10:17 and 31 seconds, that's 2 minutes later. 2 minutes and some odd seconds later. The Ontario International Airport does not have this level of published flights arriving and departing. And if you're aware of airports, you actually don't have that level of volume regarding planes that are landing and planes that are taking off from the airport. Okay, so the entities engaged in what is targeting, just on that common sense level. This high frequency of plane activity is based on what they're monitoring me doing. I caught them engaging in trying to avoid being captured at 10:15. So 2 minutes later, which is irregular with regard to what is reflected on the website, where they are fully exposing what are flights that are perhaps not engaged in targeting me at this location, but they are maintaining a whole other criminal operation where I'm documenting ongoing targeting, which is also proven through the environment, and it is in concert with the people of the state and the Ontario Police Department. This is speaking to the RICO case against the Ontario International Airport, the government. This is a corrupt operation, okay? They're engaging, in other words, trying to maintain a laundromat in order to funnel in drugs from Mexico, for example. They're engaged in maintaining an airport where they are, on the one hand, publishing what are flights, where they're engaging in accepting payments, transactions for flights. They're maintaining a whole operation of terrorism. And that's the cover. That's the federal RICO case, and that's the prosecution of the city of Ontario, specifically the airport. And it's also relevant that the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking with that airport. I have a wealth of evidence of the Ontario Police, psychopaths stalking me while they're chit-chatting, coking and joking, like everything's a game and everything's all good and nothing's going to happen, and they're not even aware of me. They're totally ignoring me. And you see the Ontario International Airport flying over, providing amplified plane activity. That's what you're going to analyze with regard to the criminal activity of the city of Ontario. You will see the Ontario International Airport in a body of evidence gang stalking me with that police department, and you're going to witness their mental illness while they don't address me, while they're engaging in cheerful cheerful behavior, having conversations with other people, coking and joking, riding on their bikes, or engaging in a traffic stop. They're talking to somebody else. Their physical attention, as far as you can assess, is towards somebody else. You will see the Ontario International Airport sharing in the elements of monitoring when you know that demons, which is what they are engaging in the elements of monitoring. You know that they're engaging in the traffic stop. They're engaging in presence under the fake sun and an engineered light. You know that they're doing so pursuant to audible noise in that environment, which affects communication devices. They're secretly engaging in surveillance in a way that is demonic, that you now are aware of. They're also engaged in surveillance while they are stalking an American citizen and engaging in those malicious iterations of presence, secretly threatening someone, in other words. Psychologically torturing them by committing a traffic stop right in front of you. Psychologically torturing them by coming and engaging in what is a health check to the people of the state right in front of you, around you. All right? Secretly engaging what is threatening you, which is psychological torture, meaning it's a threat that the targeted individual is experiencing by themselves while everybody around them is targeting them. While gang stalking is underway. Gang stalking, the person that's being gang stalked is the person where the sun is rising and setting over them, where they are being targeted with engineered light, where the police, just like you just listened to for 11 minutes straight, are targeting with helicopter activity, while you document them proving that they're stalking you with knowledge of what you're doing on the internet. Because that's what happened while I'm on the internet. I'm looking up the departures of the airport, and that's where the same time, that's when the entity sounds helicopter activity. Okay, and detail information is that they didn't know that I was recording it until the moment that I picked up my phone. Okay, now I have stated that they know what you're doing on your phone, and they do. The entity knows that my phone is in operation, but they didn't know that it was recording. And the reason why I know that is because they always engage in this conduct, because you're dealing with a spirit that has a high level of a false sense of ego. Okay, so these are demons that they have this, these are psychopaths who are monitoring in bathrooms. It's pathetic, but they have a false sense of some sort of God sense. And so first of all, it's a shoot to this demon's ego because they didn't know, number one. That's number one. Number two is because they feel as though I caught them, and their ego has a problem with that. And what they always respond with is more of the same. And that's evidence. While I trigger those demons, I'm documenting them targeting me. Okay, so the entity's engaging in this, and they immediately begin in for 11 minutes circling right here. And you can hear that. It's proof of it. You're not going anywhere when for 11 minutes I'm hearing ongoing continuous helicopter activity. This is the evidence of the pattern of conduct by that police department who is engaged in surveillance on my device. That's why they engage in that the moment that I start speaking into my phone, and they have confirmation that I captured what they just did, which was monitoring on my phone, letting you know the significance of everything that you hear in the environment where you know it's engineered light and a fake sun, and at night a fake moon. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that, and that's again, that ego is why they're going to prison, and they're going to federal prison. That's how this is ending. They're going to federal prison. But the entities engaging in that, that's what the same thing that the Ontario International Airport did. I captured them in an image, trying to avoid being captured. I captured it anyway. That ego caused them to do it again. They didn't do the U-turn though. At 10:17, they flew continuously west over the storefront, which they know that I captured as well. The entity engages in. And then in the video that I captured, the entities engaged in what is repeated flights in the course of that video. It's 6 minutes and 54 seconds. The Ontario police are on the north side of me, and the Ontario International Airport on the south side of me. The Ontario International Airport is being prosecuted while the Ontario police are stalking. The Ontario police is being prosecuted, proven to be targeting me, while the Ontario International Airport is targeting. And the Ontario International Airport is engaging in that which is analogous to a drug lord, okay? Putting drugs in dead bodies and maintaining a funeral parlor, okay? While they put those bodies full of drugs, like you've seen on Bad Boys. That's where I got that from. But it's, in other words, the establishment itself is a cover for criminal activity. That's what the Ontario International Airport's engaged in. And I point that out to you while I'm showing you, first of all, they're targeting me. Okay, that's established. Number two, they're lying about what they're doing on the website. Okay, and number three, while I am documenting as I engage in ordinary analysis and commentary, the entity engages in real time in that which I speak of. In the course of the video, as I refer to the Ontario International Airport, they start flying over the building again, which is evidence that they're targeting. They just did that at 226 Vine Avenue, okay? I am not flying these planes. I'm not some puppeteer. I'm not making them do that. That's the P.O.C. of demons who have a very poor idea about what they should do when they're getting stalked. Like, these are inept people, so they're not very bright at all. And when I am prosecuting you with evidence that you're targeting me, when you engage in what I'm speaking of, you're targeting. And I've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, and the entity still fails to either appreciate or understand that. These are, like I was stating at length earlier, they're mentally ill. They're mentally ill while they're gang stalking. You know you're not well. They're not well gang stalking as demons. They're also not well when they fail to understand what's happening and what they're doing to themselves, because I can't make them this stupid. I can't make them this stupid. Okay? But like I said, the entity is engaging in what is a cover. The Ontario International Airport is fully corrupt. Alan D. WAPNER is fully corrupt, and it's not a surprise. He is associated and engaged in the corruption of Omnitrans, the very heavily documented state actor keeping me under surveillance on the roads and the highways with the people of the state, and multiple corrupt agencies like the Chino Police, like the Fontana Police, like the Pomona Police, the Ontario Police, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff. All right, they're engaging in maintaining the same exact crime scene. The fake sun through the window of the bus as I go from city to city, but yet as I stay on one street in Ontario, Euclid Avenue, right here, where the demons are stalking in the path, in the parking lot, in alignment, which is where the fake sun rises in alignment, that's a demon. That's their pattern. The entity is engaged in that, and that's what you're witnessing while I am capturing that video. I just wanted to go through that. The entity is engaging in this, and I want to make sure that that's clear. The entity was targeting with regard to my device, trying to stop me from being able to capture the capture the departures and the arrivals to the airport. All right, and they do that. That's the significance of the plane, of the helicopter, and the plane activity. And you're going to pay attention to the evidence. You will see the airport sharing and monitoring me, harassing, psychologically torturing, and keeping me under surveillance, while the planes are also deviating from any arrival or any arrival or departure from the airport, which has only two terminals, 2500 and 2900 Airport Road. Under all circumstances, because I'm not living anywhere on Hope Boulevard. I'm not anywhere over there where the entity would be flying essentially over. The entity is, in other words, flying miles away from the airport to be over at a low elevation at that. They're stalking. And this stalking is a criminal operation that is covered by the transactions that they do actually engage in and provide flights to the people of the state. It's a corrupt business. It's a corrupt agency. Excuse me, it's a corrupt operation. And I just want to be clear, there's your raid right there. I mean, I'm sure you know that, but that's just supplementing what the P.O.C. is providing to the feds. All right, and that's relevant why the Ontario Police just engaged in stalking for 11 minutes, because they're very perturbed that I caught them stalking me by helicopter while they are monitoring what I'm doing on the internet. And that ego is what causes them to do very foolish things, because I documented that. Okay, it is 11:08 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, that's the tape that's played in the sky space while demons fly commercial planes. It has nothing to do with the planes that you see. And the entity is just filling the environment with like it's a thunderous storm or something. After I just finished recording, that's Satan reacting to what it just listened to me say. I surmise these are very much demons. Okay, the environment is alive, if you will. It's dead, but meaning it has a whole personality. And it's the personality of death, but the environment is very much alive. Okay, it is currently 11:09 p.m. I just wanted to capture that roaring sound. It's not plane engines when you're looking at the plane. They're essentially playing a tape. This is demonic. Satan is real. Okay, Satan makes sound occur in an environment. Satan makes a fake sun remain for the duration of the day. It's supernatural. There's not a person back there blowing a plain sounding horn or something. It's occurring in the environment. It's demonic. You have seen Robledo and Morris. Those are demon possessed people. Demon possession, the demonic, Satan, it's all very real. And I'm exposing all of that. And I'm also exposing how the entity is very demonic, but it's also very dumb. This is criminal activity that is not that of a rocket scientist, whatsoever. Not at all, not even a little bit. And the entity engages in, because they are so sick and so severely delusional regarding what they are and what they're capable of, but essentially what they've gotten away with. And I catch them left and right. I catch them over and over and over again. And the entity, when you want to act like somebody else is crazy and you're not stalking them, that doesn't work when your ego tells you, oh, I'm going to do more and more and more and more and more of it like they are right now. I'm going to go ahead and get video. They're rising from what is the Laverne, College of Laverne, University of Law. College of Laverne, excuse me, University of Laverne, College of Law. Oh, this is P.O.C. I'm taking images of that right now. And that's supposed to be evidence of them proving that audible noise, under all circumstances, it's targeting. You're not going to hear any plane engines when you're minding your business, engaging in the legitimate operation of an environment, and you're not engaged in terrorism, trying to cover as a legitimate airport, while you maintain a record of flights from the venue, and I'm documenting an ongoing criminal operation of targeting at the same time. And the two are not aligned. What's taken off at Blue Jet, or JetBlue, excuse me, taking off from the airport, it doesn't include hovering over this apartment complex. And I'm certainly not going to hear it over here when they're taking off from the airport. This entity is not intelligent at all. They're not. They're not at all. And they all do it under the fake sun as well. They all do it while the entity keeps the sun over me. Guess who they're stalking? When they keep the sun over me, that's how you know I'm the one they're stalking. The Ontario International Airport is subject to a raid. They're subject to a raid. They did so much. They did too much. Now you know exactly who to raid. Okay? These old white people working at that airport. There are some colored folks. There are some that are of, some race other than white people. But I'm speaking in that terms and on purpose. I'm being facetious. They're subject to a raid. They're engaged in gang stalking. Okay, it doesn't matter what their race is. They're all engaged in gang stalking together. This is the P.O.C. This is another plane. Remember, the entity has departures not until it's currently. Let me get the time right now because we already yeah, it's 11:12. There's no more flights right now. No more flights until the morning, 5 o'clock. All right, the entity is engaged in targeting, and I've already shown that, and it's also proven through the location where the entity, in doing so with the Ontario Police. They're going to be on traffic cameras at Holt and Euclid Avenue at 11:12 p.m., flying, crossing paths with the demons of the Ontario International Airport, because these are, again, demons that are going to federal prison for their inability to control their maniacal, psychopathic disorders. And this is the evidence that I'm surrounding them with, and they're all going to prison. The entity, there's no more flights tonight. Yeah, 10:56 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. There's no more flights anywhere right now. JetBlue should have taken off already at 10:56 p.m. and American Airlines at what is 11:59 p.m. The entity is flying over the Ontario downtown luxury apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue, and doing so, flying in the direct. I took a picture of it. They're flying west, and then they make a U-turn over that apartment complex to go in the opposite direction while the Ontario Police Department cross path. They're stalking together. The entity is making a statement while the police stalk with the airport, and it's not a coincidence while I'm analyzing and letting you know that the police are gang stalking historically with the airport. That's what they just engaged in. Okay? Literally, I am the leader. The puppets do as I say. And that's not because I'm a gang stalker. It's because they're demons and they are spiritually inferior to me. And they are also very much intimidated by that which I am at the same time prosecuting. But their intimidation causes them to try to respond. You're not responding to me. I'm prosecuting you, Satan. That's what this is about. But because they're intimidated, they think that they're going to respond to it or stand up or defy it. No, you're going to prison. That's it. But I'm dealing with that sort of inferiority amongst a population of demons, lower spiritual beings. Okay, these are hell-bound people who are lost, mentally ill, and they're also they're very, I don't want to say high, they're very depraved. Okay, that's the entity that is failing to understand when you call yourself responding to me or defying what it is that I'm talking about. You're giving me evidence that you're targeting me, okay? And that's all I need, because you're going to prison. While you're failing in whatever it is you think you're accomplishing. You're accomplishing a federal prosecution for you to go to prison. That's what you're accomplishing. And guess what? The people of the state are. You know what the people of the state include? Everybody that they engaged in kidnapping me with. And the body of evidence is very detailed in that. The OVITT Family Community Library, Economy Inn, Starbucks, Woodside Senior Apartments, where the entities engaging in this kidnapping, where the fake sun is rising and setting over Woodside Senior Apartments, rising and setting over Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, rising and setting over Euclid, over the Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue. The entities engaging in what is kidnapping at all of those aforesaid venues, including the OVITT Family Community Library at 215 EC Street in Ontario, 91764. They're going to prison while the entity is engaged in what is not relevant. But this is the entity that has been set up while they thought that they were setting a trap for me. Your witchcraft doesn't work, and you lack any self-control while I am maintaining what is a logical and systematic means of showing you what are the rules. This is what they're violating. This is how they do it. This is what they know while they do it. And this is what they can't control. They can't control themselves because they actually are psychopaths. They actually are. And while psychopaths engage in stalking me, they're triggered and they provide me more and more evidence that they're stalking me. Period. I win. And I won a long time ago. I won years ago. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison for gang stalking me and trying to obstruct justice. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for kidnapping and targeting me with the intent to obstruct justice. Tracy Banks and the terrorist Starbucks, these terrorists, terrorizing venues that engage in kidnapping me because of their intent to obstruct justice. I won years ago. I won years ago. From 2018 to 2022, that was more than enough evidence establishing the P.O.C. But for me, by the way, to be kidnapped and resume my evidence in 2024, some in 2023, but really in 2024, when LAPD pulled out the helicopters, that was a confirmation for me to resume my documentation, because that's a direct threat to my life. While I'm at work, minding my business, living at Alvarado Gardens, restarting my life after this entity tried to ruin it. That's when I resumed my documentation. For me to stop in 2022 and pick it up in 2024, and you're seeing the seamless, continuous, consistent body of evidence, that is unmistakable. It's even more corroboration. They're going to prison. Okay? It's currently 11:16 p.m. They are going to federal prison, and the entities engaging in this conduct while they've been keeping me under surveillance and the evidence under surveillance, that's speaking to the level of the domestic enemy, the threat that they are to the country. An airport that's engaging in secret means of terrorizing people, trying to act like they're a legitimate airport. They're fully engaged in criminal activity. This is an unprecedented federal RICO case, because the airport is acting with the whole population, conspiring to murder someone. And that's, again, a federal RICO case against every airline, every single last one of them. American Airlines, Delta Airlines, Frontier Airlines, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, the entities engaged in that conspiracy to maintain a fraudulent means, a criminal means of terrorism, and engaging under the guise of maintaining a legitimate operation of an airport. Every airlines, the people of the state are engaged in that corrupt business. They're not, in other words, the city of Ontario isn't maintaining a corrupt means of terrorism, and the airlines don't know anything about it. They're just contracted with the city, and they just provide their, no. I'm documenting Amazon Prime gang stalking me under the fake sun. At all, throughout the city of Ontario. The people of the state are acting with the city of Ontario that are using an airport as a cover for terrorism in the state of California, in Ontario, California. And every company is engaging in that. Delta Airlines is engaged in the corruption, the federal RICO case, for engaging in what is the corrupt business practices while they want to, at the same time, make money under the guise of being an airport and an airline at that venue, while they are actually engaged in what is domestic terrorism. They're stalkers. They're engaged in psychological torture. They engage in sacrificing American citizens. They're engaged in terrorism. That's actually what every airline at the Ontario International Airport is engaged in with the Ontario Police Department. The body of evidence will show the Ontario International Airport targeting with the Ontario Police. It's a terrorist, it's a terrorist organization. This is a means of terrorism. This is how they're engaging, and this is how they execute it. The kidnapping on January 13, 2020, I'm capturing the image of the Ontario International Airport stalking me with the Ontario Police. I take a picture of the license plate. I take a picture of the gang stalker in the commercial plane at the 7-Eleven. I take a picture of the license plate. Jason Knighton attacks me, and they kidnap me. That's the entity targeting together. I'm documenting the Ontario Police engaging in police training at 303 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is rising and setting. Okay? The Open Family Community Library is where it's rising, and the 303 North Euclid Avenue, the same strip of street right here, that's where it's setting. All right, that's a 12-hour duration of time. That agency that's stalking by helicopter tonight, like they are every night, this entity is the one that's engaging in that video on July 14, 2025 at 7:15 in the morning, when they're calling a police training. You will see the Ontario International Airport engaging in gang stalking. They're flying over, and I'm documenting that, and this is everything that I've been stating from the beginning. Okay, I understand that it takes an amount of time to build up a body of evidence, but it's unfortunate when American citizens are not believed, when they are being targeted in unfathomable ways, and that is a design. That's by design. Okay, the millions of people that are gang stalking are aware of that. That's a means of them torturing somebody, and they derive pleasure when an American citizen tries to explain what they are subject to, and everybody's calling them crazy. The people that are calling them crazy are the people that are gang stalking them. And that's a means of them torturing someone before they murder that person. Then they'll say that they killed themselves. They were crazy the whole time. They killed themselves. They just disappeared. This is the entity that commits murder. They're serial killers. And they engage in a secret means of surveillance, as secretive as the Ontario International Airport's terrorism operation, while they want to cover as a legitimate airport. But they will never reconcile what is going to be an investigation about what is regular. It's a policy regarding how you are trained to fly a plane, to take off from an airport, and what that's going to look like regarding 320 North Euclid Avenue. Like I'm documenting on video. This is why you document. This is not just an estimation. This is not an estimation. This is a conclusive evidence regarding targeting. Remember, there's no flights tonight. 11:56 p.m. This is the entity right here, gang stalking again, doing so while they're triggered by what I'm talking about, and they are being prosecuted for terrorism. The entities engaging in conduct, what we're published on the website isn't necessarily reflecting everything that's going on. You can say whatever you want. There is no arrivals or departures. That includes hovering over the Ontario International Airport, and there are no published flights tonight. That is including, first of all, the hovering conduct, that plane activity that you can hear, the hovering that you can see, and there's also no published flights on the website until 11:59. It's 10:43 a.m. 10:43 p.m. And the entities engage in this all the time, over every venue. Like I said, they're flying over my hotel room at the Economy Inn Hotel. Okay? They're flying over my head when I'm walking to Economy Inn on the sidewalk. They're flying over the sidewalk. They're flying over me, engaging and flying over me and doing a U-turn flying over me on the sidewalk. What does that have to do with the flight from the airport to a destination? This is the entity that's clearly engaged in targeting, and they're targeting with the Ontario Police, and they are doing so in real time. When I'm talking about something as unique as stalking by the Ontario International Airport or any airport, it's not a coincidence in the specific environment that they engage in the same conduct again when there are no published flights, and you're clearly targeting over here. It doesn't get any more clear than that. That's pretty black and white. But like I said, this is not an estimation, an investigation of the airport. Again, anybody is able to get a license to fly a plane, and what that entails, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not entailing the locations where the entity is hovering by plane, flying over Starbucks, flying over the Chevron, flying over the intersection of E Street and Euclid. They're not flying over E Street because I'm north of E Street. So that's why they're staying on the south side of my person. There is not one time where the entity flies beyond me and goes to fly over Woodside Senior Apartments. Never. Okay, the entity is not engaging in what is maintaining flights through up and down into the borderline of the 10 freeway where Upland is, and all the way down to the borderline of where Chino is, maintaining flights in the direction east and west. That's not flights coming from the airport. The entity is stalking, going up and down in the city of Ontario, where I am remaining, where they're engaged in monitoring using commercial planes. And this is breaking down what was an unintelligent tactic in the first place. They've never been subject to scrutiny. They've never been questioned. It's never been investigated. It's never been exposed. It's never been shown how idiotic it is and how obvious it is either. And then you're dealing with psychopaths who then get triggered, and then they engage in more targeting. And guess what that does? That corroborates more of a pattern of conduct. Not only are you clearly deviating, because taking off from here, you're talking about what would be a matter of miles till you're at a certain elevation, and you would never even be flying, hovering over the apartment complex, over the Starbucks, over the Woodside Senior Apartments, over the 7-Eleven, over the Economy Inn. What are you even doing over there, doing U-turns over the 60 freeway? What does that have to do with what you're publishing on the website? What is going on with the flights that are not published online? What is going on with that aspect of your business? Why is that? What are the details? But this is what needs to be investigated, because I'm documenting them targeting me pursuant to what I'm doing in a private space, pursuant to what I'm doing while I'm being targeted by the police, pursuant to what I'm doing while I'm being targeted by the people of the state, pursuant to what I am documenting while the entity is keeping a fake sun over me. What the Ontario International Airport is engaging in is relevant to what is documented acts of harassment and psychologically harmful, torturous, tormenting behavior, which increases the more that I talk about that airport. Isn't that interesting? This is the pattern of conduct, however. Southwest Airlines is a terrorist, for example. They're engaged in targeting me with the Los Angeles Police Department in Los Angeles, where guess what? They kept a fake sun over me. In fact, I documented it in July of 2025, where I'm at Planet Fitness in LA off of Washington Boulevard, and the fake sun is directly over me at 4 p.m. You know where the fake sun was today at 4 p.m.? I documented it on video. At 4:10 p.m., the fake sun was at the same entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, where it is at 10 o'clock in the morning, at 8 o'clock in the morning. Where the Ontario International Airport, even Southwest Airlines, imagine that. Southwest Airlines is engaged in what is proven to be stalking in that crime scene that's shared by what you recognize as the pattern of conduct shared by LAPD at my gym, where I'm being kept under surveillance as I go from my apartment, as I go from work to the gym every day. And the people of the state that do not actually care about working out and exercising and fitness, they're concerned about my vagina and me working out at the gym on Washington in Los Angeles under the fake sun at 4 p.m., which is relevant to what they did today, same time of year at 4 p.m. And guess what's happening? The fake sun is over me. It's over me at Planet Fitness in Los Angeles, and guess who flies over my head? The Los Angeles Police Department, stalking. And guess what else is happening? Southwest Airlines, yeah, imagine that. Man, isn't that interesting? Southwest Airlines, in that specific environment, is proven to be stalking. Southwest Airlines is stalking pursuant to an ongoing pattern of conduct shared by the co-conspirators to murder, LAPD, Dominic Choi, Michael Moore. Retiring is not removing you from that criminal pattern of conduct. You're not retiring out of the P.O.C. You're not retiring out of the criminal conspiracy. You're not getting out of it. The targeted individual doesn't get out of it. The targeted individual has no way of escape. Understand that's how your prosecution is. There is no way of escape. And you are going to federal prison, but I want to be clear, that's how detailed and thorough the evidence is. While these demons are triggered, lacking self-control, giving me more and more and more evidence. And guess what? I'm prosecuting the whole state with it. Southwest Airlines, for example, that's just one example. The entity is surrounded. They are surrounded. When I say surrounded, I mean surrounded. They're not thinking about that. This demon is triggered because he didn't know that, this demon didn't know that I was recording until I picked up my phone, and then they engage in 11 minutes of stalking in a helicopter. This is the entity that's going to be prosecuted. They're going to federal prison. I'm gonna let you know how this is going to end. I said it years ago. They're going to federal prison. They are going to federal prison. That's a demon that's freaking out behind the wheel. They're doing so on behalf of the demons of the Ontario police who are going to federal prison. Okay, he's driving, that demon is driving down the street. You can hear that vehicle. They're speeding. The Ontario police is aware of that. They're violating the laws on the roads and the highways, and the Ontario police are a part of that. These are demons that are engaging in what is crossing path and light activity, which, by the way, is no witchcraft that's going to change the fact that you're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison. And I told you that already. I'll sing it. I'll rap it. I'll write it. I'll publish it. I'll podcast it. You're going to federal prison. All right, this is the entity that's been engaging in this and harassing me for 11 minutes in a helicopter. That's not helping Dominic Choi. That's not helping the LAPD. That's not helping Southwest Airlines, the company that's targeting me in a plethora of cities and counties in a specific environment, speaking to one person amongst everybody else in the country that Southwest Airlines is targeting. It's very specific. It's not vague at all. Nobody's imagining anything. They're imagining that they are doing anything other than walking right into my plan. Walking right into what exactly I said is going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're imagining that anything else is going to happen and that everything that they're doing is helping themselves. And you know why? Because they are inferiors. The Lord God has said what it's going to be, and you're not going to change it. In fact, while you engage in what is continuously trying to harm me, you make judgment worse on yourself. And woe to you. Woe to you. Woe to you. You're not going to stop it. You did that by kidnapping. You're going to federal prison and you're going to get some serious time for that. Okay? You're getting serious time for it. So while you're failing and making a statement, you're not responding or retaliating or defying or whatever you call yourself doing. This is not that. This is not that. This is a very serious shakedown and exposure, and it's nationwide. Worldwide, and you have chosen your position and everybody watched you choose it, and there's a whole other aspect to the prosecution while you act very foolishly on a matter of what is social media where I'm prosecuting you. You have co-defendants, in case you didn't realize that. You have co-defendants. You have other aspects of the same entity that you are a part of. There's other aspects to your criminal activity. It's not based on your denial. We know that you're the devil. We know that you're going to lie. I've got you surrounded. I just want you to understand, which you're not going to, but I'm going to state it anyway. You need to understand that you have more than just you that is being exposed while you engage in this nonsense that I'm documenting in order to prosecute you. I have you surrounded, and I've had you surrounded for a very long time. And it's more than you that's going to be prosecuted by your criminal activity as you act as an entity. Like I said, Southwest Airlines stalking me in LA in the specific environment with regard to what's going on one street under a fake sun, even by the same company name. But it's not conducted as an individual. It's conducted as an entity. But I've got so much evidence I can prosecute by company name. That's how much evidence I have. Pick a company, any company. They're gang stalking me. Pick one, because I have it. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and I want to be clear, this is relevant to impunity. 11 minutes of stalking by helicopter, flying over my head twice in a day, doing so for years. And then doing so, waking up the next day and deciding to do it again because your ego is telling you that's the best way to make you feel like nobody's telling you what to do. Because you run this and you're going to do this and this is not going to happen and Satan is lying to you, you're going to be in a cage. You're going to end up in a cage. Okay, you continuously make bad decisions and you're doing it in front of everyone. And you could have made this a lot less embarrassing and a lot less painful. This isn't about whether you want to accept the fact that there's someone that is exposing you as not being a legitimate authority and is actually speaking to, yeah, I actually have the authority of the law, and also the authority even higher than that, Christ Jesus. And you are fired, Satan. You're fired. You don't get a vote. Just so that you know, you don't get a vote. And everything that you've done as an entity, all of your stalking with light, it's coming back around. It's coming back around to hurt you. I just want to let you know. He's very detailed with how he assesses and how he addresses everything that I pointed out. Everything that I pointed out was a warning. You should stop that. You probably don't want to do that. I would stop right about now if I were you. And you continuously engaged in a pattern, a very well documented pattern of conduct. In fact, you engage in more of it. And everybody else is going to witness what nobody wants, that you don't want this type of smoke for terrorism in the United States. That's what they're going to learn, which you did not learn. You do not want this type of smoke. It's not going to be tolerated in the United States. You have long surpassed what you think is going to be, or if in your mind you thought at the end of the day it's not that big of a deal, we'll just negotiate at a point and then have some sort of a minute. No, this is none of that. This is none of that. You're terrorists. You're terrorists. I'm going to break something down for you. You are about to make history for all the wrong reasons. For all the wrong reasons. All right, I'm done now. It's 11:32 p.m. I'm going to get everything published. The entity is engaged in ongoing gang stalking, as I just documented. They're doing so, and this is the entity that's engaging in an ongoing cycle to its own demise, and that's relevant to what an ordinary target individual has a right to not be subject to. So it is, you're witnessing what the entity is doing to me, what the entity is doing to itself. Okay, you're playing with yourself. All right, so the entities engaged in this, and a bunch of psychopaths are unstable and delusional, and they're also engaging in what is facing what is judgment. Guess what? A lot of them have a lot of spell work on their head. Sending out death spells, where do you think that's going to go? Where do you think that's going? Because it's not touching Erica Lorraine Spencer. It's not touching, not a hair on my head. Okay, the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct, and these are psychopaths that are engaged and exposed as such. And these are psychopaths, contrary to what we know and what we understand and what we've ever heard of. This is factual information, letting you know about the reality of the spiritual realm, and contrary to the illusions that are presented to us as a people in order to condition our minds and to deceive us. There are many who are in darkness, and guess what? They're the ones who are actually mentally ill. They're the ones who are responsible for criminal activity. They're the ones who are absolutely corrupt and unhinged. That's what this is. Every vehicle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them crossing path, one after another, one group after another. They're only on the road to stalk me. They're triggered by what I'm stating. More of them get in their cars and come from their house and come to stalk me. They come from and go sit at sit in the parking lot, go sit at the gas station, just to stalk me. That's the reality. There's no traffic in Ontario. It's surveillance. Okay? The entities engaged in gang stalking me, I am the obsession. And that's because the demon-possessed have been trapped. Okay? That's by design, because I'm here to prosecute them and put them on the map so that you understand what is going on, the times that we're in, how Satan operates, who Satan uses, which you learn to understand. Satan doesn't have a race. There is no limit or exception. You're able to identify it, and you're also able to prosecute it. All right, I'm going to digress here. It's 11:35 p.m. This is P.O.C.